Ugh. My head hurts. My chest feels heavy. Wang Gang slowly opened his eyes. With one hand rubbing his inexplicably swollen chest, and the other massaging his head, he began to look around. What met his eyes was a wooden ceiling, carved beams, paper sliding doors, and a faint scent of sandalwood. He blinked. The memory of a second ago was still stuck in a KTV lounge. He had been dragged by his cousin to fill in, and the guest had asked him to stay and drink. But the next second, he found himself here. What happened in between, he had no idea. Even his clothes had been changed. Damn, did the guest drug me? Which hotel is this? Japanese style. Wang Gang struggled to sit up, but found his center of gravity completely off. What's going on? Why is my chest so swollen? He grabbed the edge of the bed and tried again, finally sitting up. Instinctively, he reached out and touched his chest. Wang Gang's hand froze in place. The feel is wrong. He looked down, and his view was blocked by two abrupt peaks. He couldn't see his own stomach at all. What's going on? Wang Gang's heart tightened, and trembling, he reached down, below his abdomen. The companion that had been with him for over 20 years, familiar, dear, and occasionally temperamental little brother, was gone. In its place was a flat, even slightly sunken area. It presented a certain, deep contour. Wang Gang was struck as if by lightning. Gone. Gone. Hi. Where's my brother? Wang Gang cried out in panic. As he shouted, he froze again. His voice was clear, clean, with a youthful brightness. I've become a woman. He frantically pulled at his clothes to look down. Then he closed his eyes tightly, opened them, and closed them again. After repeating 3 times, he finally accepted the cruel truth. He had not only changed bodies, he had also changed gender. Suddenly a sharp pain struck. A flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind like a tide. Konoha Village Ninja Academy, princess of the Senju clan, Uzumaki Mido, strange strength, medical ninjutsu. Wang Gang opened his eyes again. He knew now she was. She slowly looked down again at the 2 heavy presences on her chest. She accepted the reality. She had traveled through time to the world of Naruto, becoming the 18-year-old Tsunade. Wait, where's the system? Wang Gang closed his eyes, chanting inwardly. System, system, brother, system, dad, father, godfather. Dead silence. Only the chirping of birds outside the window. Wang Gang lay back, staring at the ceiling. One hand resting on her chest, unconsciously rubbing. The other hand on her forehead. Expression complicated. Becoming a woman is bad enough, but not even giving me a cheat item and instead stuffing me with 2 planetary devastation. Is this heaven's punishment for rewarding myself too much? She turned over, lying on her side. The 2 heavy things on her chest wobbled, startling her. They move, eh? She turned back, and they wobbled again. Then she fell silent. Won't these things swing around and get in the way when I fight? No wonder Tsunade's running posture in Naruto looks so strange. She muttered to herself for a long time, then finally sat up from the bed. Wait. Since I traveled here and became Tsunade, that means my memories are the greatest cheat item. In her previous life, she was a hardcore Naruto fan. She knew all the plots, foreshadowings, and dark histories by heart. And now she had arrived years in advance. There are 1,000 ways to become stronger, especially Might Dewey's 8 gates. If I can learn it. She licked her slightly dry lips. 8 gates: creation, rebirth, strange, strength, slug. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Once I master it, can I unify the ninja world right after the Second War? At this time, there are still 2 years until the Second Shinobi World War. Wang Gang tilted his head, looking pensive. And speaking of which, Tsunade's identity is really top-notch. Granddaughter of Hashirama Senju. Princess of Konoha. Talent for strange strength. Talent for medical ninjutsu. Inheritance of the Uzumaki clan's In seal. All of these are now hers. She took a deep breath, finally fully accepting the reality. Then she walked to the mirror in the corner of the room. The mirror reflected a young girl. Long blonde hair draped over her shoulders, skin fair. Forehead smooth and full, eyes large and spirited, nose bridge high, lips slightly pursed. The most eye-catching part was her upper body. The fabric was stretched into an exaggerated curve, yet her waist was impossibly slender, creating a contrast that was impossible to look away from. Wang Gang looked at herself in the mirror. After a long silence, her eyes turned serious. Since I've become Tsunade, from now on I am Tsunade. Wang Gang was now in the past. Tsunade was her identity now. She looked at herself in the mirror again, but as she looked, she suddenly swallowed. Really? So big. She looked around, confirming the room was empty. Then she cleared her throat, leaned closer to the mirror, and reached out to tap the glass. This is 18-year-old Tsunade. 100 times more beautiful than in the manga. This skin, this glow, this collarbone. Tsunade stared at her own reflection, unable to look away. A slightly obsessed expression gradually appeared on her face. She subconsciously glanced at the bathroom, not far away. An unhealthy thought emerged. Silently emerged. The expression on her face became a bit embarrassed. Doing that on the first day after traveling? Not good, right? After a second of hesitation, a slightly lecherous expression appeared on Tsunade's face. Hee, since I'm already here. She cleared her throat, stood up, and picked up a roll of toilet paper. She sneaked towards the bathroom. An hour later, Tsunade emerged from the restroom. Her face bore an expression that was difficult to describe. 3 parts comparison, 3 parts aftertaste. 3 parts lingering satisfaction, and 1 part relief. Tsunade shook the water off her hands, glanced down at her lower body, and sighed. It seems I'll have to get used to the feeling of squatting to pee from now on. She quickly shook her head to dispel the image from her mind. She pulled herself together. No more thinking about it. With the urgent matters settled, she considered what to do next. Tsunade walked to the window, pushed it open, and took a deep breath. The air in Konoha was relatively fresh. In the distance, the 3 faces on the Hokage rock were only those of the first, second, and third Hokage. I'm now 18 years old, and the Second Great Ninja War will break out in 2 years. Time is running out. She counted on her fingers. I'll learn the In seal from Mito. I can study medical ninjutsu on my own. Monstrous strength is a natural talent of the Senju bloodline. Those are all secure, but is there anything that can skyrocket my combat power in a short time? Tsunade narrowed her eyes, her mind racing. Finally, her thoughts landed on that green figure. Might Dai, the eternal genin. The possessor of the 8 gates. He should still be a little brat, just over 10 years old now. Tsunade tried to dig through the remnants of the original owner's memories. Might Dai was much younger than Tsunade. He was probably around 11 or 12. I remember Dai said something when he taught Might Guy the 8 gates. Tsunade's eyes lit up. He said he trained in the 8 gates for 20 years. At that time, Guy was about 10 and Dai was in his 30s. Working backward, that means, although Dai was only about 10 now, he might already have the 8 gates. If I don't take advantage of this now, when will I? 8 gates, Senju, Constitution, Creation, Rebirth. This combination was a cheat within cheats and overkill within overkill. Can't withstand opening the gates. Senju Constitution recovers quickly. Muscle tears from opening the gates. Creation Rebirth repairs on the spot. Will opening the gates kill you? The 8th gate is out of the question. That one really kills. But the first 7 gates, I can open them anytime. Combined with my monstrous strength, I can punch through anyone. Tsunade grew more excited the more she thought about it. I'll go find Might Dai now. She took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and headed straight for the training grounds behind Konoha. According to Tsunade's memories, the green-clad youth usually trained there at this time. She crossed several streets, walking deeper into the outskirts until there were fewer people around. Konoha was neither too big nor too small. But the back mountain training ground was a wild, unmanaged area. Regular ninjas avoided it due to poor facilities, and ordinary genin weren't qualified for the official training grounds. Thus it became a gathering place for various outcasts. Tsunade jogged all the way and turned the last corner. Then her eyes brightened. At the edge of the training ground, a group of teenagers in their teens was surrounding someone. That someone was short, wearing the iconic green jumpsuit. A bowl-cut hairstyle, thick eyebrows, and a face covered with obvious bruises. Might Dai? Tsunade suddenly realized something. She stopped in her tracks, eyes wide. Whoa, what perfect timing. She saw the kids pushing and shoving Dai in the middle. The ringleader, around 15 or 16, wore a ninja headband. He seemed to be a genin. Now he stood with his hands on his hips, looking arrogant. Might Dai? You can't even cast a single jutsu, and you still dare to walk around in that outfit. Yeah, do you think wearing a jumpsuit makes you a ninja? Haha, look at his face, he's about to cry. Dai lowered his head, clenching his fists, but not fighting back. Tsunade watched the scene, her eyes growing brighter. Is this the legendary daily life of Konoha villagers? A bullying scene. I found it without even trying. In such a moment, descending from the sky to save the damsel. Or rather, save the green. Wasn't that the perfect way to win favor? Without a second thought, Tsunade bent her legs slightly and pushed off the ground. Her entire body soared into the air. Her body traced a beautiful arc in the sky. Then she roared at the top of her lungs, "Let that boy go." Clang! Tsunade landed heavily. One of her feet smashed the stone slabs of the ground. Fragments flew everywhere. In the midst of the dust, she straightened up. One hand on her hip, the other pointing imperiously at the teens. What are you lot doing? The group of kids was stunned by Tsunade's sudden appearance. The ringleader genin stammered, who are you? Tsunade grinned, showing her pearly whites, and uttered 2 words. Tsunade. They froze for a moment, then their faces collectively changed. Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the princess of monstrous strength. It was said she could shatter a wall with one punch. Run. The kids were terrified. They scattered like birds and beasts, scrambling away. But the ringleader seemed unwilling to back down. A flicker of struggle crossed his eyes. The will to dominate. He suddenly looked up at Tsunade. Even if you are. Get lost. Tsunade didn't waste words. She punched the ground, instantly cracking it. The genin swallowed hard, hesitated for a few seconds, then finally ran off with a look of defiance. Tsunade couldn't be bothered to chase him. She dusted off her hands and turned around. Dai was still crouched on the ground, his face bruised and tear-streaked, staring up at her in a daze. The sunlight fell from behind Tsunade, gilding her entire figure in gold. Dai's expression shifted from shock to gratitude, and tears burst forth. Tsunade, Tsunade-sama. He scrambled up, bowing 90 degrees, nearly hitting his head on the ground. Thank you so much for saving me. Tsunade waved her hand. No, just call me Tsunade. Don't add Sama. It makes me feel weird. Dai looked up, eyes watery. But, you are the granddaughter of the first Hokage. He's my grandfather, not me. Tsunade pouted. Wait until I become the fourth Hokage someday. As she spoke, her gaze subtly swept over Dai. Suddenly Tsunade's eyes fixed on Dai's chest. His jacket had been pushed open during the scuffle, revealing a hard corner inside. It looked like a rolled-up book or notebook. Tsunade's pupils contracted. 2 faint characters were visible on it, 8 gates. Her heart began to race. He really has it. Tsunade lunged forward, reaching directly into Might Dai's jacket and pulling out the notebook. Her movements were so fluid that Dai didn't even react. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade had already opened the notebook. The first thing she saw was a line of handwriting. Crooked but exceptionally earnest. First gate, opening gate. Chakra impacts the brain, removing brain limitations. Specific operation as follows. Tsunade quickly scanned a few pages, the corners of her mouth lifting uncontrollably. This was it. The 8 gates. Right in her hands. By then Dai had snapped out of his shock, his face flushing red. Tsunade-sama. That is. Tsunade closed the notebook, weighed it in her hand, and tilted her head to look at him. This thing looks pretty good. I'll borrow it for a few days. Any objections? Dai quickly waved his hands. And no, it's just. He hesitated, then lowered his head uneasily. This taijutsu is a forbidden technique. The training process is extremely painful, and the burden on the body is too great. I'm worried that Tsunade-sama might. Worried I can't train it well. No, I'm worried you'll get hurt. Tsunade let out a laugh. She reached out and flicked Dai on the forehead. Kid, how old are you? Dai answered innocently, T12. You can train it at 12, and you think I can at 18. Dai was at a loss for words, but he felt that what Tsunade said seemed to make sense. Tsunade ignored him, continuing to flip through the notebook, clicking her tongue in admiration. This notebook is very detailed. The chakra flow paths, pain levels, recovery times for the first few gates are all written down. Not bad. Dai's face turned red. I wrote it all by trial and error. That's even more impressive. Tsunade casually tucked the notebook into her jacket. She turned to Dai, grinning. You're pretty good. I'll take this, all right. Okay. Dai's voice carried a hint of reluctance, but more than that, it was the excitement of being acknowledged. Seeing him like this, Tsunade felt a pang of emotion. This guy was also a fool. Only 12 years old, bullied and mocked by his peers without a single friend. Training a forbidden technique alone in a corner day after day. All because he believed that taijutsu was also a form of ninjutsu. All because he believed that hard work could surpass genius. Tsunade took a deep breath, reached out, and gently rubbed Dai's head. Dai, remember this. Tsunade bent down to meet his eyes, her expression serious. Not only those who can cast ninjutsu are called ninjas. Your path is not wrong. This road you're on, it's viable. Dai froze. The tears in his big eyes finally couldn't hold back, streaming down his face. Tsunade-sama. Just call me Tsunade. Tsunade. Yeah, that's right. From now on, if anyone bullies you, just say my name. I've got your back. Tsunade straightened up, patted his shoulder, and turned to stride away. After a few steps, she looked back over her shoulder, flashing a grin. Work hard, youth must not be wasted. The sunlight happened to catch Tsunade's white teeth. They glistened brightly. Might Dai was completely mesmerized. At that moment, it was as if all his injuries were healed by that flash of white. Tears welled up. Tsunade-sama. I will not let you down. Youth. I will burn it to the very end. Watching Tsunade's retreating figure, Might Dai clenched his fists. Then he threw himself back into training. Today I will run 500 more laps. 8 gates, got it. Tsunade sprinted all the way home, giggling foolishly as she ran. Her mind was already planning how she'd stay up all night studying it. First check the chakra flow route of the first gate, then find a secluded spot to test it. It'll hurt, but whatever. The Senju constitution can take a beating. Tsunade. She had just pushed open the front door. A gentle maternal voice drifted from the inner room. Calm. Tender. Tsunade's footsteps halted abruptly, her body freezing in place. Although she was hearing this voice for the first time, it felt profoundly familiar deep within her heart. Tsunade swallowed hard. She knew exactly who it belonged to. Mito Uzumaki, Tsunade's grandmother. Wife of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The pinnacle sealing arts master of Konoha. If there was one person in this world Tsunade least wanted to face after her transmigration, it was undoubtedly Mito Uzumaki. No question about it. The original body's parents had passed away early, and it was Mito who had raised Tsunade single-handedly. With others, she might be able to put on an act or brush things off with a few words. Especially fools like Jiraiya, easily fooled with a couple of casual excuses. But Mito Uzumaki was different. This woman had raised Tsunade from childhood. She knew every move, every smile, every expression of the original Tsunade like the back of her hand. Standing at the Gunkan, Tsunade's heart began to race. Damn, how could I have forgotten about her? The hardest person to fool in this household is this grandmother. But what must be faced cannot be avoided. Moreover, she desperately needed to learn the In seal from Mito. That was the technique capable of storing chakra and preserving youth. Combined with creation rebirth, it was the core skill for achieving an endless cycle of power. If the 8 gates were the spear, the Een seal was the sturdiest shield and the largest mana flask. She had to learn it, and the sooner the better. In the original storyline during the Second Great Ninja War, Tsunade hadn't yet condensed the Een seal. She definitely hadn't studied it seriously back then. This time she would master it completely before that point. She took a deep breath, frantically sifting through her memories for fragments of interactions between the original Tsunade and Mito. Acting cute, throwing tantrums, being lazy, getting scolded. Scenes flashed by one after another. The original Tsunade had a wonderful relationship with Mito. More than grandmother and granddaughter, it was like a kind old lady and a lively little girl. Tsunade patted her own cheeks. Tsunade, you've got this. You handled the most difficult clients in your past life. Fooling grandma is a piece of cake. She gave herself a mental pep talk. Tsunade, Mito's voice came out again, this time with a hint of curiosity. Why are you standing at the door? Come in. Tsunade gritted her teeth and stepped inside. The inner room was bathed in soft light, the window open with sheer curtains gently swaying in the breeze. A strikingly beautiful woman who appeared no older than 30 sat on a cushioned couch by the window. She held a scroll in her hands, reading it with lowered eyes. Hearing footsteps, she looked up. Their eyes met. Tsunade felt a brief moment of dizziness. Mito Uzumaki, the woman before her, had long crimson hair. Her skin was fair and delicate, her features elegant and dignified. On her forehead, a faint lavender diamond-shaped mark shimmered, barely visible. This was Mito Uzumaki. The physique of the Uzumaki clan combined with the power of the Een seal made time seem to stand still for her. Grandma. Tsunade spoke instinctively, her voice sounding more natural than she'd expected. She was even momentarily stunned herself. No awkwardness, no dissonance. As if she'd been calling her that for over a decade. Mito closed the scroll and beckoned her over with a gentle smile. Come here, let me have a look. Tsunade obediently walked over and sat down beside Mito. Back straight, legs together, hands resting on her knees. A perfect lady's posture. Mito raised an eyebrow. Sitting so properly. Tsunade thought to herself, oh no, the original Tsunade never sat properly. She quickly changed the subject. Grandma, did you need something? Mito didn't answer right away. Instead, she reached out and gently smoothed Tsunade's slightly tousled golden hair. You rushed out so urgently earlier. Where did you go? I just went out for a few walks to clear my head. Tsunade tried her best to make her voice sound natural. Clear your head. Mito let out a soft sigh, her tone tinged with helplessness. I know you don't want to learn sealing arts, but do you really have to run off and hide that early? Tsunade blinked, caught off guard. Mito shook her head with a resigned smile, seemingly making a concession. Fine. Learning sealing arts is indeed tedious. Since you don't want to learn, I won't force you. I'll teach you when you're older. I want to learn. This time, it was Mito's turn to be stunned. You? What did you say? Tsunade was practically overjoyed at this moment. The original her didn't want to learn sealing arts at this stage. Found it too boring. Wasn't this a godsend? If you don't want to learn, I'll learn it myself. She immediately stood up, facing Mito Uzumaki with a serious expression. Grandma, I want to learn sealing arts. But, didn't you say you didn't want to learn? Every time I brought it up before, you'd get annoyed and say things like, Grandma, my head hurts. Grandma, my stomach feels off. Grandma, I have plans with friends. What's gotten into you today? Tsunade's face flushed. The original Tsunade sure had a convenient excuse for everything. Before, I was being immature. Tsunade's mind raced, and she threw herself forward. She burrowed right into Mito's embrace, nuzzling against her like a pampered kitten. I've had a change of heart. Sealing arts are such an incredible thing. Not learning them would be a criminal waste. I can't embarrass Grandpa. Mito felt a tickle in her chest from Tsunade's nuzzling, but she was delighted. You little Grandma. Teach me, please. Tsunade looked up, batting her big eyes, doing her best to put on a pitiful, I really want to learn expression. This trick had worked on clients in her past life every single time, as long as she didn't speak. Sure enough, Mito looked at her like this and shook her head helplessly. You really? She reached out and gently tapped Tsunade's forehead. When are you going to drop that habit of being so impulsive? Tsunade flashed a cheeky grin. Never. But my determination to learn sealing arts is real. Mito smiled indulgently and helped Tsunade up from her embrace. All right, since you want to learn, Grandma will teach you. Which one do you want? She began counting on her fingers. The Een seal. I taught you the basics before, but you never practiced seriously. You can start over now. Adamantine sealing chains. The Uzumaki clan's signature sealing technique capable of sealing multiple targets simultaneously. 4-symbol seal. Useful for sealing chakra sealing techniques, and even-tailed beasts. 8 trigram seal. An advanced sealing method. Your grandfather used it back then to help me reinforce the 9-tail seal. And then there's the dead demon consuming seal. That one's too dangerous. You're not to touch it. And also, Mito finished and looked at Tsunade. Pick one. Tsunade's eyes gleamed as she listened to the list of names. The Een seal. Adamant sealing chains. For symbol seal. 8 trigram seal. They were all signature Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. She took a deep breath, her gaze burning with intensity. Then she extended her right hand's 5 fingers, slowly curling them into a fist, and looked at Mito Uzumaki. I want them all. Uzumaki Mito's face twitched repeatedly. She was utterly speechless at her granddaughter, either not learning at all or wanting to learn everything at once. How could it be that easy? Could it be that she's just acting on a whim and will quit after a few days? Mito looked at Tsunade with suspicion. Tsunade, however, wore an expression of complete certainty. Mito sighed, biting off more than you can chew. Each sealing technique requires years of accumulation and refinement. If you try to take them all at once, you'll end up mastering none. Tsunade nodded firmly. Don't worry, Grandma, I understand. I didn't mean I'd learn them all at once. I meant one by one slowly. Let's start with the Ine seal. Really? Uzumaki Mito was pleasantly surprised, as if she hadn't expected her granddaughter to genuinely change her ways. Tsunade grinned and pulled Mito to her feet. Don't worry, Grandma, I've truly made up my mind this time. I'll definitely carry on the legacy of the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Mito felt gratified. She reached out and ruffled Tsunade's golden hair. All right, since you've made up your mind, Grandma, we'll teach you properly. The two sat back down by the soft couch. Mito's expression turned serious as she began to explain. The so-called Ine seal technique is to store the excess chakra in your body bit by bit, and over time it forms a mark. As she spoke, she raised a finger to point at the pale purple diamond-shaped mark on her own forehead. You see, this is what a fully formed Ine seal looks like. The stored chakra can be called upon at critical moments, and it also maintains bodily functions and slows aging. Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she stared at the mark. Mito shifted the topic, lowering her voice. However, there's one thing. Until the Ine seal mark is fully formed, your strength won't increase at all. This process will take about a year. Mito reminded softly, secretly watching Tsunade's reaction. After all, it was precisely for this reason that the previous Tsunade had refused to practice the Ine seal. She absolutely wouldn't train it. Her two teammates, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, were getting stronger every day, especially that kid named Jiraiya. He'd recently learned Sage Mode at Mount Mayaboku and was growing rapidly. In the past, Tsunade would fly off the handle at the thought of her strength stagnating for a year. She'd say things like, I'll be the dead last after a year, or I don't want to be at the bottom, and then find any excuse to run off. Mito had prepared herself for Tsunade to change her mind again. But this time Tsunade's reaction was completely unexpected. A year? That fast? Tsunade's eyes lit up and she nearly jumped off the couch. She remembered that in the later timeline Sakura took a full 3 years to successfully form the Ine seal mark. For her it was only a year. Is it because of my constitution? With Senju and Uzumaki blood, she had double the physical boost, and her chakra reserves rival the tailed beasts. Naturally, her training would be twice as efficient. That must be it. Tsunade was overjoyed. This was an unexpected bonus. She immediately patted her chest and promised. Don't worry, Grandma, I won't go anywhere this year. I'll focus solely on sealing techniques. I'll definitely inherit all the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts. Looking at her granddaughter's burning gaze, Mito felt the last shred of worry dissolve. In that case, over the next year, Grandma, we'll teach you sealing techniques properly. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out an ancient scroll, spreading it before them. The foundation of the Ine seal lies in the precise manipulation of chakra. You need to guide the excess chakra that leaks out daily strand by strand to your forehead. And there you construct a stable reservoir. Mito explained in great detail, and Tsunade listened even more attentively. She was no longer the restless Tsunade of before. She was truly settling down. While listening, she tried to mobilize the chakra in her body according to Mito's guidance. Time passed gradually. The sunlight outside shifted from the blazing noon to the lazy afternoon, and then slowly tinged with the golden red of dusk. The room was filled with Mito's gentle explanations and Tsunade's occasional questions. Until the sun was almost setting, the door was shoved open with a bang. Grandma, sis, I'm back. A boisterous, energetic child's voice came from the entrance. Tsunade immediately turned to look. A 7- or 8-year-old kid burst in from outside like a little cannonball. Nawaki. Tsunade felt a slight daze. Memories surged like a tide. This was the younger brother who in the original story died at the age of 12, Nawaki. This year he was 8. Tsunade's heart suddenly felt constricted. An inexplicable sourness and pain spread from the depths of her heart. She instinctively clutched her chest. Even through the thick flesh, she could feel her heartbeat quickening. Is this the original owner's feelings affecting me? The sensation was clear yet hard to describe. When she had first seen Mito, she had felt a similar resonance. But Mito had died after transferring the 9 tails within her to Uzumaki Kushina. That could be considered a natural death. But Nawaki, he truly died young. He fell on the battlefield of the Second Great Ninja War. He was blown to bits by an explosive tag, leaving no intact body. Tsunade clenched her chest and took a deep breath. Don't worry, Tsunade. Since I Gongzi have inherited your body and memories, your little brother is my little brother. Besides, my little brother is also gone. This life, I will protect Nawaki no matter what. As this thought rose, the inexplicable sense of oppression truly dissipated. Her mind was at ease. Nawaki had already bounced over to them. Grinning, he revealed a row of small white teeth. Sis, Grandma, what are you doing? He curiously leaned and glanced at the unfolded scroll, then quickly pulled back. Sealing techniques again. They look so hard. Mito laughed and poked his forehead. You little rascal, you always come back making a racket. Nawaki grinned, sheepishly pulled a rolled-up paper from his school bag and waved it proudly. Look, I got full marks on my exam again, haha. He threw his head back, laughing, hands on his hips, striking I'm the greatest pose. I'm one step closer to becoming Hokage. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh at his cocky attitude. She reached out and ruffled Nawaki's messy hair. Not bad, kid. You're doing better than I did back then. Nawaki got even more excited. Of course, I'm the man who'll become Hokage. As he said that, he suddenly leaned close to Tsunade, lowered his voice, and asked mysteriously, Sis, I heard you scared off those bullies at the back mountain training ground today. Is that true or false? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. You're pretty well informed. Nawaki puffed out his little chest. Of course, as a future Hokage, my intelligence network has to be on point. Mito shook her head with a smile from the side. You haven't learned anything else, but your bragging skills have really grown. Nawaki stuck out his tongue, then turned and pounced into Mito's arms. Grandma, I'm hungry. Mito patted his back affectionately. All right, Grandma will cook for you. She stood up, glanced at the darkening sky outside, and said to Tsunade, let's stop here for today. You've already memorized the method for guiding the Yin seal. From now on, practice every day, and it will accumulate. Every day set aside 2 hours to learn other sealing techniques. Tsunade nodded seriously. I understand, Grandma. Mito smiled in satisfaction and turned toward the kitchen. Nawaki clung to Tsunade's side, blinking his big eyes. Sis, are you really going to learn sealing techniques this time? Didn't you say before you'd never learn them, even if it killed you? Tsunade glanced at him. That was then, this is now. Can't your big sister suddenly have an epiphany? Nawaki scratched his head. It's fine. It's just that you seem like a different person. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat, but she showed nothing on her face and flicked his forehead. Enough chatter. Have you finished your homework? Nawaki immediately made a sour face. Sis, could you not bring that up? No. You're so cruel. Thanks for the compliment. The siblings bickered. Everything seemed unchanged, and yet something was quietly different. Tsunade looked at Nawaki's childish face, and the protective urge grew stronger. Her gaze turned serious. The Second Great Ninja War would begin in 2 years. She still had time. She needed to learn the Yin seal. She needed to train the 8 gates. She needed to refine her medical ninjutsu. And taijutsu, that definitely required training. The Senju and Uzumaki physiques were a gift. But the 8 gates relied not only on talent. It required a powerful physical body to support it. It demanded relentless exercise. Uzumaki Mito had said her strength wouldn't grow much for a year. That referred to the amount of chakra in her body. Because the excess chakra would be used to form the Yin seal. But physical improvement wasn't in that category. Decided. For the next year, besides practicing sealing techniques daily, I'll spend all remaining time training my body. Tsunade clenched her fists to pump herself up. The 2 lumps of flesh on her chest swayed back and forth. She glanced down at them and frowned. First step, get a combat bodysuit. Otherwise, these 2 lumps on my chest are too much of a hindrance. Strive, train. Half a month later at the backyard training ground. Huh. Tsunade gathered her chi and threw a punch. Boom. A half-person tall boulder before her split open with a crack, then shattered into 2 halves with a crash. Debris scattered across the ground. Tsunade slowly withdrew her fist, gazing at her handiwork with a satisfied nod. A bit of a humble brag, but this body's talent is truly beyond words. She rolled her shoulders, feeling the surging power within and the pectoral muscles that had grown tougher than half a month ago. She let out a sigh of admiration. They say success is 99 perspiration and 1 inspiration. But there's a second half to that saying. That 1 inspiration outweighs the 99 perspiration. Effort only determines the floor. Talent determines the ceiling. Like Might Dwayne, Might Guy, and Rock Lee. Those 3 who among them didn't put in effort beyond imagination. But their achievements. With the same effort, their strengths. Are worlds apart. That's the difference talent makes. Tsunade, as the Senju princess, was gifted with extraordinary strength. Perhaps she had truly worked hard on medical ninjutsu. Physical training. She'd bet anything the original body wasn't that diligent. But these 2 weeks, she trained almost nonstop. Up at 4 every morning for a run. Strength training at noon. Chakra control practice in the afternoon. Evenings spent memorizing sealing arts incantations with Mito. Every single day was packed to the brim. The dual lineage of Senju and Uzumaki granted terrifying recovery and chakra reserves, allowing her to endure training intensity far beyond normal limits. Tsunade was utterly absorbed. Mito watched with some concern, advising her not to push so hard. Tsunade would always agree. Okay, Grandma, I know. Then immediately go back to training. For a better future. A little hardship now is worth it. Tsunade's lips curled up as she reached up to touch her forehead. There a faint purple mark the size of a green bean had appeared compared to half a month ago. The prototype of the seal. For 2 weeks Tsunade stayed cooped up indoors. Under Mito's guidance, she had managed to cultivate the rudimentary form of the seal mark. The prototype was formed, all that remained was painstaking refinement. Steadily and consistently channeling the daily overflow of chakra into it, until the seal fully condensed into a complete diamond-shaped mark. Humph. Tsunade slowly exhaled, loosening her joints. It's been 2 weeks, and I've mostly digested the original body's memories. Time to head out for a bit. Those two are probably missing me, right? Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Normally they'd be on missions together. But Tsunade had submitted a 1-year leave request to the Third Hokage, citing focused cultivation of clan secret arts. As the princess of Konoha, would Sarutobi Hiruzen dare refuse? She'd pluck his whiskers off. Besides, the ninja world was relatively peaceful now, as she wouldn't be missed. Tsunade casually peeled off her sticky training suit, revealing the sweat-soaked undershirt beneath. She was about to head inside for a shower. Suddenly she stopped in her tracks. A thought struck her out of nowhere. Wait. Tsunade looked down at herself, then glanced into the distance. A lecherous grin slowly spread across her face. Since I'm heading out anyway, why bother showering at home? Konoha's women's bathhouse. Slurp slurp. Tsunade sucked back a drop of drool, letting out a sly chuckle, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. In her past life, as a near-total man, the women's bathhouse was always a legendary forbidden zone. She had longed to see it, but never had the chance. But now, who was she? Tsunade, a woman. Walking into the women's bathhouse was perfectly legitimate, righteously justified, and utterly natural. She quickly wiped the sweat from her body with a towel, pulled a clean casual outfit from the wardrobe, grabbed a fresh towel and a change of underwear, called out toward Mito's room, "Grandma, I'm done training all sweaty. I'm heading out for a bath." With that, without waiting for a reply, she dashed out the door. I can hardly wait. After all these years, I'm finally going to set foot in a women's bathhouse. Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Those two were nothing compared to the allure of the women's bathhouse. They were long forgotten. Sister, march boldly forward, don't look back. Tsunade walked swiftly, humming a tuneless little melody. Passing villagers cast curious glances. Lady Tsunade's in a good mood today. Did she find a new gambling den? Can't be last time she lost even her headband. She'll keep it down. She'll beat you up if she hears. Tsunade paid them no mind, her head full of steamy visions. Her steps were so light, she seemed to float. Konoha's hot spring was on the east side of the village. A 3-story wooden structure. A warm curtain hung at the entrance with white steam billowing from within. Tsunade spotted the building from afar, her heart beginning to race. Almost there, almost there, almost there. She took a deep breath, slowing her pace to feign calm. But just as she rounded the bamboo grove that shielded the bathhouse from view, suddenly, a furtive figure darted past the corner of the wall ahead. Tsunade stopped and turned to look. A young man in combat gear with spiky white hair, crouched low, pressed against the bathhouse wall. Creeping along with great care, young and handsome Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Tsunade's eyes widened, barely stifling a laugh. Damn, he just finished a mission and he's already here peeping at the women's bathhouse. How shameless can he get? Tsunade instinctively followed him. 2 weeks of physical training hadn't been in vain. Her footsteps were far lighter than before. She crept up silently behind Jiraiya, who remained completely oblivious. Jiraiya stopped at the base of the wall. He glanced left and right, confirming no one was around. Then, gripping the cracks in the wall, in an extremely contorted pose, he pressed his entire body against the wooden exterior. His right eye pressed tightly to a thin crack in the wall. Left eye squeezed shut. Faint ecstatic tisk-tisk sounds escaping his lips. TCH, what a pathetic guy. She curled her lip in disdain. But even so, her feet were utterly rooted to the spot. Since I'm already here. Tsunade swallowed hard, looked around to confirm no one else was near, then cautiously crept closer. Right beside Jiraiya, she gripped the same crack in the wall and pressed her face against it. I'll just take a peek. See what's inside. But one glance was all it took. Her eyes shot wide open. Inside the bathhouse was thick with steam, blurring some of the view. But the gist was clear. Several young women were washing by the pool. Pale skin glistened faintly through the mist, water droplets tracing down curving forms. The sounds of splashing laughter and playful banter mingled together. Tsunade's eyes were utterly transfixed. Whoa. Her mouth hung open, lost in fascination. So this is the women's bathhouse. Outside the women's bathhouse, 2 figures, one tall and one short, one in white and one in gold. With almost perfectly synchronized lecherous postures, they crouched, their rears sticking out, pressed against the wall, straining their necks to peer through the crack in the wall. Both pairs of eyes were wide open, flickering with a similarly obsessed gleam. Jiraiya was utterly captivated, occasionally letting out a silly chuckle, completely oblivious to the person who had appeared beside them. Tsunade too had forgotten her original purpose. Her mind was consumed by a single thought. So this is what the inside of a women's bathhouse looks like. That waist is nice. Wow, That one's about the same size as mine. Involuntarily, she leaned even closer. After a long while, Jiraiya seemed to feel that this angle wasn't satisfying enough. Subconsciously, he shifted his body slightly, trying to find a different gap. His elbow accidentally brushed against someone. Sorry, he muttered, but then his words suddenly froze mid-sentence. Wait, beside him, he remembered coming alone. Jiraiya turned his head stiffly inch by inch. Then he saw a face inches away, also pressed against the wall crack, watching with rapt attention. Golden hair, familiar features. Who else could it be but Tsunade? Tsunade. Tsunade. Jiraiya's voice cracked. Cold sweat burst out from his back, streaming down his spine. It's over. He had planned to use his newly written make-out tactics to confess to Tsunade today. He had even washed his hair and changed clothes. He had even rehearsed his opening line 3 times. And now he was caught peeping outside the women's bathhouse. Did this confession stand a chance? Tsunade, you listen to my excuse. No, listen to my explanation. Jiraiya instinctively shielded his head, curled into a ball, and closed his eyes, waiting for the beating. Though he had now mastered Sage Mode and greatly increased his strength, the fear of Tsunade's monstrous iron fist over the past decade was etched into his DNA. Yet he waited for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The expected punch didn't fall. Jiraiya cautiously opened one eye. Tsunade didn't even lift her head. She was still pressed against the crack, wearing an obsessed, lecherous expression. Jiraiya. What's going on? Tsunade was peeping. What the hell was she peeping at? She was a woman. If she wanted to see, she could just go inside. If she was going to peep, it should be at the men's bathhouse. Ahem. Hey, Tsunade. Jiraiya whispered tentatively. Tsunade didn't react. Jiraiya blinked, then blinked again, confirming that Tsunade indeed hadn't noticed him. She's that absorbed. A woman watching a women's bathhouse, completely absorbed? Is this still Tsunade? Jiraiya felt his worldview severely shaken, but he didn't dwell on it. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. Now or never. He held his breath, hunched his back, and began to tiptoe backward. 1 step, 2 steps. He moved very quietly, but the startled cry from earlier had alerted someone inside the bathhouse. A young girl with a delicate figure rinsing near the outer wall. Seeming to have heard the faint sound outside, she curiously stopped, turned her head toward the crack, and even took a couple of steps closer. Through the misty steam and narrow gap, a dazzling, curvaceous silhouette suddenly filled the entire field of vision. Damn! She's coming! She's coming! Gulp! Tsunade heard the sound of her own swallowing clearly. The visual impact was overwhelming. She trembled with excitement. For a moment, she completely forgot to hide. Instead, she reflexively pressed her face harder against the crack. She wished she could shove her eyeballs through to see more clearly. Closer. Just a little closer. Crack. A faint sound of splintering wood. The wooden outer wall, built not very sturdy for ventilation, groaned beneath her. Let out a moan. Then under her relentless, unreasonable pressure, it finally. Boom! The entire outer wall, along with a small section of the roof, collapsed inward. Dust flew. Wood splinters scattered. Thick smoke billowed. Tsunade stumbled forward, nearly falling in with the wall. But she was quick to react, stomping her heel to steady herself. But the wall in front of her was gone. Just like that. The steaming interior of the women's bathhouse was completely exposed to the air. It had become a panoramic open-air bath. The hot pool, the washing area, the edge of the changing room. Everything, along with over a dozen women either soaking or rinsing, was laid bare. Time seemed to freeze for a second. All the women's movement stopped. In unison, they stared at this sudden hole. The dust cleared slightly. Then they saw, nearest to them, Tsunade still clutching her change of clothes and toiletries. And not far away in the smoke, a blurry figure that was hard to make out, but seemed to be a man's silhouette. Ah, pervert, run. Shrieks of various pitches exploded instantly. Water splashed. Figures scrambled. Towels flew. Inside the bathhouse, chaos erupted. White, pink, and wheat-colored bodies ran frantically through the smoke. All the parts that should be hidden were exposed. Jiraiya turned his head just then. Squirt. 2 streams of blood shot directly from his nose. In the sunlight, they traced 2 bright red arcs. But Jiraiya was Jiraiya after all. Even as blood flowed, his survival instinct suddenly returned. He wiped his bloody nose in one motion and turned to run. He had to escape while no one had seen his face clearly. But at the same moment he turned. A figure moved faster than him. You pervert, peeping at the women's bathhouse. Die! With a righteous roar. A fist brimming with monstrous strength and delivered with devastating force tore through the air. It struck Jiraiya's abdomen with pinpoint accuracy. PFF. Jiraiya felt as if he had been hit head-on by a charging rhinoceros. His internal organs instantly shifted. A mouthful of old blood mixed with still dripping nose blood sprayed out wildly. He didn't even have time to let out a complete scream. His entire body, like a baseball hit with full force, whistled across the sky. Turning into a tiny black dot in the air, it quickly disappeared into the distant sunset glow. Tsunade withdrew her fist. The whole process was clean and swift, without any hesitation. By then the women in the bathhouse had scrambled out. Some wrapped in towels, some wearing only an outer garment, some still clutching soap. A sea of white extreme chaos. Even worse, many people outside had already heard the commotion and run over. 7 or 8 heads poked out from the men's bath, craning necks curiously. Passing villagers also stopped. Everyone froze. The air was silent for half a second. Then the women realized and began screaming, covering themselves. One hand couldn't cover both top and bottom. Covering the bottom left the top exposed. Flustered faces red, tears welling up. They couldn't manage it all. The scene grew even more chaotic and indecent. Just then Tsunade, who had just punched away the pervert, darted in one swift step to the front of all the panicked women. She stomped hard on the shattered bricks on the ground. Bang! Thick smoke rose again, blocking the view of the men outside. Taking advantage of this moment, Tsunade turned and roared at the panicked women behind her, "Don't cover your bottoms. Cover your faces. Go to the changing room." This shout was like a thunderbolt, instantly overwhelming the chaos and crying. The women were stunned at first, then seemed to find a leader. Right? Cover the face. The face is the most important to hide. As for the body, well, they were all women, and now there was no time to care. All the women immediately moved their hands from below to their faces. Covering their faces, lowering their heads, they rushed toward the changing room like frightened rabbits. Tsunade stood still, swept her gaze over the curious villagers, then punched the ground directly. Bang! A deep crater appeared in the earth. "Get lost, all of you." Seeing such a violent scene, everyone swallowed hard. Forgetting to watch the show, they scattered as fast as they could. Only after everyone had dispersed did Tsunade finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew. With my performance, no one should suspect me, right? She glanced around a bit guiltily. With that nearly perfect reaction speed, it should be fine. Tsunade looked back, hesitated for a moment, then strode toward the women's changing room. No choice. After all, the younger sisters had just been frightened. She needed to comfort their spirits. This was what a woman should do. A dozen minutes later, Tsunade escorted a group of women out of the women's changing room. Due to her intimidating presence earlier, the area was now completely deserted. "Lady Tsunade, we owe you so much today. Yes, without you we wouldn't have known what to do. You are truly the guardian of all women in Konoha." The women looked at Tsunade with gratitude. She kept a straight face and nodded solemnly. "It was my duty. You've all been through a lot today. You should head back now." The women repeatedly thanked her, not daring to linger, and hurried away. Tsunade watched silently. Although she hadn't managed to bathe today in the changing room, under the guise of helping, she had personally assisted several trembling young ladies with their clothing. A hands-on experience that was quite fulfilling. Having had multiple close encounters, she felt satisfied. Tsunade thought happily as she watched the women disperse. She dusted off her hands and was about to slip away as well. Just then a young girl cautiously poked half her head out from behind the curtain of the changing room. Tsunade's eyes lit up immediately. This was it. The girl looked about 12 years old. Her skin was fair and delicate, her features exquisite, and her eyes were large and bright. She was a true beauty in the making. Clad in a light purple bathrobe, her hair was wet and draped over her shoulders with water droplets still dripping from the tips. "Lady Tsunade." The girl spoke softly, her voice tender. "Thank you so much for what you did just now." She stepped forward and bowed deeply to Tsunade. "If you hadn't stepped up and directed everyone, I don't know what would have happened." Tsunade immediately put on a kind smile and walked over, naturally reaching out to ruffle the girl's still damp hair. "Don't be scared, little one. With your big brother. Ahem, big sister here, no one can bully us women." Hearing this bold declaration, the girl looked up, her eyes shining. "Lady Tsunade, having you in Konoha is truly reassuring." "Haha, not at all. It's only right, only right." Tsunade waved her hand, overjoyed, and took the opportunity to ask, "By the way, what's your name, little sister? I don't think I've seen you at the bathhouse before." The girl blushed slightly and replied shyly, "My name is Uchiha Makoto." "Makoto, huh?" Tsunade was taken aback. Uchiha Makoto, the wife of the next Uchiha clan head, Uchiha Fugaku, the mother of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, the most beautiful woman of the Uchiha clan. No wonder she was so pretty. "Lady Tsunade, you know me?" Makoto tilted her head, curiosity in her eyes. Tsunade snapped out of her thoughts and laughed heartily. "Of course I've heard of you. The most beautiful girl of the Uchiha clan. How could I not know?" Makoto's face flushed bright red. "And no, Lady Tsunade is much more feminine." "Feminine?" Tsunade wrinkled her nose and sniffed. No feminine scent, just a strong smell of sweat. But she keenly noticed Makoto's sneaking glances at her chest. "Oh, I see. So that's the kind of feminine she meant." Tsunade's eyes twinkled. She boldly reached out and pulled Makoto into her embrace. "Oh, don't compare that. You're still young. Plenty of time to develop." As she spoke, she secretly took a deep breath of Makoto's faint fragrance to mask her own sweaty smell. MMPH. Makoto was pressed into Tsunade's arms, a bit breathless. But she didn't struggle. Lady Tsunade's body is so soft, so warm, so comforting. She looked up with eyes full of admiration. "Lady Tsunade, your skills earlier were amazing. One punch, and that peeping bastard was sent flying. I didn't even see how you threw the punch." "All that." Tsunade scratched the back of her head, a little embarrassed. After all, the one sent flying was her accomplice and scapegoat. It was just a bit of strength, no technique involved. Mikoto shook her head vigorously, looking serious. It's not just about strength. You charged and crushed the bricks, blocked the men's view, and directed our cover. The whole process was swift and decisive. It was truly impressive. Tsunade felt a bit floaty from the praise, but still humbly said, keep it low-key, routine operation. Mikoto watched her feigned calmness and couldn't help but laugh, then quickly covered her mouth. What's so funny? Nothing. I just think Lady Tsunade is really interesting. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Interesting. So strong, so interesting, and so gentle. Mikoto lowered her head again, her voice growing softer. I wish I could be like you. Tsunade looked at the girl's adoring expression, feeling pleased. She reached out and ruffled Mikoto's head again. If anyone bullies you outside, just drop my name, got it? Mikoto looked up sharply, her dark eyes blazing with fervent light. Really? When have I ever lied, eh? I'll remember. Mikoto nodded firmly, then after a moment's thought added softly, then, can I come find you later? So we can bathe together. Mikoto looked at Tsunade expectantly. Of course. Always welcome. Tsunade replied with a serious expression. Mikoto nodded vigorously, overjoyed. She looked just like a little fan who had been acknowledged by her idol. Tsunade was equally delighted. Tisk successfully gained a little fangirl. Though she's small now, her potential for growth is huge. Feelings like this. Gotta cultivate them from a young age. As she was lost in thought, rapid footsteps sounded in the distance. A young man in Konoha shinobi attire ran over quickly. The moment he saw Tsunade, his eyes lit up. Great. Lady Tsunade, you're here. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat, sensing something ominous. She released her arm from around Mikoto and turned around. What's wrong? Why the panic? Lord Jiraiya. He's severely injured. The shinobi gasped for breath, speaking rapidly. He was thrown from the sky just now and landed hard on the edge of the training ground. Several ribs are broken and his arm is fractured. Medical ninjas are treating him, but his injuries are too severe. He's on the verge of death. Please go see him. Tsunade's mouth twitched. At the time, she had only thought of sacrificing her comrade to save herself. It seemed she hadn't really controlled her strength. After all, she had just acquired this monstrous strength and hadn't fully mastered the difference between a friendly punch and a lethal blow. She really hoped she hadn't killed Jiraiya. I'm on my way. She didn't explain further, turning to Mikoto. Mikoto, let's call it a day here. I need to handle something. We'll bathe together next time. Mikoto nodded obediently. Okay, Lady Tsunade. Please be careful on the way. Tsunade chuckled. What do I need to be careful about? I'm not the one injured. With that, she took off at a sprint toward the training ground on the west side of the village. Mikoto stood there watching her retreating figure. That silhouette was tall, sharp, and carried a decisive energy that said she would go where she pleased. Her golden hair traced a beautiful arc in the sunlight. The hem of her clothes fluttered. She ran farther and farther away. Mikoto slowly pressed a hand to her chest. She could hear her own heartbeat. Thump thump. Fast and heavy. Lady Tsunade. So cool. I want to become a woman just like Lady Tsunade. The wind blew gently, lifting the hem of her bathrobe. Mikoto's little nose twitched slightly as she sniffed the lingering scent of Tsunade on herself. Lady Tsunade really smells nice. She murmured, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. But soon she clenched her small fists. I will get stronger. I'll become like Lady Tsunade. And I'll send all those horrible men who bully us flying. The setting sun stretched her shadow long. The young girl's heart quietly took root. At the edge of the training ground, Jiraiya lay on a wooden plank covered in blood. His face was as pale as his hair. Several medical ninjas surrounded him, bustling about. The light of the healing technique flickered on and off, but the wounds healed very slowly. 6 ribs broken, left arm fractured, right arm shattered, multiple internal organs ruptured and bleeding. The hemostasis technique is not effective. We need a stronger medical ninja. Go find Lady Tsunade. Hurry. As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps were heard. Looking up, he saw Tsunade rushing over, his eyes instantly brightening. Lady Tsunade, you're finally here. Lord Jiraiya is, I know. Tsunade interrupted him. She crouched down, directly looking at Jiraiya on the plank. Jiraiya, who had been lying with his eyes closed, was groaning. Hearing Tsunade's voice, he suddenly opened his eyes. Then he saw that expressionless face looking down at him from above. Puffed. A mouthful of old blood mixed with unstained stagnant blood spurted out directly. Tsunade, you listen to me. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her eyes carrying a clear warning. You what you? That gaze clearly spelled out words. If you dare say one more word, I'll beat you to death. Jiraiya's Adam's apple bobbed violently. He wanted to say, I was almost killed by your punch, and you were too harsh. His lips trembled twice. He forcefully swallowed the words back. I'm fine. The medical ninja beside him stomped his feet in anxiety. You call this fine? You're about to die. I said. I'm fine. Jiraiya suddenly raised his voice, then aggravated the wounds, grimacing in pain. Tsunade looked at his cowardly yet stubborn demeanor, almost losing her composure. All right, move your hand. She crouched down and placed her hand on the wound on Jiraiya's abdomen. Green chakra surged from her palm. Soft, precise, it carried a warm power that seeped into the wound. Mystical palm technique. An A-rank healing ninjutsu. Since Tsunade had fully merged with her original body's memories, using this technique was as easy as drinking water. No wonder the original Tsunade didn't train in other areas and focused solely on medical ninjutsu. Tsunade sighed inwardly as she treated. With this level of compatibility, it's easy to master casually, how anyone else would be too lazy to learn other things. She continued her movements without stopping. Jiraiya's body tensed up suddenly, then slowly relaxed. The wound began to heal at a visible rate. Torn blood vessels were reconnected. Broken bones slowly aligned. Damaged organs were mended bit by bit. The several medical ninjas beside them watched, their eyes wide with astonishment. This is Lady Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. Too fast. I haven't even seen how she does it. The internal bleeding has stopped. The ribs are also resetting. Is this what a genius is, eh? Tsunade didn't modestly deny it. In terms of medical ninjutsu, her talent was indeed extraordinary. In less than 3 minutes, Tsunade withdrew her hand and patted Jiraiya's belly. Alright, you won't die. She didn't pat lightly. Jiraiya let out a pained, ow. Easy, easy. I'm still wounded. Wounded? Tsunade glanced at him. I saw you were quite vigorous just now. Jiraiya. He opened his mouth, wanting to retort. He wanted to say something like, were you peeking too? But seeing Tsunade's eyes that were half smiling, he chickened out again. In the end, he dared not say anything. Tsunade stood up and glanced at the medical ninja beside her. Leave the follow-up to you. The bones just said they need to be immobilized. Though the organs are repaired, he still needs rest. He needs to lie down for at least 3 days. Don't let him move. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The several medical ninjas chorused, their eyes full of admiration. Tsunade nodded and turned to leave. After walking 2 steps, she remembered something. She stopped and turned her head to glance at Jiraiya, still lying on the plank. A corner of her mouth curled up. She walked back, crouched down, and leaned close to Jiraiya's ear. In a voice only the two could hear, she said slowly, next time, if I catch you peeping at the women's bath again, it won't be just 6 broken ribs. I'll make you lose your manhood. Jiraiya shuddered, his face turning pale. He instinctively clamped his legs together and quickly closed his eyes, playing dead. Tsunade chuckled, stood up, dusted off her hands, and strode away. She knew Jiraiya's personality. A dog can't change its habit of eating feces. Oh, a lecher can't change his habit of peeping. This guy would definitely continue to stake out outside the women's bath. But still, she had to say the proper words. After taking 2 steps, Tsunade paused again and turned to ask, by the way, where's that Orochimaru guy? Why haven't I seen him? Logically, with Jiraiya injured like this, Orochimaru should have come to check on him. Cough, cough. Jiraiya muttered weakly, his voice feeble. Orochimaru said he recently discovered an interesting forbidden technique and went home to study it. Told me not to disturb him. Tsunade nodded. That was indeed like that guy's personality. All right. She didn't ask further and turned to walk towards home. As she walked, she rolled her shoulders. She had been training all day, covered in sweat. Just now she had been peeping over the wall, then beating someone, then saving someone. After a whole set of intense activities, she felt sticky all over. Especially her underwear. Tsunade wrinkled her nose. I must go home and take a good bath. She quickened her pace. As she walked, the image from the crevice of the women's bath wall suddenly flashed in her mind. Steam rising. A sea of white flesh. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. Her steps home quickened. Seized the moment to savor it again. Satisfied. 2 hours later, Tsunade emerged from the bath, having washed and changed into fresh clothes, content and relaxed. Her wet golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, still steaming. She stretched languidly, feeling utterly comfortable. Indeed, there's nothing quite like a good soak followed by a little indulgence. Drying her hair as she walked toward the bed. Today had been a whirlwind of training, fighting, and saving lives. All she wanted now was to collapse onto the bed and sleep until dawn. Tsunade reached the bedside and just began to sit down. Suddenly, a familiar, yet unfamiliar dull ache settled in her lower abdomen. What's this? She frowned, instinctively glancing downward. There on her freshly changed pants, a small dark crimson stain was slowly seeping through. What the hell? Tsunade froze. Did I scratch myself bloody? Her first thought was that she had been too rough during her bath. Had she somehow damaged something? After all, she hadn't fully adapted to this body yet. It was possible she had misjudged her own strength. A wave of panic washed over her. Without a second thought, she raised her hand, and a green chakra glow emanated from her palm. Mystical palm technique. She pressed her hand to her abdomen, allowing the chakra to gently seep in and begin healing the wound. Yet instead of stopping, the bleeding only worsened. The dark crimson stain on her pants expanded visibly. Tsunade was utterly distraught. The mystical palm technique didn't work. Am I dying? Have I only been in this world for half a month, and now I'm about to croak? Her mind buzzed as she was about to scream for grandma, but then she stopped. Wait, this feeling, this location, this isn't an injury. This is that monthly thing women experience. Menstruation. Damn, how could I have forgotten about this? Tsunade's face twitched slightly, her expression incredibly complex. For a woman, this was perfectly normal. But for a boy who had lived as a man for over 20 years in his previous life, and had only been in this body for half a month, it felt utterly wrong in every way. Even though she was now physically female, deep down she still thought of herself as a man. How long does this last? Tsunade took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and quickly sifted through the original body's fragmented memories. A moment later, she opened her eyes, her expression even more complicated. Usually about 5 days during which one feels inexplicably irritable and should avoid strenuous exercise. I see. Tsunade rubbed her chin, suddenly enlightened. So that's why I hit Jiraiya so hard earlier. I broke 6 of his ribs and made his internal organs bleed. So it was because my period was coming, making me irritable in advance. She scratched her head, feeling a bit guilty. But soon that guilt was replaced by a more immediate problem. This is troublesome. Tsunade frowned. This was indeed a helpless aspect of being a female ninja. Depending on one's constitution, there were always a few days each month when combat effectiveness plummeted. She only had 5 days, which was relatively good. Some with weaker constitutions suffered for 7 or 8 days. No, 5 days without high-intensity training. Then what about my training? Tsunade suddenly sat up, only to feel another cramp in her stomach. She winced and clutched her abdomen. She was determined to become a master of taijutsu, unite the ninja world, and make all the beauties of the world belong to Konoha. 5 days a month without training, and in a poor state, even other training would be half as effective. That was 60 days a year, half a year in 3 years. Wasted just like that. No, absolutely not. This is nothing but a hindrance. Can I stop this thing? Tsunaga murmured, her mind racing. This situation might not be impossible to change. She recalled reading some materials in her past life about methods to stop menstruation. The first, simplest, and most brutal pregnancy. That would stop it for about a year. But Tsunade would never choose that method. Then, the second. Tsunade stroked her chin, continuing to think. Surgery. She wasn't a naive denizen of the ninja world, she was a reincarnator. Surgery to stop menstruation existed in her previous life. There was a minimally invasive endometrial ablation surgery specifically designed for women with heavy periods and persistent anemia. It could greatly reduce bleeding, but this caused irreversible damage to the uterus. And the most critical point. I don't know how to do it. Tsunade slapped her forehead. Not only did she not know, but the entire ninja world probably had no one capable of performing such an operation. Medical ninjutsu, no matter how advanced, was for treating injuries, poisoning, setting bones, and detoxification. Who would waste time studying how to stop a woman's period? Suddenly Tsunade's eyes lit up. If medical ninjutsu won't work, what about sealing jutsu? The sealing techniques of the ninja world were incredibly powerful. They could seal water, fire, tools, tailed beasts. Even a monster like the Nine Tails could be sealed. Sealing a little menstruation should be a piece of cake, right? Exactly. Tsunade slapped her thigh in excitement. I'll develop a period sealing technique and just seal it away. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Decided. I'll research a period sealing technique first. Tsunade nodded, firmly stood up, and prepared to fetch the sealing scrolls Mito had given her. But as soon as she stood up, a sudden dizziness struck her. Her vision darkened, her legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed. Did I stand up too fast? Tsunade steadied herself by the bed, shaking her head. No, something's wrong. She looked down at the floor. Then she froze. On the floor, in the few minutes she had been thinking, a large pool of blood had already spread. A dark red liquid had blossomed across the floor, covering a considerable area. Gulp. Tsunade swallowed hard. This much blood loss. She quickly searched through the original body's memories. There was never anything like this in the memories. The original Tsunade had experienced menstrual cramps, but the bleeding had always been normal. Never like this. It seems I've really overdone it these past few days. Tsunade immediately felt a pang of guilt. Thinking back, what had she been doing for the past half month? Waking up at 4 in the morning to run 100 kilometers. Strength training in the morning, lifting rocks, pounding wooden stakes. More physical conditioning at noon, frog jumps, push-ups, sit-ups. Chakra control practice in the afternoon, tree, climbing, water, walking, fine manipulation. In the evenings, she studied sealing techniques with Mito. 24 hours a day nonstop. The Senju and Uzumaki physique was indeed robust, and recovery was astonishing. But even that couldn't withstand such abuse. And then there was the matter during her bath. Ahem. It seems I've pushed my body too hard, causing menstrual irregularities and excessive bleeding. Tsunade clutched her aching lower abdomen and sighed. Indeed, no matter how strong the physique, it can't endure being pushed to the brink. She looked around the room, starting to search frantically. She needed to find something to plug the leak first. 3 days later, in Tsunade's room. Tsunade sat cross-legged on her bed, hands forming seals, her expression solemn. Secret art, Menzies sealing technique. She murmured, faint purple chakra patterns emerging at her fingertips. The patterns gradually formed a small sealing array. She then lightly pressed her finger against her lower abdomen. A faint ripple of chakra spread outward. The dull ache and heavy, unbearable discomfort in her lower abdomen vanished in an instant. The irritability and malaise that had persisted for 3 days receded like a tide. It worked. A look of ecstatic joy spread across Tsunade's face. She hadn't been idle these past 3 days. While enduring the discomfort of her period, she had frantically pored over the sealing technique scrolls Mito had given her. She had even shamelessly consulted Mito multiple times about the feasibility of sealing cyclical physiological phenomena. The look Mito had given her each time was utterly complex. Mito probably couldn't fathom why her granddaughter had suddenly taken such an interest in this obscure branch of sealing jutsu. Yet unable to resist Tsunade's persistent pleading, she had still provided considerable guidance. Now the results were in. The effect of this menses sealing technique was simple and direct. During menstruation, the sealing formula temporarily contained the menstrual flow within the body. It didn't make it vanish, but rather accumulated it. In simple terms, Tsunade's period originally lasted 5 days with bleeding and discomfort each day. Now with the seal active, the total volume of all 5 days was stored concurrently. On the final day, it was all released at once. The volume would be substantial. After the release, she would experience some weakness. But the preceding 4 days were completely unaffected. She could eat, train, and carry on as if everything were normal. Even after the elimination, there were no lingering effects. Moreover, this timing could be adjusted. She could choose to release it selectively on a future date. This way I've solved the problem of being weakened for 5 days every month. Tsunade clenched her fists excitedly. Being weakened for just 1 day a month is completely acceptable. I can train at full capacity for the remaining 29 days. She looked down at herself, nodded in satisfaction, then removed a blood-stained tampon from beneath her clothing. She casually tossed it into the trash bin. Finally done with having to use this thing, Tsunade let out a long, satisfied sigh. Thinking back on these past 3 days, she had to wear one every day. Walking was awkward, training was awkward, even sleeping carried the fear of leakage. It had really annoyed Tsunade, but now she was finally liberated. Indeed, technology. On no ninjutsu changes lives. She thought, happily hopping off the bed and stretching her limbs. She felt light and energetic throughout her body. While the seal is still active, I need to make up for the training I missed these 3 days. Tsunade cracked her knuckles, ready to head to the backyard for a few more sets of squats. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from the door. Tsunade paused mid-motion and called out, "Who is it?" Her family's residence was quite large, but Mito Uzumaki preferred quiet. Or rather, her status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki made it unsuitable for her to have too much contact with others. So usually only the 3 of them, grandmother and grandchildren, were home. With a knock at the door, it was naturally Tsunade who went to answer it. "It's me, Orochimaru." A clear, slightly husky voice sounded from outside. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Orochimaru? What's he doing here?" She wasn't particularly surprised. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were teammates she was bound to meet sooner or later. She had already pleasantly met Jiraiya. The encounter had been quite harmonious. Next up was Orochimaru. Tsunade took a deep breath, relaxed her expression, and walked towards the door. She opened the door. Outside stood a young man. Pale skin, golden slit pupils. Long black hair draped over his shoulders. It was Orochimaru in his youth. Young Orochimaru. At this point, he didn't yet possess the sinister, cold aura he would later develop. He just seemed somewhat aloof and unapproachable. "What's up?" Tsunade spoke in her usual tone, leaning against the doorframe with an air of get to the point quickly. Orochimaru seemed accustomed to her attitude, his expression unchanged as he stated directly, "I heard that Jiraiya got injured. I plan to go visit him." Tsunade. She looked at Orochimaru with a strange expression. "Going to visit Jiraiya? And you want me to come along?" Orochimaru nodded earnestly. "Yes. Since we'll be going on missions together soon, I feel that if you visit him as well, he might recover faster." Tsunade's face twitched. The logic wasn't wrong. Visiting an injured teammate together could indeed foster camaraderie and boost the patient's morale, especially when it came to her and Jiraiya. But the problem was, this time was different. Jiraiya's injury was inflicted by her own hand. If she went to visit him now, was it to check on him or to finish the job? Tsunade pursed her lips and waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it, I'm not going." She paused and added, "That guy got beaten up by me." Orochimaru. Oh, he blinked, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. He quickly accepted this reality. It seemed he wasn't the least bit surprised by the fact that Tsunade put Jiraiya in the hospital. After a moment of hesitation, Orochimaru spoke. "Next time, try not to hit him so hard. Without you, we're already stretched thin on missions." The statement was very blunt and very Orochimaru. The meaning was simple: you crippled him, so now the 2 of us have to do all the work, and I find it exhausting. Tsunade didn't take offense. That was just Orochimaru's personality. He hadn't turned dark yet. Apart from being a bit tactless and overly direct, he didn't have any malicious intent. It was purely the mindset of a research maniac. Efficiency above all feelings aside. Tsunade's eyes sparkled as a thought suddenly struck her. A grin spread across her face. She suddenly reached out, slung an arm around Orochimaru's shoulder, and pulled him towards her. Caught off guard, Orochimaru stumbled. He then felt his cheek and shoulder press into a soft, yielding cushion. Even her two planetary devastations deformed slightly under the pressure. They pressed tightly against him. Orochimaru's body went rigid instantly. His golden slit pupils contracted. A rare look of astonishment appeared on his face. He admitted that his relationship with Tsunade was fairly decent, but it hadn't reached this level, had it? Somewhat bewildered, Orochimaru failed to react for a moment. If Jiraiya were to see this, he would probably go insane. That was the paradise he had dreamed of but could never attain. Tsunade didn't mind at all. She brought her head close to Orochimaru's ear and whispered in a low voice audible only to the two of them. "Hey Orochimaru, I heard you've been working on some interesting experiments lately. Mind if I join in?" The warm breath brushed against his ear, making Orochimaru's body even stiffer. He turned his head slowly and stiffly. He looked at Tsunade, who was right in front of him, his golden slit pupils filled with confusion. "You're interested in my experiments?" Tsunade nodded immediately, her face beaming with excitement. She wasn't faking it. She was genuinely interested. Although she possessed the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines, in others' eyes that was an extraordinary lineage, a noble heritage. But Tsunade knew very well that this bloodline was nothing special. Compared to the physique of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, it fell far short. Even her ultimate trump card, Creation Rebirth, which she developed later, was barely equivalent to Hashirama's passive regeneration. It was utterly incomparable. Since she was determined to become stronger all around, she had to overcome the limitations of her own bloodline, even if she couldn't fully revert to an ancestral state matching Hashirama's monstrous physique. Achieving even half of it would be incredibly powerful, and Orochimaru was the key to her bloodline atavism project. Who else could she turn to? Orochimaru looked at the excitement in Tsunade's eyes, silent for a few seconds. "I can let you join, but you can't hit me." "Tsunade." She blinked, then burst out laughing. "Hee, don't worry. I'm not the type to go around hitting people." Orochimaru looked at her with clear suspicion, his golden eyes full of disbelief. Jiraiya was still lying in the hospital right now? Tsunade felt a twinge of guilt under his gaze, coughed dryly, and waved her hand. "Oh, that was an accident. I promise I won't lay a finger on you. Come on, let's go to your lab now." With that, she released her hold on Orochimaru's shoulder and called out towards the house, "Grandma. I'm heading out with Orochimaru. If it gets too late, I'll just stay over at his place." Inside, Mito Uzumaki, who was sipping tea, jolted, nearly spilling her drink. She looked up, a helpless expression on her face, towards the direction of the door. This child. How can she say such things out loud? Is that something a young lady should just casually say? Mito sighed, shook her head, but ultimately didn't say anything more. She knew of the relationship between Tsunade and Orochimaru. And although Orochimaru's personality was a bit peculiar, his character was sound, and he wouldn't do anything improper. Outside the door, hearing Tsunade shout, Orochimaru's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. "You're staying over at my place." He looked at Tsunade with a strange expression. Orochimaru stood there, his gaze fixed on Tsunade with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. The golden slit pupils seemed to search her face for any hint of deception. "I'm telling you, don't try to fob me off with kid stuff. I want to see the real experiments, the ones that push boundaries." Her voice was filled with a demanding excitement, as if she were unlocking a forbidden door. Orochimaru pushed forward, fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. "My experiments might not be suitable for a lady's eyes." Tsunade glared at him. "Are you looking down on women?" "Orochimaru, it's not that." "Then stop talking and lead the way." "Very well." Orochimaru had no choice but to lead Tsunade, who had suddenly developed an interest in his work, towards his home. An hour later, Tsunade stood within Orochimaru's private research facility, hands on her hips, glancing around the room. She pursed her lips with a hint of disinterest. "What this is it?" The modest underground chamber was lined with various jars and petri dishes. Most of the containers held animals known for their hibernating habits. Snakes, frogs, squirrels, and the like. Some were still alive, curled into tight balls. Others had already been dissected. A number of petri dishes contained animal organs that remained active. Hearts still twitching, faintly, intestines still writhing. Orochimaru's primary research focus lately was the hibernation characteristics of living creatures. He sought to understand how their metabolism nearly halted during hibernation, to unlock the secrets of extending life. However, at this stage, Orochimaru was still confined to animal experiments. He hadn't yet descended to the madness of conducting experiments on human subjects. Tsunade was well aware that Orochimaru's shift in mentality wouldn't occur until he took Nawaki as his disciple and witnessed the boy die before his very eyes. Only then would he gradually veer toward that extreme, inhuman path of research. But now, that was still far off. Orochimaru watched Tsunade, her expression dripping with disdain. His face twitched slightly. He had to admit he'd underestimated just how thick-skinned Tsunade was. The things in his lab would make most ordinary girls uncomfortable. Even some male shinobi felt both physical and psychological unease. Yet Tsunade was completely unfazed. "She really isn't a woman," Orochimaru muttered under his breath. Of course he dared not say it aloud. Tsunade circled the lab once, finding it rather dull. She walked up to Orochimaru, stared at his face for a long moment, then suddenly broke into a playful grin. Hey Orochimaru. My. So is this all you're researching these days, eh? Tsunade gestured at the array of jars and containers around them. Orochimaru blinked then nodded. Indeed. The hibernation habits of animals hold great research value. Currently this is my sole focus. His voice was as flat as ever, betraying no emotion. Tsunade's lips curled upward as she fixed her gaze on him and pressed on. And what's the next step? The next step? Caught off guard by her question, Orochimaru opened his mouth as if to speak. But after a moment's hesitation he remained silent. After animal experiments are completed, the next step would undoubtedly be humans. It was the inevitable progression of all biological research. Yet such words could never be spoken aloud. If his true intentions were ever revealed, that he wished to experiment on human bodies, the consequences would be dire. At best his research would be banned. At worst he'd be branded a dangerous individual under surveillance. Tsunade saw through him instantly. She let out a sly chuckle and leaned in close to Orochimaru, lowering her voice to a whisper only the two of them could hear. Orochimaru, are you interested in my body? Orochimaru's face froze in astonishment, his golden slit pupils widening slightly. What? He wondered if he'd heard her wrong. Tsunade wasted no time. She stepped directly in front of him, squared her shoulders, and enunciated each word clearly. I'm asking if you're interested in the bodies of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. My body. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, sizing Tsunade up with a wary look. He couldn't discern her true intentions behind such a statement. Was this a test? Or a trap? Tsunade shrugged. You study the mysteries of life, and eventually you'll inevitably turn to human subjects. To prevent you from straying down the wrong path, conducting secret human experiments, and ending up hunted as a rogue ninja, I'm offering myself as your experiment and research subject. She thumped her chest, producing a solid thud. So what do you think? Aren't I a true friend? Orochimaru. He fell silent for a full 10 seconds. His golden eyes bore into Tsunade as if trying to see straight through her. Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking? Tsunade shot back. Though a smile lingered on her face, the sincerity in her voice was unmistakable to Orochimaru. Tsunade was not joking. Why? Orochimaru furrowed his brow. He'd considered many possibilities. Was Tsunade here to spy on him? Was she sent by the teacher? Or did she have some other agenda of her own? But none of those reasons would justify the princess of Konoha, granddaughter of the First Hokage, participating in matters that clearly violated Konoha's principles. Tsunade glanced at Orochimaru, flashing 2 rows of white teeth with a cheeky grin. Then she cleared her throat and suddenly struck a bizarre pose. Right hand on her hip, left hand raised high, pointing at the ceiling. Left foot stepped forward. Her body leaned slightly forward. Orochimaru. Before he could react, Tsunade declared in a dramatic sing-song voice, since you've asked so earnestly, I shall graciously answer you. To prevent Konoha from being destroyed. To protect the peace of Konoha. To uphold love and the true essence of mischief. The lovely and charming princess of Konoha. I Tsunade am the golden flash darting through the shinobi world. White hole. A bright white tomorrow awaits us. That's right. Meow, Orochimaru. He stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with utter bewilderment and confusion. He scrutinized Tsunade from head to toe, as if seeing her for the first time, though he had no idea why she'd suddenly transformed like this. This wild, quirky side of her, he actually rather liked it. Before Orochimaru could respond, Tsunade stepped forward and delivered a heavy smack onto Orochimaru's shoulder. When your big sis here becomes Hokage, I'll fully support your research. Money, manpower, facilities, whatever you need. So what do you say? Touched yet? Orochimaru's pupils contracted. Hokage. So that's your ultimate goal, eh? Orochimaru finally understood. Understood why Tsunade had said all that, gone around in such a long circle. What her true endgame was. It was to get him to support her bid for Hokage, using research support as a bargaining chip to secure Orochimaru's political backing. Orochimaru smiled. Hokage. He had no interest. All he wanted was experimentation, to probe the mysteries of life, to unravel the riddle of immortality. The title of Hokage meant nothing to him, but if someone could provide full support on his path of research, then yes, he would back them. And especially if that someone was Tsunade. Orochimaru looked at her and slowly stretched his lips into a stiff smile. Very well. It's a deal. Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she immediately extended her hand, holding it in midair. Clap on it. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, then slowly reached out his hand. Smack. A crisp clap echoed through the silent underground laboratory. The pact between Orochimaru and Tsunade was struck unbeknownst to anyone. Quietly sealed. Tsunade withdrew her hand, beaming. Pleasure doing business. Orochimaru gave a silent nod. But in his eyes there was something that hadn't been there before. At that moment Tsunade suddenly shifted the conversation. But before that you need to do me a favor first. What favor? Help me study the Senju and Uzumaki constitution. Tsunade patted her chest. I want to know if there's a way to elevate my physique to the next level. Like atavism. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with intrigue. Atavism. For the Senju clan, that would mean a constitution on the level of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Interesting. Orochimaru licked his lips, a gleam of excitement flashing in his eyes. Very interesting. Then it's settled. Tsunade clapped her hands. You help me research my constitution, and I'll help you secure research resources. Once you achieve results, and I become Hokage, we both win. Orochimaru nodded firmly. For the first time today, he felt as though he was truly standing in the sunlight. Seeing his agreement, Tsunade wasted no time. She grabbed an examination table, lay down on it, and patted the headrest. Come on, my dear teammate, let's get started. Right now, Tsunade looked utterly matter-of-fact. Of course, I already told Grandma I wouldn't be home tonight. You didn't actually think I was joking, did you? Orochimaru gave a slight nod, not one for false modesty. He picked up several surgical instruments from the side and walked towards Tsunade. The two of them, one radiating scientific fervor, the other exhibiting an eager thrill at being studied. By any measure, neither of them seemed entirely normal. Early the next morning, as dawn barely broke, Tsunade rose from Orochimaru's experimental bed and stretched lazily. Her bones crackled with sharp, crisp sounds. She casually grabbed the clothes draped over the chair back and slipped them on. While fastening the buttons, she glanced at Orochimaru, whose eyes were shadowed with dark circles. That's it. Tsunade curled her lips, her face dripping with disdain. After an entire night of fuss, all that had been done was drawing a few vials of blood and measuring chakra reactions. Not a single ounce of substantial progress had been made. A subtle wry twitch crossed Orochimaru's pale face. He said nothing, merely lowering his head in silence. That night had indeed drained him thoroughly. It wasn't that the experiment was difficult, but rather Tsunade. What a crazy woman. Orochimaru muttered inwardly. From last night until now, Tsunade hadn't stopped for a moment. He felt that in his entire life, he had never been so mentally exhausted. Tsunade watched his look of wanting to speak, yet hesitating, and shook her head with a silent sigh. Indeed, the Orochimaru of now is still too green. This was nothing yet. Wait until this guy turned dark later. That would be a true scientific fanatic. Human experiments, forbidden jutsu development, immortality research. Whatever was most twisted, he'd dive right in. Now, he was nothing but an innocent young lad. All right, one step at a time. Tsunade didn't mind, as she had plenty of time. Things had to progress gradually. No one could become an expert overnight. She finished dressing casually, tied her long golden hair into a high ponytail, and waved at Orochimaru. I'm off. Dead tired, heading home to catch up on sleep. Take your time analyzing the data. Let me know when you have results. Oh, and keep it confidential, especially the blood drawing part. If you dare spill it, I'll say you try to take advantage of me. Orochimaru. He watched Tsunade strut away with bold, swaggering steps, silent for a long while. Finally, he sighed and lowered his head to continue studying the blood sample in his hands. Though the process had been utterly absurd, Tsunade's blood was indeed different from ordinary people's. With the dual lineage of Senju and Uzumaki, her cellular activity was astonishingly high. The quality and quantity of her chakra far exceeded normal standards. There was even a faint sense that something was beginning to awaken. Orochimaru licked his lips, a glint of excitement flashing through his golden vertical pupils. Interesting. Tsunade had no idea what Orochimaru was thinking, nor did she care. She needed Orochimaru. Likewise, Orochimaru needed her. That was enough. Stepping out of Orochimaru's place, the sky had just begun to brighten, and the streets were still deserted. The morning air carried the dampness of dew, cool and refreshing as it filled her lungs. Tsunade walked along, rolling her shoulders, feeling stiff all over. Lying on that hard experimental bed all night had been far from comfortable. Midway, her steps suddenly halted. Tsunade's eyes lit up as she looked toward the direction of the Konoha forests. Since I'm already out, going home would just be sleeping anyway. How about finding a secluded spot to test out the 8 gates? Once the thought surfaced, it refused to be suppressed. The 8 gates, that forbidden technique. She had been studying the notes she borrowed from Might Due for the past half-month. Combining this body's extraordinary talent for chakra control with the foundation of the Senju constitution, she felt that opening the first gate should be no problem. Let's give it a try then. Tsunade grinned, abandoning the idea of going home. She turned a corner and headed straight for the back mountain. This training ground in the Konoha forests was rarely visited. At this hour, with dawn just breaking, there wasn't a soul in sight. Tsunade found a secluded corner, glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. In her mind, she recalled the contents of the 8 gates notes. First gate, gate of opening. Removes the brain's limitations, unleashing 100 of the body's capability. Second gate, gate of healing. Removes physical fatigue restrictions, overloading the body to recover stamina. Third gate, gate of life. Further enhances attack and speed, the body begins to flush red. Fourth gate, gate of pain. Continues to boost attack and speed, but the body starts sustaining damage. Tsunade exhaled a turbid breath and snapped her eyes open. 8 gates. First gate, gate of opening. Open. BZZC. An invisible shockwave erupted violently from Tsunade as its center. Dust on the ground scattered in all directions, and the surrounding leaves rustled loudly. Tsunade felt as though something had punctured an opening in her brain. Her previously somewhat hazy vision instantly became razor-sharp. The veins of distant leaves, the dewdrops on blades of grass, even the fine dust floating in the air. All were visible with perfect clarity. Her control over her body had been elevated to an entirely new level. The contraction of every muscle, the stretching of every tendon, the pulse of every heartbeat. All were distinctly perceptible. So this is 100 bodily control. Tsunade raised her hand and examined her palm. She spread her 5 fingers wide, then slowly clenched them into a fist. Her knuckles emitted crisp pops, and power flowed through her fingertips. With these hands right now, the thought instinctively surfaced in her mind. If I performed surgery, the precision would be terrifyingly perfect. The next second, Tsunade shook her head vigorously. What am I thinking? I'm a woman who champions explosive aesthetics. Obliterating an enemy's head with one punch is my style. Who cares about medical ninjutsu? Tsunade cursed under her breath. The original owner of this body was indeed the future medical saint. The subconscious inclination toward medical ninjutsu was far too strong. Her mind kept drifting to scalpels, sutures, and treatment plans. No, this must change. Tsunade took a deep breath, suppressing the clutter of medical ideas swirling in her head. Continue. Her gaze sharpened as chakra surged once more. Second gate of healing, open. Deep within her body, it felt as if some shackle had been unlocked. The fatigue that had accumulated from staying up all night receded like a tide. Her spirit instantly invigorated, and her stamina rapidly recovered. She felt utterly refreshed, more energetic than after 10 hours of sleep. Not bad. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Removing fatigue limits. This effect was practically tailor-made for a training maniac like her. From now on, she could train during the day, use the gate of healing at night to recover, and continue the next day. A perfect perpetual motion machine. Not done yet. Tsunade grinned, and her chakra erupted once more. Third gate of life, open. A faint crimson began to spread across her skin, on her forehead, neck, and arms. Veins bulged one by one, writhing like coiling dragons. An aura of pale green chakra emanated faintly around her body. The very air seemed to warp slightly under its pressure. Power and speed were elevated yet another notch. Tsunade felt that with one punch right now, she could blast straight through a wall. Still not done. She let out a low shout as chakra churned wildly. Fourth gate of pain, open. BZZC. The crimson on her skin deepened rapidly, turning dark red. Her veins bulged even more prominently, making her look like a boiled shrimp. Savage power surged within her body, nearly tearing free from the confines of her skin. Dense green steam burst forth around her, enveloping Tsunade completely. The ground began to crack, and debris was lifted by the chakra currents suspending midair. The fourth gate, the watershed of the 8 gates. From this point onward, it entered the danger zone. Though attack speed and power received a massive boost, the body had already begun to sustain damage. Muscle tears, blood vessel ruptures, skeletal strain. Tsunade could distinctly feel the subtle aches emanating from within her body. Can I go further? She assessed her physical state, hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. No, for a first opening of the gates, better to play it safe. She had a feeling that the 5th gate of closing was also within her reach now. With the Senjizumaki constitution, enduring the strain of the 5th gate should be manageable. But this was, after all, her first attempt. Her body needed time to adapt. Besides, she could sense that with her current physical condition, the 5th gate was already her limit. To open the 6th and 7th gates was a long road ahead. She'd have to keep pushing her physical training to the brink. However, Tsunade grinned, glancing at a half-person-tall boulder not far away. Since I've already opened the 4th gate, not testing its power would be a waste. She leaned her body slightly forward and bent her knees. The next moment, swish. A blur of motion was all that remained in her place as Tsunade transformed into a streak of green light, instantly appearing beside the boulder. Her right fist pulled back, muscles tense, chakra flooding in wildly. Hurrah! One punch unleashed. Boom. Ka boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the valley. The multi-meter-tall boulder under that single punch burst apart instantly. Debris scattered like a violent rainstorm. The largest pieces were no bigger than a fist, and much of it had already been reduced to powder. Dust filled the air, and a deep crater was gouged into the ground. Tsunade withdrew her fist, standing amidst the swirling dust, surveying her handiwork with a satisfied nod. Not bad at all. She grinned, her mood soaring. The 8 gates, monstrous strength, Senju constitution. This combination was truly something. Wrap it up. Tsunade brushed the dust off her hands and released the 8 gates. The crimson on her skin quickly faded, veins receded, and the green steam dissipated. A slight wave of weakness washed over her body. The aftereffects of opening the 4th gate were setting in. Still, it was within acceptable limits. Time to head home. Bath, dim sum, and beauty sleep. Tsunade hummed a tune, striding off with an unapologetically swaggering gait, utterly pleased with herself. Having pulled an all-nighter and then opened the fourth gate, she just wanted to go home, soak in a hot bath, and collapse in a bed to sleep until the end of time. Training. She'd deal with that after waking up. Shortly after Tsunade left, a figure came jogging into the training ground, chanting 1212 in rhythm. Green spandex bodysuit, bowl-cut hair, and thick eyebrows. It was Might Dewey out for his morning training. Rain or shine, he woke up before dawn every day without fail. 10 laps around the back mountain, then 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, and 1,000 squats. Today was no exception. However, when he reached the clearing where he usually trained, Might Dewey was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the deep crater before him and the scattered debris and stone dust. He then glanced at the spot where a half-person tall boulder had once stood. Now it was empty. Huh. Might Dewey blinked, then rubbed his eyes. Who smashed the rock I used for training? He crouched down, picked up a piece of rubble, and squeezed it. Powder trickled through his fingers. This. What level of power would that take? Might Dewey murmured, a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes, but it quickly shifted into excitement. Whoever it was. To achieve this level, they must be a taijutsu master. A kindred spirit of youth. I must find them. And spar with them. Burn our youth together. The green-suited youth clenched his fists, flames of fierce determination blazing in his eyes. Tsunade slept until the afternoon. Just as she was dreaming of being surrounded by beauties, a frantic knocking at the door jolted her awake. Who is it? She scrambled out of bed, her golden hair a wild mess, her face etched with the unmistakable fury of a disturbed slumber. She yanked the door open. Standing outside was a figure in ANBU attire, an animal mask concealing his face. Umbu, what do you want? Tsunade's tone was harsh, her brows furrowed in irritation. The ANBU operative, sensing the fire in her voice, shifted awkwardly behind his mask. He quickly stepped back and spoke with deference. Lady Tsunade, the third Hokage requests your presence at the Hokage building. The third, eh? What does the old man want with me? I'm not certain, my lady. You'll find out when you get there. The EMBU's voice was stiff. Tsunade yawned, scratching her head. All right, fine. I'll take a shower and head over. With that, she slammed the door shut with a bang. Had anyone else spoken to an ANBU like that and kept the Hokage waiting, the operative would have coldly warned them to proceed immediately. But this was Tsunade. The ANBU's lips twitched beneath his mask, yet he dared not utter a word of protest. They all knew too well the terror of Lady Tsunade. Just days ago, she had sent her teammate Jiraiya to the hospital with 6 broken ribs. He had barely survived. Who would dare provoke such a ruthless woman? The ANBU silently retreated to the courtyard and waited obediently. Tsunade returned to her room, showered, and changed into fresh clothes. A white short-sleeved shirt, dark trousers, and a green coat. Simple and neat. She called out to Uzumaki Mito, who was sipping tea in the courtyard. Grandma, the old third Hokage wants to see me. I'm heading to the Hokage building. Mito nodded and advised, don't argue with Hiruzen. I know. Tsunade waved her hand and sauntered out the gate. She walked all the way to the Hokage building, ascended to the top floor with practiced ease, and arrived at the Hokage's office. Just as she raised her hand to knock, she tilted her head, thought for a moment, then shoved the door open with a bang. She had little regard for formalities with the old third. Inside, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a large desk, pipe in hand. He didn't even look up at the sound of the door. The commotion left no doubt who it was. In all of Konoha, only Tsunade dared to barge into his office without knocking. Tsunade swaggered over to the desk, plopped down in the opposite chair, and crossed her legs. Old man, what's up? Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe and looked at her with a resigned sigh. Still so unruly. Rude. You're not a stranger. Tsunade pursed her lips and got straight to the point. What's the matter? Spit it out. I've got training later. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, choosing not to argue. He pointed to a rolled-up object on the desk. For you. For me, eh? Tsunade blinked, rose, and leaned over. The bundle was wrapped in red cloth tied with a golden ribbon. She untied the ribbon and unfolded the cloth. Inside was a silk banner. Red fabric with golden trim inscribed in black ink. To Lady Tsunade, Konoha's foremost fist guardian of women's peace. Presented by the women of Konoha. Tsunade stared, blinked, and blinked again. Huh. I've become a feminist. Ahem. A female fist guardian. Who gave this? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and said slowly, the women from the bathhouse organized it themselves. He paused, glancing at her. That incident the other day had quite an impact. Many people participated. He added, you did something commendable. Tsunade shrugged, not denying it. This was hardly a bad thing. With this banner, if she ever wanted to stir up some fun and invite a few girls to bathe together, who would refuse? A sly grin spread across her face as she involuntarily swallowed images of fair skin flooding her mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave her a strange look. He had no idea what the girl was daydreaming about. He shook his head, tapped his pipe, and said seriously, I heard you want to become Hokage. Tsunade stiffened, locking eyes with him. So this is it. She had indeed been voicing her ambition to become Hokage over the past few days. Under the baptism of the will of fire, becoming Hokage was the dream of nearly every young person in Konoha. Tsunade had never cared for it before. Now suddenly changing her tune must have reached the third Hokage's ears through some attentive listener. Was he testing her intentions? Tsunade didn't mind. She said casually, "Yeah, I've been thinking about it." She wasn't entirely sure of Hiruzen's motives, though she didn't fully subscribe to the conspiracy theories about the third. Some things weren't baseless. She needed to tread carefully. This reaction seemed natural. Yet Hiruzen's response took her by surprise. The third Hokage showed no displeasure, instead a gratified smile appeared on his face. "Good. It seems you finally inherited the first Hokage's will." He took a drag from his pipe and spoke slowly. "Becoming Hokage is a heavy burden, but you have an excellent starting point." Starting point. Tsunade was puzzled. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at the banner in her hand. This. Her eyes lit up. The support of Konoha's women. "It's a good thing." Hiruzen nodded earnestly. "Since you're not going on missions outside the village this year, build good relations with the women here. I'll assign you some special tasks. Mediating women's disputes, training female ninjas, organizing women's events, and so on. Lay the groundwork for your future as Hokage. Let them become your allies." Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never expected the third to say such a thing. But the next moment joy surged through her. This was a license to properly build her team. A legitimate excuse. Openly interacting with the women of Konoha, cultivating bonds, developing relationships. What could be more satisfying? "This is great." Tsunade slapped her thigh and burst into a wide grin. "Thanks, old man. I won't hold back." Sarutobi Hiruzen watched her exuberance, shaking his head, but with a twinkle in his eyes. "All right, that's all. You can go now." "Got it." Tsunade grabbed the banner and turned to leave. At the door she looked back and flashed him a cheeky smile. "Old man, don't worry. I'll take care of Konoha's women properly." With that she slammed the door shut and disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair staring at the closed door, shaking his head with a soft laugh. That girl finally has something serious to do. He took a puff of his pipe and gazed out the window. "First Hokage, your granddaughter has finally grown up." Outside, Tsunade left the Hokage's office and walked to the window at the end of the corridor. She unfurled the banner, gazing at the words, "Konoha's foremost fist," her grin widening. Then she looked up and out the window. The entire village of Konoha lay before her, streets bustling with people, training grounds where ninjas practiced, and in the distance steam rising from the women's bathhouse. Tsunade took a deep breath, her chest swelling with ambition. Soaring ambition filled the heavens. She raised the banner toward the window and murmured to herself, "Women of Konoha, your queen has arrived." Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her face. Her golden hair shimmered. Tsunade grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "Legitimate license to build my team. Legally. This life is getting brighter by the day." She carefully rolled up the banner and cradled it in her arms. Humming a tune, she strode home with long, confident steps. 3 days later, Tsunade had just finished her morning's brutal training and was wiping off sweat. A figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard. It was an Umbu. "Lady Tsunade, urgent mission from the Hokage, very urgent." "Urgent mission?" Tsunade's eyes lit up and she slung the towel over her shoulder. The old man can do it. Getting a mission so soon. "What kind of mission?" she asked, secretly wondering which kind of special mission it might be. Mediating disputes, guiding training, or organizing women's activities. The voice behind the Umbu mask was anxious. "I'm not sure of the details, but it seems your medical ninjutsu is needed. The third asked you to see him first." Treating a patient. Tsunade immediately perked up. As a medical ninja, treating women of the ninja clans. This was a perfect way in. Moreover, she had crammed a lot of medical ninjutsu knowledge during this time. Combining her own talent with the original body's memories, she wasn't exactly at the same level as the original Tsunade. But she was close enough. "Wait a moment, I need to change clothes." "I'll be quick." "Lady Tsunade, please hurry. It's truly urgent." The Umbu urged anxiously. Tsunade ignored him, completely turning and walking into the house. Since she was going to battle, how could she not wear her battle gear? 2 minutes later, Tsunade came out. She wore a standard medical ninja outfit in deep blue with white trim. A nurse's outfit for Tsunade. After a moment's thought, she went back in and put on a white lab coat. Even more professional. "Let's go." The two quickly headed for the Hokage building. At the Hokage's office, Tsunade again slammed the door open. "Old man, what's the mission?" she said excitedly. Hiruzen Sarutobi dismissed the Umbu, closed the door, and his expression was unusually grave. He took a puff of his pipe and said slowly, "Hinata Sena is currently in obstructed labor, and her condition is very dangerous. The medical ninjas of the Hyuga clan have done their best, but the baby is stuck and both mother and child are at risk." He looked at Tsunade with a solemn gaze. "Do you think you can handle this?" Hinata Sena, the wife of the Hyuga clan head. Tsunade was taken aback, fragments of memories surfacing in her mind. Hinata Sena, the wife of the current head of the Hyuga clan. Gentle and virtuous, well regarded among the women of Konoha. She also understood Hiruzen's concern. If it were an ordinary injury or illness, he might have simply ordered her to go. But this was a difficult birth. If it went well, everyone would be happy and Tsunade would gain the friendship of the Hyuga clan. If it went wrong, both mother and child would die. Friendship would turn into hatred. Hiruzen didn't dare let Tsunade wade into this muddy water easily. He was testing her beforehand. Understanding this, Tsunade immediately became energized. No problem. I have experience with this. I'll go now. This was not a lie. In her previous life, a very close female friend secretly got pregnant and was afraid to go to the hospital. Tsunade, as her male friend, stayed with her throughout. She had learned a lot of childbirth knowledge online and personally delivered the baby. Although it was a difficult birth, in the end, both mother and child were safe. Combined with the medical ninjutsu talent of her current body, she had confidence. Hiruzen looked at Tsunade's eager expression, his brow furrowing even deeper. Tsunade, think carefully. If you don't do it, there's no mistake. But if you do and fail. He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Tsunade nodded firmly. Don't worry, old man. I know what I'm doing. She said this and ran off. Leaving the Hokage building, she sprinted all the way to the Hyuga clan compound. Her mind was racing. In the original story, although it didn't mention the relationship between Tsunade and the Hyuga clan, it should be fine, right? If nothing unexpected happens, this should go smoothly. And there doesn't seem to be any negative information about this. Tsunade shook her head, not overthinking. Let's see the situation first. Arriving at the Hyuga compound, it was already crowded with anxious Hyuga clan members. Men, women, young and old, all gathered outside the main residence, worry written on their faces. Inside, faint cries of pain could be heard tugging at everyone's heartstrings. Make way! Make way! Lady Tsunade is here. The Umbu escort shouted. The crowd parted immediately. All eyes of the Hyuga clan fell on Tsunade. It's Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. Please save Lady Sena. We beg you. Lady Tsunade is here. Sena is saved. Voices of excitement, hope, and pleading rose one after another. Although Tsunade didn't yet have the title of one of the three ninja, her medical ninjutsu was recognized as the best in Konoha. Seeing her appear, everyone seemed to find their pillar of support. Tsunade said nothing, just nodded to the crowd and strode toward the main house. Hyuga Soa, the clan head of the Hyuga family, a stern-faced man, but now with reddened eyes, hurried over. Tsunade, I'm counting on you. His voice was trembling. Tsunade nodded firmly. Leave it to me. With that, she directly pushed open the delivery room door and walked in. As soon as she entered, a heavy smell of blood hit her. Several female Hyuga medical ninjas were busy around the bed, but each of their faces was filled with anxiety and helplessness. On the bed lay a woman. It was Hinata Sena. She looked about 30 years old. Her face had been beautiful, but now it was as pale as paper, drenched in sweat. Her hair stuck wetly to her face and neck. She was moaning in pain, her legs elevated. The sheets beneath her were soaked in blood. Several medical ninjas were using the mystical palm technique to stop the bleeding, but with little effect. Worse still, Tsunade's gaze fell on Sena's heavily swollen belly. The skin was stretched tight, even showing the outline of the struggling fetus. But the fetus's position was clearly wrong. Lady Tsunade, an older female Hyuga medical ninja, saw Tsunade and looked as if she saw a savior. Lady Sena's baby is in a transverse position. It's stuck. We've tried several times, but we can't turn it. The bleeding is too severe. If this continues, both mother and child will. She didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Tsunade's heart sank instantly. She walked quickly to the bedside, placed her hand on Sena's abdomen, and gently released her chakra. What she sensed made her face even grimmer. The fetus was indeed in a transverse position, and the umbilical cord was wrapped around its neck. Sena's uterus, due to prolonged weak contractions, was already showing signs of rupture. There were multiple bleeding points. The situation was far worse than she had imagined. Damn! Tsunade cursed softly. In her previous life, her best friend had a difficult labor, but nowhere near this severe. This was dancing on the edge of death. Tsunade, save my child. Sena weakly opened her eyes and looked at Tsunade, her eyes full of pleading. Her hand lifted feebly as if trying to grab something. Tsunade grasped her hand firmly and said in a low voice, Don't talk, save your strength. I'll do my best. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Plans flashed through her mind. Caesarean section. Did the ninja world have caesarean section technology at this time? Even if it did, with the current medical conditions, the risk of infection was too high. Moreover, Sena was hemorrhaging heavily and couldn't withstand open surgery. So there was only one option left, to reach in with her hand and turn the fetus to the correct position. Then use medical ninjutsu to stop the bleeding and assist the delivery. All of you step back, Tsunade said to the Hyuga medical ninjas. Keep using the mystical palm technique, don't let the bleeding worsen. Yes. The medical ninjas immediately complied. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, quickly disinfected her hands with alcohol. Then she looked at Sena. Lady Sena, this will hurt a bit. You must bear it. Sena nodded painfully. Tsunade didn't hesitate, pressing both hands on Sena's abdomen again. This time her chakra was more precise and deeper. She had to first locate the exact position of the fetus and then, with her hand, turn it around. This process was extremely dangerous. Any slight mistake could cause a complete uterine rupture or harm the fetus. Both mother and child could die. That was also why others didn't dare to act. If they failed, the cost was more than they could bear. But now she had no other choice. Tsunade closed her eyes, focusing completely. The green glow of the mystical palm technique swirled in her palms. She had to maintain hemostasis while correcting the fetal position. This demanded an absurd level of chakra control. "I'm starting," she said softly, and her hands began to apply gentle force. Tsunade's hand remained inside Xing Nai's abdomen. The longer it stayed, the darker her expression grew. The feedback from her chakra was 100 times worse than she had imagined. The fetus was not only in a transverse position, but its head was also wedged at an extremely awkward angle, firmly pinned by the pelvis, impossible to turn. This was no ordinary difficult labor. This was a textbook-level lethal obstruction, nearly unsolvable under the medical conditions of this era. Tsunade tried using her chakra to gently push the fetus, but with each effort Xing Nai's pained groans grew heavier. Meanwhile, the fetus's vital signs became even weaker. Forcibly turning it could easily tighten the umbilical cord completely, or it could rupture Xing Nai's uterus entirely. If so, not only would the fetus die in the womb, but Xing Nai herself would likely die from massive hemorrhage. Cold sweat instantly trickled down Tsunade's temple. In this situation, with these medical conditions, must we truly face that ultimate test? A classic line she had once scoffed at, overused in countless films and TV shows in her past life, uncontrollably surfaced in her mind: save the mother or save the child. When watching dramas before, she always thought such plots were melodramatic and foolish. But reality had slapped her hard. In this ninja world with its limited productive capacity, there were no precision instruments, no modern surgical operating rooms, no sufficient blood banks or anti-infection drugs. Facing such a complicated, difficult labor, in many cases this was a cruel single-choice question with only two options. "Lady Tsunade, we beg you, please save our mother." Two sobbing, still immature voices suddenly sounded beside her. Tsunade was pulled back to reality and turned to look. She saw two boys of about 7 or 8, almost identical in appearance, who had somehow rushed to the side of the delivery bed and knelt at her feet with a thud. Both bore the standard Hyuga clan look: pale eyes, tear-stained faces, and in their eyes a last glimmer of hope amid despair. "I'm Hyuga Hayashi. This is my brother Hyuga Hisashi," one of the boys cried out. "Please, Lady Tsunade, you must save our mother." The two future twin stars of the Hyuga clan now cried like helpless, ordinary children. Tsunade's heart jolted. Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hisashi. This woman in difficult labor was the mother of the future clan leader. But the next second she was amused by her own thought. Xing Nai was already the wife of the current clan leader Hyuga Zonga. Wasn't it natural that she was the mother of the future clan leader? Why be surprised? Yet this obvious identity instantly sank Tsunade's heart to the depths. If it's her, then the outcome of this delivery looks very bad. She quickly recalled the scraps of information she had about the Hyuga clan. In the original story, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi were twin brothers. Apparently, there was no mention of them having a younger brother or sister. That meant this delivery had likely failed. Either choosing save the mother would sacrifice the unborn child, or worse, both would die. Tsunade's expression turned extremely grim, cold sweat seeping from her palms. She hadn't expected that she had still underestimated the situation. Her first task as a friend of women was a hellish hot potato. This was not about gaining favor at all. One mistake, and it would become enmity. Hiruzen Sarutobi's words couldn't help but appear in her mind. Tsunade took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and slowly withdrew her hand from Xing Nai's body. Her palm was covered with a sticky mixture of blood and amniotic fluid. She stood up, walked aside, and quickly washed her hands with clean water and alcohol. Then she turned to Hyuga Zonga, who had been waiting outside, but had now come in, unable to restrain himself. Hyuga Zonga's face was pale with a hint of lividity. He looked at Tsunade's grave expression, then at his wife, who was breathing weakly on the bed, his fists clenched until they cracked. Tsunade walked up to him, her mouth opening and closing, unable to speak for a moment. Seeing her hesitant and heavy expression, Hyuga Zonga instantly understood everything. As a clan leader, he had seen life and death, and had anticipated the worst. But when it truly seemed imminent, the suffocating pain seized him instantly. He moved his feet with difficulty and gestured for Tsunade to follow him to a corner of the outer room. Away from the bed. "Tsunade." Hyuga Zonga's voice was low and hoarse, trembling slightly. Can you save at least one?" Tsunade's body jolted. She looked up, meeting Hyuga Zonga's bloodshot eyes, which were swirling with despair, pain, and a final shred of humble pleading. He didn't ask, "Can you save her?" but "Can you save at least one?" This meant that the moment he had walked in and seen Tsunade's expression, he had already prepared for the worst and was forced to consider that cruel choice. Tsunade's throat went dry. She met his gaze. After hesitating for a moment, she finally gave a slow, extremely heavy nod. "I can." Those two words seemed to drain all the strength from her body. Hyuga Zonga's expression jolted first, as if receiving some confirmation, and his entire spirit seemed partially drained. He turned his neck with difficulty, his gaze passing over Tsunade to the woman on the delivery bed in the inner room who had been with him for many years. After several seconds, he forced out broken words from between his teeth, since that's the case. Then save. Just as Hyuga Zonha was about to utter the life and death word. Wait. Tsunade suddenly raised her head, her voice rising, interrupting Hyuga Zonha's words. What a ridiculous joke. Tsunade's expression was furious. Regardless of whether it was to save the mother or the child, once this answer came from Hyuga Zonha's mouth, it would inevitably become an eternal thorn between her and the Hyuga clan that could never be removed. This thorn would remain hidden in everyone's hearts. Outwardly grateful, but inwardly, they would constantly recall the forced cruel choice. This answer must never be heard. She couldn't even let him utter that word. Hyuga Zonha stood frozen, but Tsunade could no longer afford to care. Her mind raced at an unprecedented speed. Perhaps. There is another possibility. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately dashed back to the delivery room in a single stride, rushing to the bedside. She looked at Hyuga Tsunade, who was barely breathing, her consciousness already fading. She made up her mind instantly. Whether it works or not, we'll try. After all, the worst-case scenario is saving only one. Bet on it. Move aside. Everyone move. Don't get in the way, she shouted, pushing aside the several Hyuga medical ninjas gathered around the bed. Tsunade leaned down, almost pressing her face against Hyuga Tsunade's ear. She whispered in a rapid but clear voice, Lady Tsunade, listen to me. Your condition is very critical right now. The fetus is in a transverse lie, the umbilical cord is wrapped around the neck, and you have severe hemorrhage. With conventional medical measures, we can only do our best to save one. Hyuga Tsunade's unfocused eyes struggled to fix on Tsunade's face. Her lips trembled, using the last of her strength to squeeze out broken syllables. Save. Save the child. Tsunade. Please. I beg you. Definitely. Save the child. Tsunade's heart tightened sharply. This woman at the brink of death, and with her consciousness fading, still chose the child. Is this what a mother is? She slowly shook her head, her voice resolute. I will save the child. And I will also save you. Now I have conceived a plan. It's something I've been working on recently, and this is the first time I'm applying it in such a situation. The outcome is uncertain and the risk is high. But theoretically it should be feasible. Tsunade tried to make her expression exude confidence. Upon hearing this, a faint glimmer of light flickered in Hyuga Tsunade's previously dull eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by a deeper fear. She shook her head with all her might, a hoarse wheeze escaping her throat. No. Don't, Tsunade. I only want the child to live. Don't worry about me. Hearing this almost self-sacrificial plea, Tsunade's temper flared. Shut up, she growled, startling a nearby medical ninja so much that he dropped the gauze in his hand. Since when did I say the child couldn't survive? I promise you, if this plan fails, even if you know, I will absolutely ensure the child lives. All right. The words were blunt, sharp, and even a bit harsh. But strangely, they acted like a shot of adrenaline, stabilizing Hyuga Tsunade's crumbling spirit. She stared intently into Tsunade's eyes, as if verifying the truth of her words. After a few seconds, her tense body relaxed slightly. With extreme difficulty, yet astonishing clarity, she nodded once. What a foolish woman. Tsunade cursed under her breath with a dark expression, but her hands moved with immense gentleness as she wiped the sweat from Tsunade's forehead. Lie still, don't move. Leave it to me. The next second, Tsunade took a deep breath, her gaze becoming intensely focused and sharp. Her hands formed seals at a speed that left afterimages. Snake, ram, monkey, pig, ox, tiger. Meridian seal technique. At this critical juncture of life and death, what came to Tsunade's mind was nothing else. It was the obscure seal technique she had developed just a few days ago, intended to deal with her own menstrual cycle. The meridian seal. The principle of this technique was to use sealing formulas to temporarily encapsulate the periodically shed menstrual blood within the uterus. It was a sealing technique specifically targeting the uterus, and the baby comes out of the uterus. Tsunade's goal was terrifyingly clear. The baby couldn't be born due to obstruction, right? Then simply don't deliver it. Directly push the premature, malpositioned fetus back into the uterus. Then use the seal technique to seal the baby, as if it were menstrual blood. Using pure yang-attributed chakra to temporarily simulate the amniotic fluid environment, maintaining the fetus's life. As long as the umbilical cord remains intact, the mother's nutrition and oxygen can continue to be supplied to the fetus through the placenta and umbilical cord. Once time is gained, gradually use chakra and external massage to adjust the fetus's position within the uterus bit by bit. Transform it from the life-threatening, transverse lie into a safer cephalic or breech presentation for delivery. This process could be very lengthy. It would require extremely precise chakra control and long-term medical supervision. It would severely delay her own training time. But for this unborn little life that had already endured so much hardship, for this mother willing to sacrifice herself, and for the crucial friendship of the Hyuga clan in the future, Tsunade had almost no hesitation. Chakra coalesced in her palm. Complex sealing patterns came to life, spreading along her arm and finally converging at her fingertips. Meridian seal. Tsunade let out a low shout. The 5 fingers of her right hand were pressed together, covered in dense sealing chakra, and firmly placed on Nai's prominently swollen abdomen. Her left hand meanwhile guided the chakra along the lower part, gently pushing the tiny foot of the fetus that had partially emerged back toward the interior of the uterus. This process had to be carried out with extreme caution. Go back. Be good, go back first. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Tsunade's forehead as she murmured softly. Finally, she succeeded in pushing the fetus, which had already reached the doorway, back into the room. Immediately after, the right hand pressing on the abdomen shone brilliantly. The light purple sealing patterns expanded, constructing a temporarily stable internal environment with chakra, together with the remaining amniotic fluid that had not yet been completely lost. The fetus was sealed within a safe area inside the uterus. It's done. Tsunade could clearly perceive that at the moment her sealing formula was completed. The originally weakening life signs of the fetus suddenly stabilized. Although the surrounding amniotic fluid was scarce, the pseudo-amniotic fluid environment formed by her pure yang chakra, combined with the continuous energy and oxygen transmitted from the mother through the umbilical cord, was sufficient to maintain the infant's basic life needs. Ugh! With the completion of the seal and the repositioning of the fetus, Nai let out a short pained cry. Her eyes rolled back, and she completely lost consciousness. Excessive blood loss and prolonged mental strain had pushed her body to its limit. Mother! Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi, seeing their mother collapse, thought something terrible had happened and screamed in terror. Hearing his son's screams, the already anxious Hyuga Zongha could no longer restrain himself. He rushed in abruptly. In one glance, he saw his wife lying motionless on the bed, as if all signs of life had vanished. This usually composed clan head felt his vision go dark. His entire body swayed violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. Could it be? Still, just as he thought the worst had happened, a voice laced with obvious fatigue and impatience rang out. Relax, she's fine. Just passed out. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. They saw Tsunade slowly stand up, walk to the basin, wash her hands, and dry them with a clean towel. Then she turned around to face the group. She's temporarily out of danger, and the fetus is also fine. I used a sealing technique to temporarily seal the fetus back inside Lady Nai's body. At the same time, I used chakra to heal her torn birth canal and uterine wall, forcibly stopping the severe hemorrhage. As long as we regularly infuse the fetus with energy through the sealing formula, both of them will survive. After these words, the entire delivery room fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned. They looked at each other, their faces filled with disbelief and bewilderment. Sealing the fetus. Sealing it back into the belly. What kind of divine operation was this? Unheard of, unseen before. Medical ninjutsu could be used like this. Seeing the confused expressions on everyone's faces, Tsunade thought for a moment and rephrased it more bluntly. Simply put, the baby couldn't come out, it was stuck. Forcing the delivery would kill both. So I manually pushed it back in. I turned the mother back into her pre-delivery state. Understand? This blunt, almost crude explanation immediately made everyone understand. A medical ninja swallowed and murmured, a baby halfway out can be sent back. That sentence voiced what everyone was thinking. Tsunade glanced at the person. The amniotic fluid has already broken. Simply pushing it back in won't do. We need a special sealing technique to seal the child, recreating a maternal environment similar to before birth. Otherwise, the child will die inside the mother before long. So that's how it is. The Hyuga clan members in the delivery room wore expressions of sudden realization. Their gazes toward Tsunade carried even more reverence. The procedure sounded absurd, yet she had just pulled it off flawlessly. No wonder she was Konoha's strongest medical ninja. Even this was within her expertise. Tsunade flicked the water droplets off her hands and continued, the next priority is recuperation. Lady Senna has lost too much blood and is extremely weak. She needs intensive nourishment. Nutrition must be maintained and rest is crucial. During this period, I'll stay here and monitor her closely. She pointed at Senna's still swollen abdomen. Moreover, the sealing technique requires me to maintain it, constantly adjusting the fetus's position. No mistakes can be made during this time. Hayashi Hyuga's face was practically overflowing with excitement. He stepped forward about to bow to Tsunade. Tsunade, this time, we truly owe you. The Hyuga clan will never forget this debt of gratitude. All right, skip the formalities. Tsunade waved her hand, cutting him off. This is what I'm supposed to do. Now find me a room. I need a bath. She tugged at her medical ninja uniform, stained with blood, amniotic fluid, and sweat. It was sticky and reeked. She hadn't noticed it before. Now that she was aware, she felt utterly disgusted. Hayashi immediately snapped to action, instructing a nearby clansman. Quick, take Tsunade to a guest room. Prepare the finest bath and hot water, and fetch a new set of clan robes. Yes. The Hyuga clansman acknowledged and respectfully gestured for Tsunade to follow. Tsunade didn't stand on ceremony and went along. At the doorway, she paused and turned her head chin raised toward the Hyuga medical ninjas. You lot take turns using the mystical palm technique to nourish Lady Senna's body and restore her vitality. Be gentle with your techniques. I'll teach you the detailed steps tomorrow, and send someone to my grandmother's place to inform her that I'll be staying at the Hyuga compound for a while, so she doesn't worry. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade enjoyed a relaxing hot bath. She changed into the clan robes provided by the Hyuga. She felt completely rejuvenated, refreshed. For the next month, Tsunade made the Hyuga clan grounds her home. Her daily routine was quite structured. Every morning, she would first correct the position of Senna's baby bump. Then she'd check the ceiling state and the fetus's condition. Along the way, she'd also mentor the female Hyuga medical ninjas. In the afternoons, she'd find time to research sealing techniques. In the evenings, she'd continue the pre-sleep maintenance for Senna and the baby. Under her care, Hinata Senna's body was recovering at an astonishing pace. Time flew by. A month passed. Wah, wah, a loud, clear baby's cry filled the entire room. It's a girl. She's very healthy. Tsunade wrapped the infant in a clean cloth and brought her to Senna. Hinata Senna, weak and exhausted, leaned against the headboard, her face covered in sweat and tears. She reached out with trembling hands, gently touching her daughter's wrinkled little face. Then she looked up at Tsunade, her lips quivering as tears streamed down her cheeks. Tsunade, thank you. Thank you. Without you, we would have. Alright, don't get worked up right after childbirth. Tsunade carefully placed the baby beside her. Take a good look at your daughter. For her, you've walked right through death's door. The Hyuga medical ninjas nearby were also deeply moved. Lady Senna, Lady Tsunade is right. You are incredibly fortunate. Given your condition at the time, even with our utmost effort, the best outcome we could have hoped for was probably saving only one of you. It was Lady Tsunade who created a miracle. Hearing this, Hinata Senna cried even harder. She held her daughter tightly, thanking Tsunade over and over. Tsunade, feeling a bit overwhelmed by her crying, waved her hand. We're both women. If I don't help you, who will? Did you expect me to watch a mother and child perish together? There, you've just given birth and need rest. Stop crying. She gave a few more instructions about postpartum care. Only then did she leave the room under Hinata Senna's tearful, grateful gaze. Outside, Hayashi Hyuga was waiting with a group of clan members. Seeing Tsunade emerge, everyone bowed in unison. Tsunade, words cannot express our gratitude. My daughter's name shall be Hinata Haim, symbolizing the beautiful new life she received at your hands. What do you think? Hayashi's voice choked with emotion. Haim, that's a lovely name. It's your decision. Tsunade nodded, feeling a sense of accomplishment. She had saved 2 lives and earned the friendship of the entire Hyuga clan. This was a good deal. Even though the cultivation of her Een seal had been delayed significantly due to maintaining the seal and managing the recovery this past month. However, her application and understanding of sealing techniques had advanced by leaps and bounds, and she had secured the Hyuga clan a crucial voting block in the upcoming Hokage election. Worth it. She stayed at the Hyuga compound for one more day. After confirming that Senna and Haim were completely stable, Tsunade finally took her leave. Walking home, Tsunade stretched lazily. Though she hadn't done much physical labor this month, her mind had been under constant strain. Now she could finally relax. First, I'll go home and get a good night's sleep, and then... Hee. She was gleefully making plans. A figure appeared silently at the intersection ahead, blocking her path. Pale skin, long black hair, and golden slit-like pupils. Orochimaru. Tsunade stopped, a little surprised. What are you doing here? Looking for you. Orochimaru's voice was as calm as ever. Looking for me? If it's something important, why didn't you find me at the Hyuga compound? Tsunade walked closer. The Hyuga clan. It's not convenient. Orochimaru said concisely. Tsunade gave Orochimaru a slightly strange look. Not convenient. That probably meant it wasn't anything good, right? How long have you been waiting? 3 days, Orochimaru said. I figured you'd be coming out around this time. You waited 3 days? What's so urgent? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils fixed on her, a glint of suppressed excitement flickering within them. I've made headway on analyzing the blood sample you gave me. That fast? Tsunade's eyes lit up. Before leaving, she had indeed given Orochimaru some of her blood for research on her unique constitution. She didn't expect progress in just over a month. She had definitely found the right person. But Orochimaru's tone shifted, carrying a hint of gravity. I've hit a bottleneck. The current samples and data can only be analyzed to a certain point. To verify my hypothesis and break through this barrier, I need a higher grade, more active cell sample for comparison and stimulation. A higher grade cell? Tsunade was taken aback. A possibility instantly flashed through her mind. She looked at Orochimaru, her throat moving slightly as she swallowed, and said with a hint of uncertainty, you mean? You need my grandfather's cells. The first Hokage Hashirama Senju's cells. Orochimaru looked at her. Slowly, with absolute certainty, he gave a deep nod. Exactly. Hey, but my grandfather is already dead. Tsunade's eyes widened as she stared at Orochimaru with an exaggerated expression. Orochimaru remained silent. His golden slit pupils fixed on her, devoid of any ripple, only a faint calm. You You don't mean to ask me to. Tsunade trailed off mid-sentence. Orochimaru continued his silence. There were words he couldn't say, but he believed Tsunade had already understood. Two words blazed in Tsunade's mind: grave robbing. The man was dead, but his body remained. Want to get some cells of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Simple. Open the grave, take a tissue sample from the corpse. Honestly, Tsunade felt no psychological burden. After all, she had only been here for a little over a month. She had never even met this grandfather, Hashirama Senju. She hadn't even glanced at a photo of him. Grave robbing. It wasn't entirely out of the question, but if anyone found out. The first Hokage's own granddaughter sneaking with her teammate to dig up her grandfather's grave just to get some cells for experiments. She, the princess of the Senju clan and the face of Konoha, would instantly be condemned by 1,000 voices. Cursed by everyone. But Tsunade hesitated, her mind racing. Hashirama's cells were in Orochimaru's possession later on. That old snake Danzo had them all over his arm. And Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the third Hokage, had ruled Konoha for years. He must have some stock. Her grandfather's grave. Who knew how many people had already visited it? If I go dig it up too, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Let's just pay respects at my grandfather's grave and borrow something while I'm at it. But as soon as this thought surfaced, another more practical issue hit her. Hashirama's cells were something that only came to light later. At this time, Orochimaru definitely hadn't dug them up yet. If he had a cell sample, he would have started his research long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now to ask her. She didn't know if Danzo had dug them up. What if Danzo hadn't either? Then I'd be the first to dig up the grave. If that got out, her reputation as the Tsunade Heim would be ruined forever. Forget becoming Hokage, she'd be criticized wherever she walked in Konoha. But Tsunade's face twisted with inner conflict, her brows furrowed. The Second Great Ninja War was less than 2 years away. In the original story, she couldn't even beat Hanzo and was crushed. If she didn't take a risk and power up quickly, how could she unify the ninja world? How could she punch the Uchiha and kick the Hyuga? How could she realize her grand ideal of all the beauties of the world belong to Konoha? Would she have to wait until the Third Great Ninja War? Until she was an old woman in her 40s or 50s, slowly developing? Tsunade had no interest in waiting that long. Youth is fleeting, who sees the day. No getting stronger is the way. Since that's the case, Tsunade took a deep breath, the hesitation on her face slowly fading. In its place was a determined resolve to go all out. Then let's do it. She slapped her thigh to sound low but resolute. Orochimaru had been watching her expression shift. Seeing Tsunade go from shock to hesitation, from hesitation to conflict, and from conflict to decision, his pale face also revealed a barely contained excitement. His golden slit pupils brightened a touch. You agree? Orochimaru's voice was a little faster than usual. Though still flat, those familiar with him could detect the urgency. When do we move? Tsunade frowned, thinking. Such matters were better done sooner rather than later. The longer the night, the more dreams. The sooner the better. Orochimaru nodded immediately, almost before she finished speaking. His eager expression made Tsunade's lips twitch. This guy, his passion for research was truly ingrained in his bones from childhood. Then tomorrow, Tsunade made the final decision. Tomorrow morning before dawn, come to my house and wait for me. Remember, dress plainly and keep a low profile, got it? Orochimaru nodded. Good. Low mountains and foul waters find a kindred spirit. The two clicked instantly. No useless words, no sentimental hesitation. They didn't even discuss details like how exactly to do it, or what if we get caught. They just agreed. Orochimaru turned and left. His steps were quicker than usual, his long black hair swaying behind him. Tsunade watched his figure disappear around the corner, then let out a long sigh. Sigh. She rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Oh well, for the future of the ninja world, for the peace of Konoha, for. She paused, then added softly, for me to become Hokage soon and lead Konoha to prosperity. Grandfather Hashirama, I'll have to trouble you just this once. After all, you've been dead for so many years. Your body is just lying there. Would you mind if I borrowed a few cells? If you're going to blame anyone, blame your unworthy granddaughter for not inheriting enough talent. I have to make up for it with these shady methods. Tsunade muttered to herself as she walked home. Her mind was already planning tomorrow's operation. Where was the cemetery? She searched through her original memories. The Senju clan cemetery was deep in the forest behind Konoha, a very secluded place. The grave of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju was in the most prominent spot, built the largest and most imposing. Going at night would be too conspicuous, easy for the patrol Umbu to spot. Best to go just before dawn when the sky is barely light, the fewest people, and the vision is blurry. Tools. Orochimaru should have them prepared right. Scalpels, tweezers, petri dishes. And I need to bring something to mask the smell in case of blood. The more Tsunade thought about it, the more she felt like a thief. No, she was a thief. A thief stealing from her own grandfather's corpse. Tisk, this is getting more and more criminal in my life as a transmigrator. She laughed self-deprecatingly. Then her steps faltered slightly. But before that, there are some things I need to prepare. Tsunade pondered for a moment, then changed direction and walked toward a certain location. A dozen minutes later, Tsunade halted before a flower shop. Since she was going to pay respects to Hashirama, it wouldn't be proper to arrive without flowers. She stepped forward and pushed open the door. The wind chime above the door jingled. "Hello, what can I get for you?" A gentle female voice came from behind the flower racks. Tsunade looked up. A woman with long flowing golden hair emerged from among the blossoms. She appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. Her face was gentle and elegant, and she wore a short purple garment. A few traces of pollen and water stains clung to her sleeves. Madame Yamanaka. When she saw Tsunade, the woman was clearly taken aback. Then a look of delighted surprise spread across her face. "Oh, Lady Tsunade, what brings you here?" The woman before her was none other than the current clan leader's wife of the Yamanaka family, Shanjong Jinkong. In the memories of her original body, Tsunade had crossed paths with her a few times, but they weren't close. It was basically a nodding acquaintance at a few family gatherings. The other's enthusiastic attitude caught her a bit off guard. Shanjong Jinkong hurried over, not even having time to untie her apron. She looked at Tsunade, and in those light brown eyes there was unmistakable respect, even a hint of admiration. "Lady Tsunade, it really is you." Shanjong Jinkong's voice trembled with excitement. "We heard about what happened in the Risheng family. Lady Xingnai and her child are safe, all thanks to you." She paused, pressed her palms together, and said earnestly, "You are truly incredible." "So that was it." Tsunade grinned. She had been staying inside the Risheng family compound all this time. It seemed the old man Unify Risen had been working behind the scenes. The titles of my strongest female fist and guardian of women had likely already spread through the women's circles of the major clans. "It's nothing." Tsunade waved a hand, trying her best to appear modest. "We're all women. If I don't help her, who will? Besides, it's already hard enough for us women to survive in the ninja world. We should support each other." Shanjong Jinkong's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. Her face was full of emotion and admiration. "Lady Tsunade is absolutely right." Tsunade chatted a bit more, and Shanjong Jinkong grew more and more excited. Sensing the moment was right, Tsunade quickly changed the subject. If she kept praising herself, even she would feel embarrassed. She pointed at the bouquets displayed in the shop. Madam Jinkong, I'd like to buy some flowers." "Of course. What kind of flowers would you like?" Shanjong Jinkong immediately switched into work mode, her smile warm. "Chrysanthemums," Tsunade said. Shanjong Jinkong's smile faltered for a moment. As a florist, she was keenly sensitive to the symbolism of chrysanthemums. "And my chrysanthemums were usually used to honor the deceased." "Lady Tsunade, are you?" Her voice dropped, laced with caution. Tsunade waved her hand. "It's nothing. I just miss my grandfather. I plan to visit his grave early tomorrow morning." Shanjong Jinkong finally relaxed, her expression easing. "I see. The First Lord truly deserves to be remembered by all. Wait a moment, I'll pick the freshest bunch for you." She turned and walked to the flower rack, selecting with practiced ease. Rather than waiting idly, Tsunade followed her into the shop. The flower shop was small but elegantly arranged. Fresh flowers of every color were neatly categorized. They looked vibrant, clearly well cared for. "Madam Jinkong, you really take excellent care of the flowers in your shop." Tsunade praised casually. "Especially those few pots of roses, full petals, vivid color. I imagine you prune them regularly and control the light exposure right." Shanjong Jinkong, who was tying up the chrysanthemums, looked up in surprise. "Lady Tsunade also knows about flowers." "I know a tiny bit." Tsunade grinned. In her past life, having mingled among women, she had naturally mastered many feminine skills. Identifying flowers, tasting tea, making conversation. These were all required courses. Although it was mainly for flirting, it might prove unexpectedly useful now. She walked over to a pot of purple flowers and bent down to smell them. "Violet. The flower language is eternal beauty and love." Tsunade straightened up and pointed to a bunch of white flowers nearby. Lilies symbolize purity and nobility. They're perfect for newlyweds or as a congratulatory gift for a newborn. She walked and talked, moving from the language of roses to the meaning of carnations. From the art of pairing baby's breath to the emotions conveyed by different colored tulips. She spoke with great authority. Shanjong Jinkong had long stopped what she was doing. She stared at Tsunade with wide eyes, the light in them growing brighter and brighter. "Lady Tsunade, you actually have such deep knowledge of flowers." Her voice was full of disbelief. Even many professional florists wouldn't know all this. Just a hobby. Tsunade shrugged, but inwardly she was delighted. It seemed that skill point hadn't been wasted. She had originally planned to just buy the flowers and leave. But seeing Shanjong Jinkong so enthusiastic, her eyes practically turning into starry dots, she decided not to rush off. She had intended to cultivate good relations with the various ninja clans anyway. The Yamanaka family was also a major clan in Mai. Together with the Nara and Akimichi, they formed the Inoshikicho Iron Triangle. They carried considerable weight in Mai's political landscape. Today was a golden opportunity. How could she miss it? "Madam Jinkong, I see you also have flower teas here." Tsunade pointed to a few glass jars on the counter. "Oh, yes." Shanjong Jinkong immediately snapped back, as if she had found a treasure to show off. "I blend them all myself. Would you like to try some?" "Sure. Just a moment. I'll brew it right away." Shanzhong Jingkong almost ran to the back room. Before long, she emerged with a set of exquisite tea utensils and several small porcelain jars. The two sat down by a small tea table in the corner of the shop. With graceful movements, Shanzhong Jingkong warmed the cups, measured the tea leaves, and poured the hot water. The moment the hot water was added, a delicate fragrance blending floral and tea aromas filled the air. This is my own blend. Morning Dew Rose Black Tea. Shanzhong Jingkong pushed a cup of pale red tea towards Tsunade, her eyes full of anticipation. Please try it. Tsunade picked up the teacup, first observing its color. The liquor was clear with a faint golden rim. Then she inhaled its fragrance. The sweet scent of roses and the rich depth of black tea fused perfectly. She took a sip. The tea was smooth and warm, the rose aroma melting on her tongue, followed by the slight astringency and sweet aftertaste unique to black tea. Not bad. Tsunade set down the cup and commented. The roses were picked at dawn, still unopened buds. That preserves the aroma best. The black tea base is a moderately fermented honey-scented lapsang sochong. Am I right? Shanzhong Jingkong nearly dropped the teapot she was holding. She opened her mouth, and it took a while before she could speak. Absolutely correct. The ratio of tea to flowers is about 1:3. Tsunade continued. But next time you might try adding a bit more dried bergamot peel. It would enrich the overall aroma layers. Shanzhong Jingkong stared at her blankly, then after a few seconds, jumped up. Wait here. She ran back to the back room again, this time bringing out several plates. They were filled with all kinds of delicate little pastries. These are flower cakes I made. I used edible petals as ingredients. Please try them. Tsunade didn't stand on ceremony and sampled each one. This is cherry blossom cake. Sweetness is just right, but the texture of the glutinous rice flour could be finer. This is osmanthus cake. The fragrance of the osmanthus is very authentic, but if you replace the honey with acacia honey, the flavor would be more elegant. This lavender cookie is interesting, but you used too much lavender. It's a bit bitter. Next time try reducing it by a third. With each bite, she casually offered a few comments. Every remark hit the mark. Shanzhong Jingkong went from initial surprise to excitement, and finally, she leaned forward, hands on the tea table. Her eyes locked onto Tsunade, and her breathing quickened. Lady Tsunade. Her voice trembled with emotion. Tsunade's performance was definitely not a tiny bit. These details, unless one loved flowers to the extreme and studied them to the extreme, no one could ever articulate them. She grabbed Tsunade's hand and held it tightly. I've run this flower shop for so many years, blending flower teas and making flower cakes all by myself. I've never had anyone around to share these things with. Everyone just thinks I'm a housewife who likes to play with flowers. Her eyes reddened. But you're different. You understand me. Every word you said, I get it. Those subtle differences, those clever combinations. My heavens, I've never met anyone like you. Tsunade was a bit embarrassed by this sudden outpouring of genuine emotion. Ahem. Madam Jingkong, you're exaggerating. No, not at all. Shanzhong Jingkong shook her head vigorously, let go, and turned to bring out a whole pile of things. More jars of flower tea, unopened flower cakes, and even a few handwritten notebooks on flower artistry. These. Please take all of these. Bring them home and try them. And this notebook, it contains my years of experience in blending flower teas and making pastries. Please have a look. If there's anything wrong, you must tell me. Tsunade looked at the small mountain of gifts piled before her, and the corner of her mouth twitched. This is too much. I can't carry it all. That's fine. I'll pack it for you. Shanzhong Jingkong didn't give her a chance to refuse. She deftly found a few large paper bags and started stuffing them full. Rose black tea, jasmine green tea, chrysanthemum, goji berry tea, cherry blossom cake, osmanthus cake, rose biscuits, and even 2 pots of a newly cultivated orchid variety that was said to be extremely hard to grow. These orchids. Tsunade tried to decline. Please, you must take them. Shanzhong Jingkong stuffed the flower pots into the bags, her eyes pleading. Only someone like you who truly understands flowers is worthy of caring for them. Tsunade. She looked at the bulging paper bags, almost bursting at the seams. Then she looked at Shanzhong Jingkong's expression that said, if you don't take them, I'll cry right here. Finally, she sighed. She knew that Shanzhong Jingkong was just too excited. It was the feeling of finally meeting a kindred spirit after years of solitude in her flower room. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Wonderful. Shanzhong Jingkong nearly jumped for joy. By the time Tsunade walked out of the shop loaded with bags and packages swaying slightly, the sun was already about to set. Shanzhong Jingkong saw her all the way to the door, clinging to her sleeve reluctantly. Lady Tsunade, you must come again. I've been experimenting with lotus petal pastries recently. When I succeed, I'll invite you to taste them first. And I still have many precious flower seeds and tea recipes at home. You absolutely have to see them. Oh, by the way, next Wednesday, there's a tea party for the ladies of several clans. Are you free? I'd love to introduce you to Madame Chiodao. She's also very fond of making pastries. Tsunade was a bit dizzy from the onslaught of enthusiasm and nodded repeatedly. Yes, if I'm free, I'll come. Then it settled. Shanzhong Jingkong's eyes sparkled as if she had received a huge promise. Even after Tsunade had walked a long way, she could still see her standing at the shop entrance, waving vigorously. Tsunade weighed the heavy loot in her hands and grinned. Madame Yamanaka secured. In high spirits, she hummed a tune and headed home. Among the three Inoshikacho clans, the Yamanaka family had gotten off to a good start. Next, Nara, or Akimichi. Or should she first solidify her relationship with Yuzhibo Meichin? But right now the most important thing is. She glanced at the carefully wrapped bunch of chrysanthemums in her hand. Tomorrow morning I'll go visit Grandpa. The next day at the break of dawn, Tsunade quietly pushed open the door of her home. Orochimaru was already waiting under the shade of a tree not far from the door. He wore a plain gray civilian outfit, his long black hair simply tied back. He looked more low-key than usual. Seeing Tsunade, his gaze first fell on the carefully wrapped bouquet of white chrysanthemums in her hand. He was momentarily stunned. Then regaining his composure, he glanced around. From the nearby grass, he casually picked a few unknown wildflowers and held them in his hand. Tsunade's mouth twitched. What a clueless man. She didn't bother calling him out on his perfunctory offering. Stepping forward, she lowered her voice. Let's hurry. Since returning from the flower shop yesterday, her heart had been in turmoil. The thought of digging up her own grandfather's grave made her feel incredibly guilty. She hadn't even eaten well that evening and didn't dare to chat much with Mito Uzumaki. She had gone to her room early to rest. Although Orochimaru's face showed no emotion, his heart was equally tense. He knew who lived in that house. Mito Uzumaki, the first Hokage's wife. Now they were about to dig up her husband's grave. It was inevitably nerve-wracking. Let's go. No unnecessary words. The two quickly left the Senju estate and headed toward the cemetery in the back mountain of Konoha. Along the way, they briefly exchanged details about bloodlines. Although Tsunade didn't fully understand Orochimaru's research, as someone with experience, she could offer him some small suggestions. Orochimaru found them quite enlightening. As they talked, the two had already arrived near the entrance of the back mountain cemetery. The trees were lush, the atmosphere solemn and quiet. Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru. Two masked ninjas emerged from behind a large tree by the roadside, blocking their path. Tsunade stopped and glanced at them. Both wore standard ninja uniforms and masks. One mask was in the shape of a fox. The other had a cold, stark design. One from Umbu, one from Root Ha. Tsunade understood. The Umbu answered directly to the Hokage, while Root was Danzo's men. Stationing both to guard the cemetery showed that the village's top brass valued this place. Tsunade nodded slightly. I'm here to pay respects to my grandfather. I don't want to be disturbed. You two leave for now and guard the lower area. The Umbu ninja remained silent, only glancing at the Root companion. The Root ninja hesitated, then spoke. Lady Tsunade, this goes against protocol. Our duty is to guard the cemetery, preventing unauthorized persons or enemies from intruding. Without orders, we cannot abandon our posts. Oomph. Tsunade snorted coldly, hands on her hips, an impatient expression on her face. Protocol? What protocol? I come to pay respects to my own grandfather, to share a few private words of the Senju clan. Must I be overheard by you? What has the Senju clan fallen to the point where even ancestral worship is monitored? Or do you suspect that I, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, would do something to my own grandfather's grave? Her words were sharp and direct, carrying the haughty air of the princess of Konoha. Both ninjas' expressions under their masks were somewhat awkward. The Umbu ninja muttered, Lady Tsunade, we don't mean that. Then what do you mean? Tsunade interrupted him. I'm asking you, will you step aside or not? Do you want me to go to the third Hokage and Danzo right now? Ask them if they've ordered you to shadow me every step of the way when I visit my grandfather's grave. This statement put pressure on them. Tsunade's status was undeniable. The first Hokage's own granddaughter, the princess of Konoha. Recently famed as the goddess of protection for women. If she truly made a fuss to the third Hokage over this minor issue, the third would likely side with her. Moreover, she had mentioned private words of the Senju clan. For this reason, both in terms of logic and sentiment, they could hardly insist on eavesdropping. The two ninjas exchanged a quick glance, communicating silently. Finally, the Root ninja nodded slowly, conceding, We understand, Lady Tsunade. We will stand guard near the cemetery entrance. If you need anything, just call for us. You're wise. Tsunade glanced at them, too lazy to say more. Leading Orochimaru, she strode straight into the depths of the cemetery. Watching their retreating figures, the Umbu ninja muttered to his companion, Lady Tsunade's temper hasn't changed at all. The Root ninja looked at the chrysanthemums in Tsunade's hand and said quietly, coming to pay respects this early and bringing a teammate. Maybe she's truly filial. They dismissed the thought and retreated to their designated perimeter guard positions. Tsunade and Orochimaru walked in silence along the stone-paved path. On both sides of the path stood rows of neatly arranged tombstones engraved with different names and clan emblems. This was the hero cemetery of Konoha. Here rested the ninjas who had sacrificed or made outstanding contributions to the village throughout the ages. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified. The higher they climbed, the more elaborate the tombstones seemed. The surrounding area was also more meticulously maintained. The two walked all the way to the topmost level of the cemetery, a relatively open terrace. Only a few graves stood here, but each was exceptionally grand. In the center, the largest and most prominent tombstone was that of the first Hokage, the grave of Hashirama Senju. Tsunade walked up to the tombstone and stopped. She took a deep breath, gently placed the chrysanthemums before the grave, then pressed her palms together and closed her eyes. Her face took on an expression of solemn remembrance, her lips moving slightly. She seemed to be silently reciting something. In the distance, the Umbu and Root ninjas hiding at the edge of the woods and occasionally observing through binoculars saw this scene. They couldn't help but nod slightly. Lady Tsunade is truly filial. Yes, coming so early and bringing offerings. If the first Hokage spirit is watching, he should be pleased. However, only Orochimaru standing beside Tsunade could hear clearly. In a very low voice, Tsunade was rapidly muttering, "Please don't be offended. Please don't be offended. Grandfather Hashirama, I swear I'm not here to desecrate you. It's your granddaughter who in the future will bear the heavy responsibility of protecting Konoha and unifying the ninja world. I need greater power. I am doing this to carry on your will and glorify the Senju clan. If your spirit is watching, please don't blame your granddaughter. Understand my heartfelt intentions. It's all Orochimaru. Yes, that pale-faced, sinister-eyed guy beside me. He tricked and persuaded me into coming. He said your cells are the stepping stone of scientific progress, the key to peace in the ninja world. I was fooled by him. Seek revenge from the one who deserves it, grandfather. Blame him. Haunt his dreams tonight. Don't come to me. Orochimaru." Standing beside her, he heard every word, his face twitching uncontrollably. Several times he wanted to lash out, but forced himself to hold back. Tsunade suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Orochimaru strangely. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Get to work." Orochimaru's chest heaved with anger. "Humph, crazy woman." He didn't bother to argue with Tsunade. He crouched down, pretending to clean up fallen leaves or dust before the tombstone. His wide sleeves trembled slightly. Several thin, finger-sized snakes colored like the soil slithered silently from his sleeve. Upon landing, they quickly burrowed into the earth. Tsunade stood slightly to his side and front, using her body to block any possible view from afar, while continuing her pretense of worship. Time passed minute by minute. Orochimaru remained crouched motionless, but his expression, initially calm, slowly turned strange. His brow furrowed slightly. After a few more minutes, Orochimaru's pupils contracted violently. He seemed to perceive something unbelievable. His body stiffened noticeably. Then he abruptly raised his head, twisted his neck, and looked at Tsunade beside him. His golden slit pupils were filled with shock, bewilderment, and deep confusion. Their eyes met. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Orochimaru's lips moved, and in an extremely low voice he uttered two words. "Empty." "What?" Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then her expression instantly shifted to fury. "You old dog, Danzo. And here I thought I'd be the first to dig up a grave, but it turns out he was faster." Orochimaru stood to the side, his golden vertical pupils narrowing slightly. Watching Tsunade's uncontrollable rage, he naturally assumed it was the anger of her grandfather's grave being robbed. His expression was far from pleasant. At this point, he was not yet the mad scientist who would later treat lives like grass and grave robbing as routine. The grave of the first Hokage of Konoha had been robbed. Anyone would be furious. "It must be Danzo," Tsunade said in a low voice, her tone resolute. Orochimaru. He turned his head to look at Tsunade, unable to comprehend why she was so certain. Although Danzo's reputation was poor, he was still a high-ranking official of Konoha, the leader of Root. How could he engage in grave robbing? And the grave of the first Hokage no less. Tsunade offered no explanation, only giving him a meaningful glance, and whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Play along with me." Orochimaru paused for 2 seconds, then nodded. Although he had no idea what Tsunade was plotting, they were now partners, and that much tacit understanding they had. They exchanged a quick look. Then Tsunade took a deep breath, lifted her head, and roared to the heavens, "Who?" Her voice thundered like a clap of thunder, instantly echoing across the entire rear mountain cemetery. Then she raised her right foot high, furiously channeled chakra, and stomped it down hard against the ground. Boom! A deafening crash. The ground beneath her foot split like a spiderweb. The immense shockwave shattered the stone slabs around the tombstone, kicking the buried coffin right out of the earth. Orochimaru stood nearby, his eyelid twitching uncontrollably. This woman. Her strength seemed to have grown again. "What's going on?" "Enemy. Protect Lady Tsunade." Two figures practically burst out from the edge of the forest at the same time. They were the Umbu and Root ninjas whom Tsunade had sent away earlier. Their expressions were grim, immediately assuming defensive stances back to back. Scanning the surroundings, their chakra already activated. "Lady Tsunade, what happened?" the Umbu ninja demanded urgently. The Root ninja said nothing, but his eyes couldn't help straying toward the cracked coffin at Tsunade's feet. Tsunade ignored the Umbu. She flashed directly in front of the Root ninja, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him clean off the ground. "Tell me, where's my grandfather's remains?" Her voice was icy, her gaze sharp as a blade. Veins bulged on her forehead, and her chakra leaked out uncontrollably, forming an invisible pressure. The root ninja dangled with both feet off the ground, the face behind his mask turning pale. I don't know. Lady Tsunade. The remains. Aren't they in the coffin? He pointed frantically at the cracked coffin. The coffin? Tsunade snorted coldly, clenched her left fist, gathered chakra, and punched the coffin. Bam! Wood chips flew everywhere. The entire coffin shattered into pieces under her fist. It was completely empty. Not a trace of remains, not even a scrap of cloth. The Umbu ninja's eyes went wide, the shock on his face evident even through his mask. Empty? How is that possible? The root ninja was even more terrified, shaking his head frantically. No, not me. I don't know. I really don't know. Tsunade released his collar, letting him slump to the ground, her gaze sweeping over both of them. Can either of you tell me what happened here? Her voice was low, but the veins on her forehead throbbed and her chakra rippled more violently, as if she might lose control at any moment. The Umbu and root ninjas were so terrified their legs went weak. Lady Tsunade, we truly had no idea. We've been guarding the entrance the whole time. We never let anyone in. The coffin. We never touched it. They pleaded desperately, their voices trembling. Tsunade stared at them for a few seconds, then suddenly yanked the root ninja back up again. Orochimaru. Here. Go to the Hokage building right now and call the old man third. Tell him my grandfather's grave has been robbed and the remains are missing. Got it. Orochimaru acknowledged and turned to leave. Wait. The root ninja suddenly spoke, his eyes darting around. Lady Tsunade, wouldn't it be better to let me inform Lord Hokage and Lord Danzo? After all, we en route. Inform? Tsunade cut him off, her gaze growing even colder. Are you planning to tip them off, or to collude with them? Did Root do this? No, absolutely not. The root ninja was so scared, he waved his hands frantically, cold sweat pouring down. Orochimaru licked his lips and said no more. With a flicker, he vanished into a blur along the mountain path. Tsunade stood there, arms crossed, her face so dark it could drip water. The Umbu and root ninjas stood nearby, not daring to breathe. Time ticked by. After about 10 minutes, several sounds of breaking air echoed. Orochimaru landed first, followed closely by Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Shimura. Danzo had come along. Tsunade frowned. Had he sensed something was off? Or did he have another spy en route who had tipped him off? Well, his coming was perfect. Tsunade, what's going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen strode over quickly, his expression stern. When he saw the shattered, empty coffin on the ground, his face instantly darkened. What is this? He barked, his voice barely containing his fury. The Umbu ninja knelt on one knee, shaking his head vehemently. Lord Hokage, I don't know. We've been guarding the entrance the whole time. No one went in or out. Tsunade stepped forward, pointing at the coffin. Old man, I came early this morning to pay respects to grandfather. When I kowtowed, I felt the ground echoed oddly. I checked and sure enough there was a problem. The coffin was empty. My grandfather's remains are gone. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting between the coffin and Tsunade. Danzo stood to the side, his expression twitching slightly. Kowtowing. Echo. So that's how you discovered it. What a load of nonsense. Danzo was seething with frustration. He had indeed moved Senju Hashirama's remains. And he had done it just recently. He had thought it would be undetected, but so soon it was discovered. And in such an absurd way. Tsunade didn't give Danzo much time to think. She turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, her tone firm. We must investigate thoroughly. Every guard who watched the cemetery must be interrogated. If I find out who did this. She clenched her fist, and her knuckles cracked loudly. I'll skin them alive. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was dark, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. He was about to order a full investigation. No need to investigate. A hoarse voice spoke up. Danzo stepped forward, his single eye fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade. I did it. He actually confessed. Tsunade was surprised inwardly, but her face displayed the anger of, I knew it was you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression soured further. Danzo, you. Before he could finish, Tsunade had already moved. You old villain, Danzo. Take this punch. She blurred, appearing instantly before Danzo. Her right fist slammed into his abdomen without warning. Boom. A dull thud rang out. Danzo had never expected Tsunade to attack so suddenly, nor had he time to defend. He took the blow full force. 2. Blood sprayed from Danzo's mouth. He doubled over like a shrimp, staggering back several steps, his face instantly pale. Tsunade, don't be rash. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurried forward to block between them. Danzo clutched his stomach, gasping heavily. His single eye was filled with shock, rage, and agony. He had been completely off guard, taking Tsunade's monstrous strength punch head on. He felt his internal organs shifting, his intestines nearly twisted into knots. Danzo, explain yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at him, his voice icy. Why did you secretly move the first Hokage's remains? Danzo forced himself upright despite the searing pain, wiping the blood from his mouth. Hiruzen, I did it for Konoha. His voice was hoarse as he began to make excuses. Leaving the first Hokage's remains here is far too unsafe. This is a cemetery, but its defenses are weak. If an enemy force infiltrated and stole them, the consequences would be unthinkable. So I took the liberty of moving the first Hokage's remains to a safer location. Not informing you was my mistake, but I did it for the sake of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at him, his expression complex. Tsunade sneered from the side. For Konoha. More like for yourself. She snorted, cutting off Danzo's performance. For Konoha. The one who covets my grandfather's remains the most is you. Moving the Hokage's remains without informing the Hokage. How dare you, Danzo? Danzo's single eye widened. Tsunade, you. Enough. Tsunade couldn't be bothered to listen to his excuses. She waved her hand. Take me to see my grandfather's remains. Now. Immediately. Right this instant. I want to see with my own eyes that they are intact. Danzo's expression twisted, a flicker of hesitation in his single eye. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze also turned cold. Danzo, lead the way. His voice brooked no argument. Danzo gritted his teeth and finally nodded. Follow me. He rose and began walking deeper into the cemetery. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted slightly. Then the others immediately followed. 10 minutes later, the three followed Danzo to his secret base. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression soured as he looked at the base. Deep within the cemetery lay such a vast experimental base, and he had been completely unaware of it. Tsunade glanced at it a few times, showing little interest. Orochimaru, however, had a glint of curiosity flickering in his golden vertical pupils, wearing an expression of keen interest. The group ventured deeper, walking through the dim corridor for several minutes. At last, at the end, they saw a massive glass container filled with pale green liquid. Within the liquid, a corpse floated silently. Senju Hashirama. Seeing Hashirama immersed in the liquid-filled glass tank, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face twisted with anger. He was about to speak when bang. Tsunade struck Danzo in the lower back, without warning. Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling forward several steps, almost falling flat on his face. Lord Danzo. Several figures wearing striped masks instantly emerged from the shadows, appearing beside Danzo to shield him. They glared at Tsunade furiously, hands already on their ninja tool pouches. Tsunade showed no fear, stepping forward as her chakra erupted. What? Are you rebelling? Her voice was icy, her gaze sharp as a blade. All the root ninjas froze their faces, revealing fear. In their eagerness to protect their master, they had forgotten who stood before them. Not only the granddaughter of the first Hokage, but also the princess of Konoha. Moreover, the third Hokage himself was present. Danzo clutched his lower back, gasping heavily, his face as pale as paper. He pointed at Tsunade with a trembling hand, his lips quivering. You. I. Stop stuttering and speak clearly. Tsunade said coldly, her tone dripping with impatience. Her flagrant arrogance made even Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing nearby, swallow hard. Both thought simultaneously, no wonder she's Konoha's #1 female fighter. Danzo shook with rage, his single eye practically spitting fire. But knowing he was in the wrong, he forcibly suppressed his anger. After several heavy breaths to calm himself, he said, I did this only to better preserve the first Hokage's remains. He ground out the words one by one. Before Tsunade could speak, Danzo quickly added, the first Hokage's contributions to Konoha are evident to all. I couldn't bear to see his remains slowly decay in the grave, so I used this method to preserve them. This liquid is a special preservative I formulated which maintains the integrity of the body to the greatest extent. His explanation, though somewhat forced, was barely plausible, preserving the first Hokage's remains. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression relaxed a little. Although Danzo had moved the body without permission, at least he hadn't done anything more excessive. Tsunade glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. She observed the change in his expression. This old man was far too lenient with Danzo. If Danzo said a few more soft words, would Hiruzen just sweep this under the rug? She didn't give Hiruzen a chance to speak. With a cold snort, she said, preserving remains. Who knows what you're really up to? Are you perhaps using my grandfather's body for some unspeakable experiment? I'm not. Danzo immediately panicked, turning to Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you have to believe me. I never meant that. Tsunade is slandering me. Tsunade crossed her arms, watching his performance coldly. When Danzo finished, she spoke slowly. Slander. Then let me ask you, why is only my grandfather's body here? She paused, her voice rising sharply. Where is my second grandfather? Senju Tobirama, your teacher, the second Hokage. Where is his body? Or do you think your teacher's remains aren't worthy of your preservation? At these words, Danzo's expression changed completely. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression also turned grim. Yes, Danzo claimed it was to preserve the remains. But why preserve only the first Hokage's and not the second's? What kind of practice was that? Senju Tobirama was also a hero of Konoha and Danzo's teacher. This was clearly selective preservation. Danzo's face twitched, the light in his single eye flickering uncertainly. He opened his mouth as if to say something, then swallowed his words. He hesitated for a few seconds. Under everyone's gaze, he finally spoke with difficulty. The second's grave. I actually dug it up too. Huh. Everyone stared at Danzo in unison. Even Tsunade was stunned. She hadn't expected that answer. If he dug it up, where was the body? Danzo looked embarrassed. Finally, he explained helplessly, the second's body had decayed severely and was no longer worth preserving. So that was it. They all understood immediately. The second Hokage Senju Tobirama didn't have Hashirama's monstrous physique. Although he hadn't been dead long, his body had already rotted. Danzo's words, though disrespectful, were true. They explained why only the first Hokage's body was preserved. Seeing Hiruzen's expression soften again, Tsunade decided not to escalate the matter further. After all, her own purpose in coming here was not entirely pure. She snorted coldly. Regardless, my grandfather's remains cannot stay here. Lord Third. Tsunade turned to Hiruzen. I entrust my grandfather's remains to you. In public, she still gave Hiruzen some face. Hiruzen nodded firmly. Leave this to me. Danzo opened his mouth to argue, but feeling the turmoil in his internal organs, he ultimately said nothing more. Given the situation, he was already in the wrong. It seems Tsunade wasn't going to pursue it further. If he said more, he might get another punch. The next second, Tsunade strode forward to the glass container filled with pale green liquid. She pulled back her right fist. Wait. Hiruzen tried to stop her. Bang! Tsunade's fist shattered the glass container. Glass shards flew everywhere. The pale green preservative liquid gushed out, flooding the floor. Tsunade moved quickly, grabbing Hashirama's body from the broken container and heaving it onto her shoulder. It was soaking wet, still dripping. Hiruzen's mouth twitched in exasperation. Tsunade, couldn't you just carry the whole container? Did you have to break it? Tsunade pursed her lips, patting the soaked clothes of Hashirama's body with her free hand. I don't trust anything he made. Who knows what kind of strange stuff he added to that liquid? I'll prepare the nutrient solution for preserving my grandfather myself. Hearing this, neither Danzo nor Hiruzen knew how to respond. Danzo was guilty and frustrated. Hiruzen was helpless and exasperated. Tsunade didn't care about their thoughts. She carried Hashirama's body for a few steps, then stopped abruptly. Turning, she placed the body on Orochimaru's shoulder. Carry this for me. Orochimaru paused, then his eyes lit up. He nodded silently. He steadied Hashirama's body on his shoulder. Tsunade rolled her shoulders, glanced at Danzo, then at Hiruzen. Let's go. She turned and led the way out. Orochimaru followed silently, carrying the body. Hiruzen sighed, giving Danzo one last look. Danzo, about this. We'll talk after you've recovered. He then left as well. Only Danzo and the root members remained. The air was silent for a few seconds. Then, Danzo spat out another mouthful of blood. The injury he had been suppressing finally overwhelmed him. Lord Danzo. Quick. A medical ninja. The nearby root members rushed forward to support him and began healing techniques. Someone whispered, My lord, the first Hokage's body has been taken. Our experiments. Danzo waved a hand, wiping the blood from his mouth. It's fine. His voice was hoarse but calm. Let them take the body. We've already collected plenty of cell samples. That's enough. He paused, a cold glint flashing in his single eye. But that crazy woman. His face darkened ominously. He had taken a beating for nothing today and lost the first Hokage's remains. Worse, Tsunade's attitude clearly showed she had her eye on him now. It would be even harder to pull any tricks in the future. He suddenly turned to the root ninja from earlier. Tell me everything that happened today, word for word. Don't leave out a single detail. The root ninja swallowed and began to report in detail. The more Danzo listened, the deeper his frown became. Was this an accident, or? He stared in the direction Tsunade had left, lost in thought. On the other side, Tsunade, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Orochimaru walked out of the back mountain cemetery. Ahead of them lay the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated, then stopped. Tsunade, wait a moment. Tsunade halted and turned to face the third Hokage. A complex expression flickered across Hiruzen Sarutobi's face, as if weighing something. He sighed, then spoke, the first Hokage's remains. Let me handle them. He paused, his tone growing serious. I hope this matter ends here. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly. Though she had anticipated this outcome all along, there was no way Hiruzen Sarutobi would truly let her carry Hashirama's body back home. Yet the third's attitude of appeasement, even bordering on favoritism towards Danzo, still left a bitter taste in her mouth. She said nothing, simply watching Hiruzen. He sighed and lowered his voice. Tsunade, since Lord Tobirama's death, the ninja world has been stirring again. The Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages have been restless lately. At a time like this, Konoha cannot afford internal conflict. He looked at Tsunade, his gaze complex. You understand what I mean, don't you? Tsunade fell silent for a moment. Indeed, Hiruzen's concerns were not without merit. No matter how despicable Danzo was, he was still a high-ranking official of Konoha. As the leader of Root, he held considerable power in an intelligence network. Konoha was under significant external pressure currently. If they had a complete falling out with Danzo over this, making it public and causing internal turmoil, it would not be worth it. Although what Danzo did by secretly moving the first Hokage's remains was underhanded, as long as it didn't get out, it wouldn't significantly harm Konoha's reputation or stability. Konoha's current situation is not good. We cannot afford more internal instability. Hiruzen Sarutobi added, his tone laced with helplessness. Tsunade stared at him for a few seconds, then let out a cold snort, turning her head away. Fine, I'll let it slide for you this once. But old man, you better keep my grandfather's remains safe and don't let certain people find any more loopholes. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression immediately relaxed, and he nodded quickly. Don't worry, I will see to it properly. Then, as if remembering something, his expression turned extremely serious and his voice dropped even lower. Oh, and you must not tell Lady Mito about this. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Yeah, I'm not stupid. Tell Grandma. What a joke. If Mito Uzumaki found out her husband's grave had been desecrated and his body was being kept in a container for research. Given Mito's temper, she would probably go berserk on the spot and blast Danzo and his entire root base to smithereens. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mito Uzumaki, as Hashirama's wife and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, held an extremely special position in Konoha. If she were to learn of this, it would truly be a disaster of epic proportions. The reason Danzo had been so cowardly earlier, not daring to fight back even after being hit, was likely due to this very concern. Tsunade glanced at Orochimaru, who had remained silent all this while. Orochimaru gave her a slight nod, signaling that everything was secured. Then he gently lowered the body of Hashirama he had been carrying on his shoulder. Hiruzen Sarutobi pulled a special sealing scroll from his robe and spread it on the ground. He formed hand signs, his chakra surging. Seal. A flash of white light enveloped Hashirama's body, drawing it into the scroll. Hiruzen picked up the scroll and carefully tucked it back into his robe. He looked at Tsunade, then at Orochimaru, and finally just said simply, let's end things here for today. You two should head back as well. With that, he turned and walked swiftly towards the Hokage's office building. Only when Hiruzen Sarutobi's figure had completely disappeared from sight did the look of annoyance and reluctance on Tsunade's face vanish instantly. Her expression changed and she eagerly approached Orochimaru. You got it. Orochimaru nodded slightly, a hint of suppressed excitement flashing in his golden vertical pupils. Haha, nicely done. Tsunade grinned broadly, slapping Orochimaru on the shoulder. So when can we expect results? My bloodline return plan is counting on this. Orochimaru hesitated. It's hard to say. Hard to say. Tsunade's face immediately darkened. She narrowed her eyes, looking at Orochimaru with ill intent. I risked so much with you acting, throwing punches, nearly burning bridges with Danzo, and now you tell me hard to say? She stepped forward, her pressure bearing down on Orochimaru without restraint. Orochimaru involuntarily gulped, his expression stiff. Things like this are indeed difficult to predict. Cell research is full of variables, especially with the first Hokage cells. They are exceptionally special. But I promise I will research it as quickly as possible. How quick is as quick as possible? Tsunade pressed, give me a definite answer. Orochimaru opened his mouth, wanting to give a more conservative estimate like 2 or 3 years. But seeing Tsunade's cracking knuckles, he swallowed his words. He had personally witnessed how Tsunade had beaten up Jiraiya. He had also seen how she had made Danzo spit blood with 2 punches today. This woman's monstrous strength was something he truly did not want to experience firsthand. 1 year. Orochimaru ventured cautiously. 1 year. Tsunade's voice rose sharply. Are you joking? 3 months. What a... Orochimaru's eyes widened, his golden pupils screaming, you're the one joking. 3 months. Impossible. These are the first Hokage's cells. Just basic safety tests alone could take. I don't care. Tsunade cut him off, hands on her hips in a domineering, what I say goes pose. I want to see preliminary research results within 3 months. At the very least, a direction or a feasibility report. And if not, she cracked her knuckles, a crisp crack sound echoing, a dangerously sweet smile spreading across her face. Orochimaru immediately wilted. Fine. His voice sounded strained. I'll try my best. Not try, you must. Tsunade emphasized. Must. Orochimaru squeezed the words out through gritted teeth. Only then did Tsunade nod in satisfaction. She clapped Orochimaru hard on the shoulder. That's more like it. Work hard, and when I become Hokage, I'll double your lab funding. With that, she flicked her golden ponytail, turned, and headed towards the Senju clan grounds. Turning her back, a sly smile curled at the corner of Tsunade's mouth. Research results in 3 months. Honestly, she didn't believe it herself. In the original story that Orochimaru had secretly researched for who knows how many years, he barely managed to produce an unstable Hashirama cell transplant technique riddled with side effects. She didn't actually expect him to achieve any earth-shattering results in 3 months. But the pressure was still necessary. What if there was a pleasant surprise? Just like how bosses in her past life set KPIs for their subordinates. Even knowing they couldn't be achieved, they had to set them high. Otherwise, how else would you ignite their striving potential? At present, she and Orochimaru were firmly bound together on the same ship. Each needed what the other had. She was the investor and Orochimaru was the technician. As the client boss, she had to maintain a strong attitude. Next step is still to keep building good relations with the wives of the noble clans. In a good mood, Tsunade hummed a little tune. She thought about the tea party for female members of several clans scheduled for next Wednesday, mentioned by Yamanaka Ino. I'll go check it out then. The more good sisters I know, the more votes I'll secure for the Hokage election later. Has certified to work legitimate socializing. She walked, planning her next steps. Training couldn't stop. The Een seal needed continuous accumulation, and the 8 gates needed more practice. Relationships with the women of the major clans needed maintenance, and she had to regularly prod Orochimaru on his research progress. It's good to be busy, but it's fulfilling. Tsunade stretched, feeling that the future was bright. A few days later, Tsunade attended the tea party hosted by Mrs. Yamanaka. The venue was her flower shop. There were only 3 attendees, the wives of the Ino-Shikacho clans. They were Yamanaka Inku Nara-Ria and Akimichi Rora. This was their rare weekly gathering, a small respite from busy clan affairs. Tsunade-sama, we're so glad you could come. Yamanaka Inku welcomed her warmly. This is Lady Rora of the Akimichi clan and Lady Ria of the Nara clan. Akimichi Rora was a plump woman with a gentle smile, appearing to be in her early 30s, dressed in a loose kimono bearing the Akimichi clan crest. Nara Ria, on the other hand, seemed more androgynous, wearing a plain lavender kimono and looking very capable. Tsunade-sama, it's been a while. Both Akimichi Rora and Nara Ria rose, giving a slight bow in greeting. They were no strangers to Tsunade. As the princess of Konoha, she had been seen at various occasions. The Ino-Shikacho clans had always been loyal to the village. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she naturally held a sense of closeness and favor. Moreover, the news of Tsunade saving Hyuga and her daughter had already spread among the high-ranking women of the village. This favor was tinged with admiration and even a hint of seeking to please her. After all, who could guarantee that no woman in their clan would face difficult childbirth? In the past, Tsunade had seemed uninterested in such ladies' gatherings and rarely attended. Now was a good opportunity to strengthen ties. Don't be so formal, just call me Tsunade. She waved her hand casually and sat down on an empty cushion. All this Sama business feels awkward. Her easygoing attitude put Akimichi Rora and Nara Ria at ease. The tea party soon began. Yamanaka Inku personally brewed flower tea. Akimichi Rora brought homemade pastries, while Nara Ria shared insights on herbs and wellness. Tsunade quickly blended in. She chatted with Nara Ria about deer and medicinal herbs, drawing on her 2 lifetimes of experience to speak with authority, which surprised Nara Ria. With Akimichi Rora, she discussed cuisine, Tsunade's forte. From grilling techniques to dessert pairings, she had Akimichi Rora's eyes sparkling and nodding eagerly. They felt an instant kinship. As they talked, the subject drifted to recent events, Hyuga Kana's difficult labor. Lady Kana was truly fortunate this time. Nara Ria sighed softly, her tone sympathetic and concerned. After suffering so much, I wonder if she'll have any lingering health issues. Akimichi Rora nodded in agreement, touching her own waist. Yes, after I gave birth to my boy, my back ached for a long time. Even now it bothers me on rainy days. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. No, I've taken good care of Lady Kana. She won't have any lasting problems. I guarantee she'll recover even better than before giving birth. She took a sip of tea and continued. Actually, many of these postpartum issues you mentioned can be alleviated or even cured. For example, back pain, sensitivity to cold, and chi deficiency. With specific massage techniques combined with chakra guidance, the results are quite good. Massage. Yamanaka Inku's eyes lit up. Like you mentioned before, using chakra to condition the body. Similar, but more targeted at postpartum issues. Tsunade put down her teacup and flexed her fingers. How about this? I'm free today. Let me check you all and give you a massage. It's free, just consider it. A special service of the tea party. The women exchanged glances, tempted but a little embarrassed. But wouldn't that be too much trouble? Akimichi Rora hesitated. Trouble? We're all sisters, helping each other is natural. Tsunade smiled with sincerity. Besides, I'm one of Konoha's best medical ninjas. Adjusting your bodies is a piece of cake. In the end, Yamanaka Inku, who knew Tsunade better, spoke up. Then, we'll be in your care, Tsunade-sama. I'll go first. They moved to a larger cushioned restroom next door. Yamanaka Inku lay down nervously. She slowly slipped off her upper garment, revealing a flawless snow-white back. Tsunade rubbed her hands together and chuckled. Relax, Inku-san. I'll be gentle. As she spoke, a faint green chakra glow emanated from her palms. She pressed them onto Yamanaka Inku's prominent collarbone, then began to move along specific meridians. Yamanaka Inku's body trembled slightly. A short low moan escaped her lips. The warmth of chakra and the satisfying soreness of precise pressure intermingled. It quickly eased the fatigue in her neck and shoulders. How does it feel? Tsunade pressed a certain acupoint. It hurts a bit, but it feels so good. Yamanaka Inku's voice was airy. Her face buried in the cushion, the tips of her ears flushed pink. The chakra seemed to come alive, seeping into her body, dispelling years of accumulated strain and cold. It brought an indescribable sense of relaxation and flow. She couldn't help but let out a longer, more drawn-out sound. HNN. Outside the door, Akimichi Rora and Nara Ria overheard faint sounds. Those trembling, contented whimpers. They exchanged glances, their faces growing warm. That sound, didn't it seem a bit odd? While they wondered, outside, Tsunade was having a blast inside. This was a legitimate full-body massage. She could touch wherever she pleased. And the feel was so good. Though Yamanaka Inku had given birth, she'd maintained her figure remarkably well, soft skin muscles that were supple yet toned. Tsunade used professional techniques to unblock her meridians while inwardly savoring the perks. Inku-san, after childbirth, do you occasionally feel a chill in your lower abdomen, and especially soreness in your lower back after exertion? Tsunade asked as she worked. Why, yes. How did you know? Yamanaka Inku's voice was muffled. Your chi and blood are slightly stagnant, and your pelvic floor muscles need strengthening. I'll use chakra to activate the cells here and teach you a few simple exercises to do at home. Tsunade spoke with all seriousness, but her hands never stopped. Chakra precisely penetrated the target area. Okay. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. There. A bit lighter. Yamanaka Inku felt she was about to melt into the cushion. An unprecedented relaxation and comfort nearly lulled her to sleep. After a while, Tsunade stopped. Alright, Inku-san, how do you feel? Yamanaka Inku slowly sat up, her face flushed, her eyes somewhat dazed. So comfortable. I feel lighter by several pounds. Tsunade-sama, you're incredible. Akimichi Rora and Nara entered, seeing Yamanaka Inku looking utterly conquered. Their last hesitation vanished. Me? I'll go. Akimichi Rora stepped forward. The Akimichi clan had a unique physique with thick muscles and fat layers, making ordinary massage ineffective. This time Tsunade was a bit more focused, increasing her chakra output. Her techniques were steadier and more forceful. After the session, Akimichi Rora felt the chronic heaviness and dull pain melt away. Her body felt lighter than ever. Tsunade-sama. Akimichi Rora sat up, excitedly grabbing Tsunade's hand. You must come to our family's barbecue restaurant. I'll treat you to the best grilled meat. All you can eat. Your skills are simply divine. Tsunade grinned, patting Akimichi Rora's plump hand. No problem. I love barbecue. Then it was Nara-Ria's turn. What exactly happened is not to be discussed. Suffice it to say, when Nara-Ria came out, her gaze at Tsunade was full of adoration. A once elegant tea party had completely turned into Tsunade's massage session. When Tsunade left, the three ladies escorted her to the door, reluctant to part. Tsunade-sama, you must come again next week. Yamanaka Inku held her hand. Yes, we've agreed to continue the treatment for 2 months. Barbecue. Don't forget the barbecue. Akimichi Rora emphasized. Don't worry, I'll be here at the same time next week. Tsunade agreed readily. Stick with it for 2 months, and do the simple exercises I taught you, and all those minor issues will be mostly resolved. Watching Tsunade's retreating figure, the three ladies were full of emotion. I never expected Tsunade-sama to be so approachable, and her medical skills so remarkable. Akimichi Rora rubbed her now relieved back. And she's still training, yet she takes time specifically to massage us. Nara-Ria's tone held gratitude and a hint of embarrassment. Yamanaka Inku nodded firmly. Tsunade-sama truly cares about us women. Having her in Konoha is our blessing. In their eyes, recognition and affection for Tsunade reached a new height. Walking home, Tsunade flexed her slightly sore fingers, her heart brimming with joy. The Ino Shikacho wives circle initially won over. Another day well spent. She could already envision the support of the Ino Shikacho clans waving at her when she ran for Hokage in the future. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 months, Tsunade's relationship with the wives of the Ino Shikacho clans advanced by leaps and bounds. The weekly tea and massage meeting was held without fail, as steady as a rock. She had grown as close as sisters with Ino Yamanaka's wife, Shikaku Nara's wife, and Chozo Akimichi's wife. Of course, Tsunade had not neglected her own training. The mark of the In seal grew clearer, and she had mastered the first 4 gates of the 8 gates far more proficiently. On this day, Tsunade was training in the backyard of her home, drenched in sweat. An umbu arrived. Lady Tsunade, the 3rd Hokage has a mission for you. The old man is assigning missions again. Tsunade paused her movements and grabbed a towel to wipe her sweat. The Inuzuka clan's ninja dog is ill, and the situation is tricky. The 3rd Hokage inquires whether you have studied the treatment of ninja dogs, and if you could lend your aid. Tsunade curled her lip. The old man really knows how to seize every opportunity, making me use medical ninjutsu as a way in again. But she didn't mind, after all, this was what she excelled at. Moreover, there were only a few major clans in Konoha. She had already won over the Ino Shikacho clans and the Hyuga clan. As for the Uchiha clan, she had a little fangirl in Uchiha Makoto. Securing the Inuzuka clan would essentially complete the set. Wait, I feel like I'm missing some clan. Tsunaka frowned, sensing she had overlooked something. I'll forget it. If I can't remember, I won't dwell on it. She waved dismissively at the umbu. Got it, I'll change and be on my way. 2 minutes later, Tsunade had changed into a leopard print outfit. Since she was visiting the Inuzuka clan, she had to dress a bit wild. Leopard print. Tsunade, the umbu swallowed hard, stole a glance, and dared not say a word. He led Tsunade toward the Inuzuka clan compound. The Inuzuka territory was on the other side of Konoha, near the training forest. As soon as they entered the compound, the sound of barking dogs rose and fell in waves. She was greeted by the current clan head of the Inuzuka, Inuzuka Yuri. The name sounded gentle, but the woman herself looked extremely wild. She appeared to be around 30. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and her short hair was neat and sharp. Two red inverted triangle face markings adorned her cheeks, and her eyes were piercing. She wore a form-fitting combat suit that allowed easy movement, exuding an air of competence and valor. Lady Tsunade, I'm sorry to trouble you to come all this way. Inuzuka Yuri's voice was slightly hoarse, carrying evident fatigue and anxiety. You're welcome. Tell me the situation. Tsunade got straight to the point. The patient is my ninja dog named Fuga. Inuzuka Yuri spoke quickly as she led Tsunade inside. He has been with me for over a decade, my old partner. Some time ago he became lethargic, his belly swelled, yet he grew thinner and thinner. The clan's veterinarian examined him and found worms in his belly. Tsunade nodded. This sounded like a parasitic disease not uncommon in canines. Inuzuka Yuri continued with a grim expression. For ordinary parasites our own herbal remedies or deworming medicine would suffice. But this time is different. Those worms seem somewhat special, even clever. We tried several methods without success, so we later called in someone from the Aburame clan. The Aburame clan. Tsunade was startled, then suddenly realized. Right? There was also the Aburame clan in Konoha, a ninja clan skilled in controlling insects. Their presence was so low-key that she had never thought of them. Oblivious to Tsunade's distraction, Inuzuka Yuri continued. The Aburame member said these were a type of exotic parasite they had never seen before. Their vitality is extremely strong, and they seem to have developed resistance to conventional deworming drugs. The special medicine they prescribed only calms the worms temporarily, unable to eradicate them. The only option now might be surgery to remove the worms. Then why not operate directly? Tsunade asked. We were uncertain. Inuzuka Yuri sighed, pushing open a door. Fuga is currently very weak. The worms aren't just in the intestines, they may have burrowed deeper. An ordinary surgery carries too great a risk. We didn't dare attempt it, so we had to ask for your help. The room was dim, filled with the scent of herbs and a faint fishy odor. A soft mat lay on the floor upon which rested a large dark gray ninja dog. As Tsunade drew closer, her brow furrowed. The dog was emaciated, its ribs starkly visible, its fur dull and lusterless. Only its belly was slightly swollen, a stark contrast to its gaunt frame. Its eyes were half closed, its breathing weak and rapid. How did it get so thin? Tsunade crouched down to begin her examination. We dared not let it eat much. A veterinarian from the Inuzuka clan whispered nearby. The more it eats, the more fiercely those worms compete, and it seems they multiply faster. Almost all its nutrients are stolen by the worms. Tsunade nodded. It appeared the worms were frantically robbing the host of nourishment. She extended her hand, and a green chakra glow emanated from her palm as she began a precise sensory scan. The chakra slowly seeped into Fuga's body, and Tsunade's expression grew increasingly grave. The situation was worse than she had anticipated. Those worms were not ordinary intestinal parasites. They were tiny yet tenacious. Some clung firmly to the walls of the stomach and intestines. Even more had already burrowed into deeper organs. Given the depth and extent, even if surgery removed the worms from the main sections of the intestines, those that had penetrated deep into the viscera would be impossible to eliminate completely. Moreover, given Fuga's physical condition, a major surgery, even if he survived by chance, would leave his body essentially ruined. He would be unable to continue as a ninja dog, let alone fight. Even walking normally would be difficult. He would not live more than a few years. Tsunade withdrew her hand and looked at Inuzuka Yuri with a grave expression. The situation is very bad. She laid out her diagnosis bluntly. Inuzuka Yuri's face instantly turned pale. She clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles white. Is there no other way? Inuzuka Yuri's voice trembled slightly. Watching this scene, Tsunade felt a pang of sympathy. She quickly racked her brain. Surgery to remove the worms was the conventional approach, but the after effects were severe. What if she could make the worms come out on their own? Suddenly an idea flashed through her mind. She recalled a plot from a TV drama she had seen in her past life. The 3-block deworming method. The principle was to starve the patient for a few days. When the patient is hungry, the worms are hungry too. Then a suitable amount of poison is administered to the patient. The worms would inevitably scramble for it. Even those deep in the organs would come out to feed. This would achieve the goal of killing the worms. But the risk was extremely high. Dosage control was critical. A slight miscalculation could mean the ninja dog dies from the poison while the worms survive. Moreover, those worms were somewhat clever. Could there be other unpredictable changes? Yet now there seemed to be no other option. After pondering for a moment, Tsunade spoke. There is another method, even riskier, but if it succeeds it might provide a complete cure. Inuzuka Yuri jerked her head up. What method? Poisoning. Tsunade uttered 2 words. Seeing the other's shocked expression, she immediately explained the principle. After Inuzuka Yuri had digested the explanation, Tsunade said seriously, at present there are 2 options. The first is surgery, relatively safer, but with severe after effects. The Fuga will essentially be crippled. The second is poisoning. High risk, possible immediate death, but if successful it offers a chance of complete recovery. The decision is yours. Inuzuka Yuri was caught in a tremendous struggle. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Just as her lips trembled and she struggled to make a choice, A weak hoarse voice suddenly sounded in the room. I agree. To the second. The voice did not come from Inuzuka Yuri. It came from the floor. The emaciated ninja dog, Fuga. Cut. It's over. Living. Has no meaning. Baiha. Let me. Gamble once. Funya's words made Inuzuka Baiha tremble all over. She closed her eyes and the muscles on her face twitched painfully a few times. When she opened them again, though tears still glistened, a resolute determination had taken hold. She nodded forcefully. I respect your choice. Lady Tsunade, please. Follow Funya's decision. Tsunade looked at the pair moved by their bond and nodded slightly. Understood. Then Chief Baiha, during your previous deworming, did you manage to extract any live worms? I need to study the parasite's characteristics to formulate the most effective medicine. Yes, we do. Inuzuka Baiha immediately caught on and turned to shout at a clansman. Quick, bring the samples of those worms that were expelled earlier and are still being kept. Soon a sealed glass petri dish was delivered. Inside were dozens of slender, writhing, dark red worms. The sight was nauseating. Tsunade took the dish and examined it closely. The worms were highly resilient and indeed resistant to conventional deworming drugs. She now had a clearer idea. Good, I'll take this. Tsunade set the dish aside. With a solemn expression, she instructed Inuzuka Baiha and the surrounding veterinarians caring for Funya. From today for the next 3 days, give Funya no food or water. She then looked at the weakened Funya on the ground, crouched down, and met its eyes. Funya, these 3 days will be excruciatingly hungry and painful, but you must endure. You are hungry, but those greedy worms in your belly are even hungrier. Only by starving them to the limit can the subsequent medicine achieve its maximum effect. Can you do it? Funya struggled to lift its head, letting out a low but clear whimper. Then it nodded heavily. The determination in its eyes was firmer than that of many humans. Tsunade said no more. 3 days was the maximum fasting time she had calculated based on Funya's current physical condition. Any longer, and its weakened body might collapse outright. It could starve to death before receiving treatment. Tsunade then commandeered the Inuzuka clan's veterinary office. She began researching the medication. It was not a complicated process, just repeatedly feeding the worms different types and doses of toxins. Observing which ones died fastest and most thoroughly. Recording the lowest effective lethal dose. Tsunade's pharmacological knowledge was formidable thanks to the original body's solid foundation as a medical ninja. Moreover, concocting poison was simpler than preparing an antidote. After all, killing was easier than saving. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tsunade emerged holding a fist-sized pill. It was made according to the optimal formula and dosage derived from her repeated experiments. The toxicity was sufficient to kill the starving parasites. The medicine is ready, Tsunade said to the anxiously waiting Inuzuka Baiha. I must administer it myself. None of you are to interfere. She had not forgotten the case she had seen in her past life. A doctor prescribed a toxic medicine, but the patient's husband, afraid it would kill, split the dose into 2. The result was that only half the worms died. The remaining half, agitated and stimulated by the poison, thrashed wildly inside the patient. Combined with the residual toxins, it killed the patient outright. She would never allow such a rookie mistake. Funya was already lying on the ground, too weak to lift its head. Only its abdomen rose and fell with faint breaths. Tsunade put on sterilized gloves and approached Funya. She lifted its chin, pried open its mouth, and shoved the pill directly into the depths of its throat, then pressed and stroked its neck. The movements were crisp and efficient, even a bit rough. Gulp. The pill was sent straight into the stomach. Funya. Inuzuka Baiha cried out softly, pained to see her beloved dog treated this way. Don't come near, and don't make a sound. Tsunade snapped without turning around. This is a critical moment. Any interference could ruin everything. Inuzuka Baiha immediately covered her mouth, frozen in place, not daring to breathe. The other Inuzuka clansmen, watching, also held their breath. Tsunade placed her palm on Funya's emaciated abdomen. Chakra seeped in slowly, sensing every internal change. Time ticked by. The room was so quiet that heartbeats could be heard. Suddenly Tsunade's eyes lit up. They're coming. She could clearly see it. The starving parasites lurking in Funya's liver, spleen, and even the edges of its lungs. Sensing food in the stomach, they began to writhe and burrow frantically toward it. The violent internal activity made Funya's body convulse and tremble uncontrollably. It let out painful whimpers from its throat. Funya. Inuzuka Baiha wanted to rush over again. I said don't move. Tsunade barked sternly. With one hand, she held down the violently twitching Funya. The other hand remained pressed against its abdomen, sensing. Inuzuka Baiha was frozen by Tsunade's commanding presence. Her nails dug deep into her palms as she forced herself to stay put. Watching her beloved dog suffer helplessly. About 10 minutes passed. When Tsunade sensed that all the worms had surged into the stomach, she acted. The hand on Funya's abdomen lifted instantly. Chakra at her fingertips condensed into a razor-sharp, pale blue blade. Chakra scalpel. Squelch. The blade sliced open Funya's abdomen with precision. Blood gushed out instantly. Up. Several young Inuzuka clansmen couldn't help but gasp. Tsunade's gaze was unwavering, her movements as swift as lightning. After cutting open the abdomen, her other hand also formed a chakra scalpel. She aimed precisely and made another incision on the exposed stomach. The stomach wall ruptured. No gastric acid or food residue spilled out as expected. What poured out was a massive tangled mass of dark red worms. There were so many they nearly filled the entire stomach. The sight was hair-raising and made one's stomach churn. Ugh! Someone couldn't help but dry heave. They had never imagined that a single ninja dog could harbor so many terrifying parasites. Now, Tsunade murmured. She reached in with her gloved hand without any disgust and grabbed the revolting mass of worms. Yanking it out of Finya's body in one swift motion, she tossed it into a bucket lined with lime that had been prepared nearby. Immediately after, she pressed both hands onto Finya's bleeding wound. A dense green glow of the mystical palm technique flared, repairing the damaged stomach wall, suturing the cut abdominal muscles and skin, stopping bleeding, promoting cell regeneration. Tsunade was completely focused, and soon fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Inuzuka Baiha and the clansmen watched with bated breath, both anxious and hopeful. They even breathed as softly as possible. This process lasted a full 20 minutes. When Tsunade finally withdrew her hands and let out a long breath, the wound on Funya's abdomen had healed completely. Lady Tsunade, Inuzuka Baiha asked in a trembling whisper. Tsunade waved a hand and wiped the sweat from her forehead. It's fine now. All the worms have been removed. Next, give it some nutrient fluids. Feed it soft food for a while, nothing greasy. Take good care of it. Within a month, I guarantee you'll get back a lively, healthy ninja dog. Hearing this, Inuzuka Baiha's tears streamed down instantly. She was not one to cry easily, but at this moment her emotions were utterly uncontrollable. She walked up to Tsunade and bowed deeply. Lady Tsunade, thank you. I, Inuzuka Baiha, owe you a life. From now on, whenever the Inuzuka clan can be of use, just say the word. These words carried immense weight, but none of the Inuzuka clansmen present showed any sign of disagreement. Instead, they all followed their chief and paid solemn respects to Tsunade. Only the Inuzuka clan themselves understood what their ninja dog partners meant to them. They were not merely tools of battle. They were family, a part of their very being. Saving Finya was like saving half of Inuzuka Baiha's life. The entire Inuzuka clan acknowledged this debt of gratitude. Tsunade looked at the group of people bowing before her. Though she was exhausted, she felt quite pleased. She grinned and waved a hand. All right, save the formalities. Just treat me to a good meal later. She stretched her body. I'm beat. I'm going back to catch some sleep. Remember what I said, give it fluids on time, keep the diet light. I'll come check on it in a few days. With that, she didn't linger and sauntered off. The moment Tsunade left, the Inuzuka clansmen burst into discussion. Incredible. So many worms, and she actually lured them all out and killed them. Opening the abdomen and healing it so quickly. This is Lady Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. Lady Tsunade is truly kind, going to such lengths to save Lord Finya. Yes, not only is she a brilliant medic, but she's also down to earth and without any airs. At that moment, the entire Inuzuka clan's favorability towards Tsunade soared to the maximum. Tsunade dragged her weary body home. As she reached the doorstep, she noticed a figure emerging from the shadows nearby. The figure slowly approached. Pale skin, golden slit pupils. It was none other than Orochimaru. He seemed to have been waiting for a while. Something up? Tsunade asked casually, her energy drained. Performing surgery on a ninja dog demanded intense focus, draining her more than a battle would. Orochimaru didn't reply, merely fixing his serpentine gaze on her, his eyes holding a familiar gleam. It was the fanatical, excited light of a researcher. Tsunade stiffened. She knew Orochimaru all too well. He only wore that expression when his experiments had achieved a major breakthrough. Progress. Tsunade turned to him, her voice barely concealing a tremor of excitement. A twisted smile curled at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. Tsunade's heart leaped. It was real. All her exhaustion vanished in an instant. Under pressure, she had indeed found an unexpected windfall. And it came so quickly. Let's go. Tsunade didn't even change clothes, grabbing Orochimaru and heading out. We're going now. Orochimaru rose to his feet and followed behind her. The two disappeared into the night, one after the other. Shortly after they left, a sneaky figure peeked out from the shadows of a street corner. It was Jiraiya. His injuries had fully healed, and he had just checked out of the hospital. He clutched a bouquet of wildflowers he had somehow scavenged, having prepared all day for a confession to Tsunade. But as soon as he arrived at her doorstep, he saw Tsunade pulling Orochimaru along. The two looked rushed, as if heading off to do something momentous. Jiraiya's mind exploded. Orochimaru. Why was he at Tsunade's place? At night. Where were they going? Could it be? A barrage of questions bubbled up like boiling water. The jar of jealousy in Jiraiya's heart shattered instantly. No way. He had to follow them. He tossed the wildflowers into the roadside bushes. Crouching low, he employed every stealth technique he had ever learned, trailing far behind the pair. Under the moonlight, a white-haired man darted between rooftops and shadows like a lecherous thief. Tsunade and Orochimaru had a clear destination. It was an abandoned underground base at the village's edge, now serving as Orochimaru's private laboratory. The two entered, and the heavy iron door slowly closed behind them. Jiraiya silently crept closer, found a ventilation shaft, and cautiously peered down. The lab was brightly lit with various precise instruments glowing with an obscure brilliance. Orochimaru walked straight to a special refrigerated cabinet and withdrew a sealed syringe. The reagent inside exuded a strange pale gold hue. It seemed to pulse with boundless vitality. "This is version 1.3 of the reagent," Orochimaru said, raising the syringe to the light, his gaze entranced. "Based on the final data projections of cellular activity and chakra compatibility, it should now be nearly perfect. It won't cause rejection or side effects with your body." He shifted his tone, looking at Tsunade. "However, data remains data. After actual injection, your body may experience some stress responses initially as it adapts to this immense power." In plain terms, Tsunade waved her hand impatiently. "You might briefly lose control, become frenzied, even go berserk." Orochimaru licked his tongue. "For safety and to precisely record every change in your body, I need to restrain you." He pointed to the experimental bed at the center of the lab, forged from special metal. It was covered with sturdy leather straps. Binding. Any normal woman would have punched him at such a request. But Tsunade merely glanced at the bed and replied crisply, "Fine." Without a moment's hesitation, she walked over and lay down on it. "Begin. Don't waste time." Behind the ventilation shaft, the peeping Jiraiya's eyes nearly bulged out. "Bind her." Tsunade actually agreed, and she lay down on her own. That sinister Orochimaru holding a syringe, about to strap her to the bed. What in the world were they doing? Jiraiya felt as if his head had turned green, on the verge of losing his mind. Inside the lab, Orochimaru picked up a strap and approached Tsunade, who lay on the bed, a gleeful smile on his face. "It might hurt a little. You'll have to bear it. Cut the chatter." Tsunade closed her eyes, looking utterly compliant. Orochimaru said nothing more, taking a thick leather strap and pressing it slowly against Tsunade's pale wrist. Jiraiya was going insane. "Hurt? What would hurt?" "Orochimaru, what are you doing to Tsunade?" On the experimental bed. The moment the straps tightened, Tsunade felt the cold touch of metal on her wrists and ankles. Orochimaru took out the injection, swabbed the inner part of Tsunade's arm with alcohol. Injection. The needle pierced the skin. The icy liquid spread along the veins like a thin serpent, slithering toward her heart. For the first 3 seconds, there was no sensation at all. On the 4th second, Tsunade's pupils contracted sharply. A wave of searing heat erupted from her heart, as if she had been thrown into a pool of magma. Every vein swelled, every cell screamed. "NGH." Tsunade clenched her jaw, veins bulging on her forehead. Orochimaru immediately turned around, grabbing a notebook and pen. His eyes stared intently at the data jumping across the instrument screen beside him. Heart rate 140. 160. Chakra concentration in blood rising rapidly. Cell division speed 30 times normal. He jotted down notes furiously, the curve of his lips growing wider. "Perfect, even better than expected." Bam! The iron door was kicked flying. Jiraiya burst in like an enraged lion, his white hair standing on end. "Orochimaru, you pervert. Let Tsunade go." The pen in Orochimaru's hand clattered to the floor. He turned his head, his expression shifting from ecstasy to utter shock. "Jiraiya, how did you?" "Don't play dumb with me." Jiraiya rushed to the experimental bed. Seeing Tsunade tied down, drenched in sweat, her face twisted in pain. The last strand of rational thought in his mind snapped with an audible pop. "You tied Tsunade up and injected her with some unknown liquid. What the hell have you done to her?" "Orochimaru." He instinctively took half a step back, a flicker of guilt in his eyes. Though it was indeed a legitimate experiment, the scene, from an outsider's perspective, was indeed prone to misunderstanding. "Let me explain." "I won't listen." "Not listening. Not listening." Jiraiya lunged at the bed, his hands reaching to undo the straps on Tsunade. "Stop." Orochimaru's face changed drastically, darting over to grab Jiraiya's wrist. "You can't touch her right now." "What did you say?" Jiraiya turned to glare at Orochimaru and yanked his hand away. "You're telling me I can't touch her now? You've touched her plenty. Tied her up plenty." A vein bulged on Orochimaru's temple. "You fool. The drug in her body is in its critical fusion phase. Any external interference could cause failure. You think I believe a guy who ties a woman to a bed?" Jiraiya formed hand seals. Orochimaru's pupils contracted, forming seals simultaneously. Ninja art lion's main jutsu. Hidden shadow snake hands. White hair strands shot out like steel needles, while dozens of black snakes slithered forth from Orochimaru's sleeves. They clashed midair, tangling into a chaotic mess. Hair strands shredded snake bodies, fangs snapped hair roots. The two erupted into battle within the cramped laboratory. Instruments were knocked over, glass bottles shattered, chemicals splattered across the floor. Orochimaru's meticulously arranged experimental environment was being destroyed at a visible rate. "You're insane, Jiraiya. The data isn't recorded yet." "To hell with your data." And in the midst of the chaos, Tsunade alone endured the cataclysmic transformation raging inside her body. The burning sensation didn't subside, it intensified. She could feel her cells being torn apart, rearranged, torn again, and rearranged again. Bones trembled subtly, muscle fibers snapped and realigned in a denser configuration. Pain. Not ordinary pain. It was pain surging from the depths of her marrow, from within every nucleus. Tsunade's consciousness began to blur. An unprecedented savage power surged from the deepest recesses of her body, battering her defenses of reason. The straps emitted a creaking sound. The specially made metal began to deform. Jiraiya and Orochimaru continued to fight. Orochimaru stretched his neck, eerily slithering like a snake under Jiraiya's arm to circle behind him. Crack. A clear snapping sound. Both halted simultaneously, turning to look at the experimental bed. The straps had snapped. Tsunade slowly sat up. Her eyes were completely unfocused, pupils dilated to nearly fill her entire irises. A faint golden sheen began to appear on her skin, as if something were flowing beneath the surface. She had entered a berserk state. Tsunade, Jiraiya called out tentatively. Orochimaru grabbed Jiraiya by the collar and yanked him backward. Run. Too late. Tsunade sprang from the bed, right fist clenched, devoid of any form or technique. Pure brutality. One punch struck the ground between them. Boom. The entire underground laboratory felt like it had been stomped by a giant. The ground shattered in a spiderweb pattern from the point of impact. Large chunks of concrete fell from the ceiling. Cracks ran through the walls. The shockwave sent both Jiraiya and Orochimaru flying. They crashed through the laboratory wall, tumbling over a dozen meters before stopping. Orochimaru crawled out of the rubble, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes gleamed brighter than before. It succeeded. He muttered, staring at Tsunade, standing in the center of the ruins, radiating a faint golden light. Cellular evolution. Succeeded. Jiraiya also struggled out from the debris, covered in dust, nose bleeding profusely. He stared at Tsunade in a daze. The power of that punch. He had been so close, he felt it clearly. Terrifying. If that punch had struck the ground instead of his body, he would have been nothing but pulp. Tsunade stood still, chest heaving violently. The golden glow gradually faded, and her pupils slowly regained focus. Her first conscious thought. She looked down at the shattered ground beneath her feet, then up at the two men covered in dust and bruises. You two fighting in front of me. Her voice was calm, but both Jiraiya and Orochimaru felt a bone-chilling cold. Tsunade clenched her fist, knuckles cracking audibly. Good. Since you have so much energy. She walked toward them step by step. Let me help you burn it off. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged a glance. For once the two reached a consensus. Run. 10 minutes later. Above the abandoned underground base at the edge of Konoha, 3 human-shaped craters had appeared on the ground. Jiraiya lay sprawled in the largest pit, his white hair disheveled, and his face swollen like a pig's head. His left eye was black and blue, his right eye purple, and a tooth was missing from his mouth. He had completely given up resisting. Orochimaru was in slightly better condition. Only his left cheek was swollen, his collar was torn, and a lump the size of an egg protruded from his forehead. After all, most of Tsunade's fury had been vented on Jiraiya. Thud, thud, thud. A flurry of hurried footsteps came from afar. 3 ninjas in guard uniforms, weapons in hand, quickly arrived at the scene. What's going on? There was a loud noise from over here. The leading Chunin stopped mid-sentence as he recognized the 3 figures. Tsunade stood with arms crossed, expressionless. Orochimaru leaned against a pile of rubble, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Jiraiya lay like a dead dog in the pit. The 3 guards exchanged glances. The leader silently put away his kunai. It's nothing. Lady Tsunade and the others are sparring. He signaled to his 2 subordinates. Fall back. The 3 turned and left, moving even faster than when they arrived. 10 meters away, one of them muttered under his breath, 3 jonin fighting. What were we thinking, joining in, tired of living? The words drifted into Tsunade's ears. She let out a scoff. Enough. Tsunade kicked Jiraiya. Get up. Let's go. Jiraiya let out a dying groan. Tsunade, I'm innocent. I just came to confess my love. Confess. Tsunade looked down at him, her eyes unfriendly. Your way of confessing is to kick down the lab door and then start a fight with Orochimaru in front of me. That was a misunderstanding. You'd better have fewer misunderstandings in the future. Tsunade couldn't be bothered to argue. She grabbed Jiraiya by the scruff of his neck and dragged him across the ground like a sack. Orochimaru, let's go. Back to your lab. Orochimaru stood up from the ground, dusted off his clothes. He glanced at Jiraiya being dragged away and showed a rare flicker of sympathy. But only a flicker. After all, this fool had smashed his lab. The 3 of them plus a limp mess returned to the now devastated underground base. Tsunade tossed Jiraiya into a corner. Thud. The dull sound of his head hitting the wall. Jiraiya. He didn't even bother to grunt. Tsunade cracked her wrists and turned to Orochimaru. How far did you record the data? Orochimaru fished out a miraculously intact detection device from the pile of shattered instruments. He brushed off the dust, pressed the switch, and the screen lit up. Good. The core data was transmitted before the rampage. He scanned the screen, unconsciously licking his lips. Come here. I'll run a full examination. Tsunade walked over and extended her arm. Orochimaru took out a portable blood sampler. Though most of the lab had been destroyed, he had stashed a backup set of equipment in a corner. A researcher always had that bit of caution. Blood draw, chakra fluctuation detection, cell activity analysis. Orochimaru worked quickly, but his eyes grew brighter. 5 minutes later, he set down the instrument. The results are out. Speak. Orochimaru took a deep breath. Your current cell activity has reached 1/10 of the first Hokage Hashirama's cells. Silence hung in the air for a moment. From the corner, Jiraiya mumbled drowsily, "What's that?" "Only 1/10. Tsunade said nothing. 1/10. At first glance, that number didn't seem like much. Who was Hashirama? The god of shinobi. The life force in his cells was a bug in this world. 1/10 might not seem impressive, but Tsunade knew what it meant. She closed her eyes and focused inward. At the position of the Byakugo seal on her forehead, a warm sensation began to flow slowly. It was the feeling of chakra condensing and storing. Before, this process was as slow as honey dripping from a bottle in winter. Now it was like a faucet turned on. Tsunade's eyes snapped open. The condensation speed of the Yin seal. 10 times faster. Tsunade clenched her fist. She could feel the steady, ample power within her body. Unlike during the rampage, it was now docile and controllable. But the foundation had already been profoundly transformed. This is only version 1. 3. Orochimaru licked his lips. If we keep optimizing. Slow down. Tsunade cut him off. First, fully analyze the version 1. 3 data. Record every single indicator precisely. The body's tolerance limit, whether there are delayed side effects. Everything must be confirmed. One step at a time. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. But after a moment's thought, he nodded. You're right. Science requires patience. Tsunade clapped her hands in satisfaction. She turned and walked toward the corner where Jiraiya had already passed out completely, hoisting him onto her shoulder. Jiraiya's head swayed behind her back as he muttered in his sleep, "Tsunade, marry me." Tsunade's expression remained unchanged as she headed toward the base exit. Orochimaru. I won't interfere with the lab. But watch your step. And remember this. Don't let Root catch you. Orochimaru smiled noncommittal. Relax. Tsunade carried Jiraiya out of the base, the night breeze hitting her face. Cool. She looked up at the night sky. 10-fold speed Yin seal. If this pace continued, the completion time of the Byakugo technique was within reach. By then, a slight curve lifted the corner of Tsunade's mouth. This world is going to get a lot more interesting. Jiraiya was hospitalized again. For broken ribs, a shattered left arm, and a ruptured spleen. The medical ninja at Konoha Hospital's hands trembled as they reviewed the injury report. Was he stepped on by a summon? No, it was Lady Tsunade's fist. How tragic. News spread quickly. Konoha was a small place and ninjas gossiped even more fervently than civilians. Within a day, the tale of Tsunade beating Jiraiya had swept through every street and alley. However, the story grew more absurd with each telling. Did you hear? Jiraiya just said, "Tsunade, you look nice today," and got sent flying. The version I heard is that Jiraiya simply walked past Tsunade's door, glanced at her, and ended up in the hospital. Tisk Senju Tsunade, that violent brute of a woman. Better stay away from her. One wrong word, and you'll get beaten. Exactly, with such a temper, who would dare marry her? While the stronger a woman is, the less likely she is to find a husband, a few Chunin whispered amongst themselves in a tea shop. Their voices were low, but not deliberately hushed. Tsunade, of course, didn't hear any of this. She couldn't care less. Meanwhile, at the Senju estate, early morning, Tsunade was sleeping like a log. The night before, she had stayed up late with Orochimaru reviewing the body index data for version 1. 3. She had crashed as soon as she got home. Knock knock. A knock at the door. Tsunade rolled over, pressing a pillow over her ears. Knock knock knock. More insistent this time. So annoying. Tsunade muttered a curse and dragged herself out of bed. Her hair was a wild mess. Her pajama collar was slipping off her shoulder. Yawning, she shuffled to the door in her slippers. Who's this early? She slid the door open. Standing outside was a person, dressed in light purple casual clothes. Black hair tied neatly back. Not tall, just reaching Tsunade's shoulder. It was Uchiha Makoto. She stood at the door, clutching a cloth bundle in her hands, her knuckles white. Tsunade blinked, her drowsiness fading fast. Makoto. What are you? Before she could finish, she noticed Makoto's eyes. Red. Her eye rims were red. Her nose was red too. Those big eyes glistened with moisture, as if she had been crying or was fighting back tears right now. Tsunade was fully awake now. What's wrong? Who's been bullying you? Her tone dropped instantly. Makoto shook her head, pressed her lips together, and her voice was thick with a nasal quality. Lady Tsunade, are you alright? Tsunade was taken aback. Me? She looked down at herself. Pajamas, crooked hair all over the place, and a pillow mark on her face. Not exactly a pretty sight, but nothing seemed wrong. I'm fine. Tsunade scratched the back of her head. Why'd you come all this way so early? At this, the moisture in Makoto's eyes finally overflowed. Big teardrops streamed down her face. Out there, everyone is saying terrible things about you. Her voice was choked with tears, but each word was crisp and clear. They call you a violent woman. Say you have a bad temper. Say you hit everyone. And some even say you'll never get married. Mikoto wiped her tears as she spoke, getting angrier with each word. I know that's not true. Lady Tsunade is the best person. That day at the bathhouse it was you who protected everyone. Those men don't know anything, just gossiping behind your back. I was worried you might hear those things and feel sad. With that she sniffled hard, her hands trembling as she clutched the cloth bundle. Tsunade stood in the doorway looking at this red-eyed girl in front of her. For a moment she was lost for words. Honestly, she hadn't paid a single bit of attention to those rumors. In her past life, she'd weathered far worse words. Besides, she knew perfectly well that Jiraiya's beating wasn't entirely unjustified. Rumors were the last thing she cared about. But right now, there was someone who had rushed over at dawn, eyes red, just to ask her, "Are you alright?" Something in Tsunade's heart softened. "You silly girl." She let out a sigh and reached out to ruffle Mikoto's hair. Her touch was gentle, her palm warm. "Don't you know who I am? People can wag their tongues all they want, I won't even bother to listen. Stop crying, your nose is all red." Mikoto's sobs gradually quieted under Tsunade's hand. But she didn't step back, instead she leaned in half a step closer. "But, no buts." Tsunade flicked her forehead. "Go on home. You came all this way at dawn, won't your family worry?" Mikoto didn't move. She kept her head down as if hesitating. A few seconds of silence. Then she looked up sharply. Her eyes, still glistening with tears, held a stubbornness unique to the Uchiha. "Lady Tsunade, I want to become your disciple." Tsunade's hand froze in midair. "What? I want to learn from you." Mikoto clenched her fists, her voice quiet but firm. "I want to get stronger. You said that day, if anyone bullies me I can use your name. But I don't want to just hide behind someone else. I want to become someone like you. Someone who can protect others." She took a deep breath. "So please accept me as your student." With that she bowed 90 degrees, her back straight as a rod. Tsunade looked at the little head before her. Her hair still damp with morning dew. A disciple, teaching Uchiha Mikoto. Tsunade's mind started turning. Mikoto, a member of the Uchiha clan. She had the Sharingan bloodline and decent chakra potential. In the original story, she married Fugaku and became a housewife for life. Ultimately, she died at the hands of her own son, Uchiha Itachi. But what if she was trained from now, with her talent combined with her own strength system and medical ninjutsu? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. This was a gem in the rough, and a gem that had come to her doorstep. "Do you know that training under me will be tough?" Tsunade's smile faded, her tone turning serious. Mikoto looked up, her gaze unwavering. "I'm not afraid. I can be up at 4 in the morning every day." A slight smile tugged at the corner of Tsunade's mouth. "An early riser just like her. Does your family agree?" "I haven't told them yet," Mikoto answered honestly. "But it's my decision, I don't need their permission." Impressive. A 13-year-old Uchiha saying something like that. No wonder she was the woman who could manage Fugaku. Tsunade fell silent, a thought forming in her mind. Mikoto is from the Uchiha clan. If I take her as a disciple, what would the Uchiha think? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. The Senju and the Uchiha, a century of bad blood. Taking her on would be throwing a stone into still water. Whatever. If I want a disciple, I'll just take one. If the Uchiha clan dares to object, let them try. Tsunade clicked her tongue, reached out, and placed a firm hand on Mikoto's shoulder. All right. One word, crisp and decisive. Mikoto froze. She had braced herself for rejection, expecting to have to ask at least 3 times. "Oh really? When have I ever told a lie?" Tsunade tilted her head. "Well, actually I lie a lot. But not this time." Mikoto's lips trembled. Tears flowed again. But this time she was crying with a smile. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I will. Call me Master." "Master." Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. She kept her cool on the outside, but inside she was overjoyed. "Got myself a cute little disciple. Uchiha Mikoto, the future one beauty of the Uchiha clan, she's all mine." Phase 2 of building the relationship, starting with master and disciple, nice and steady. A month later, the Mountain Flower Shop. Today's tea party had a larger turnout. When Tsunade pushed open the door, Uchiha Mikoto followed behind her. The young girl had changed into a dark blue casual outfit, her long hair tied neatly into a ponytail, looking much more spirited. A month of training was already showing results, with a sharp edge visible in her eyes. Yet faced with a room full of women much older than her, she was visibly nervous. Her back was ramrod straight, fingers twisting together. "Come on, let everyone get to know you." Tsunade gave Mikoto's back a hearty pat, pushing her half a step forward. "My apprentice Uchiha Mikoto." The room fell silent for a moment. Uchiha. The weight of that surname was clear to everyone present. Senju Tsunade had taken an Uchiha as her apprentice. News had already spread through clan circles, but seeing her in person was different. Yamanaka Ikumi reacted fastest, smiling as she stood to smooth things over. "Miss Mikoto, we've heard so much about you from Tsunade-sama. Come sit." Akimichi Rora also waved enthusiastically. "Come here, your master often mentions you, saying how diligently you train." Naralia smiled and nodded gently, saying warmly, "No need to be so formal today, it's just a casual gathering." Mikoto gave a slight bow. "Greetings, ladies. Sorry for the intrusion." Her attitude was proper, her manners impeccable. Tsunade glanced at her with satisfaction. Yes, she had brought honor to her master. But the highlight of today was yet to come. Another set of footsteps sounded at the door. Inuzuka Yuri strode in carrying a sharp energy. She scanned the room, her gaze landing on Tsunade, and grinned. Did I miss anything? Perfect timing. Tsunade raised her chin. Have a seat inside. Inuzuka Yuri took a seat next to Tsunade. Beside her crouched a spirited large ninja hound. It was Fuga. His coat was glossy and muscles full. He looked like a completely different dog from the sickly one a month ago. Fuga is recovering nicely, Tsunade remarked casually. Inuzuka Yuri scratched Fuga's head, pride unmistakable in her voice. He eats, runs, and fights like a beast, even fiercer than before he got sick. The young brats in the clan wanted to spar with him, but 3 against 1 wasn't even a match. Makes sense. After being starved that long, he's got a lot of pent-up fire. As they chatted, the final guest arrived. Hyuga-sana. She wore an elegant Hyuga clan robe, her complexion rosy, and her figure already restored to pre-childbirth state. A servant carrying a baby followed beside her. The moment she entered, her gaze locked onto Tsunade. Tsunade. Her voice trembled with barely concealed excitement. Oh, Sana-san. Tsunade rose to greet her a couple steps. How's your recovery? Excellent. Hyuga-sana hurried over, grabbing Tsunade's hands. Hinami is healthy too. She sleeps well every night and feeds with great strength. She paused, lowering her voice. When I tried to leave this time, Sauka almost didn't allow it. He said it was too soon after my month of rest. When I said you had invited me, he shut right up. Tsunade chuckled. So the Hyuga clan head's authority means nothing but mine works? Of course, Hyuga-sana nodded with an air of certainty. The other ladies laughed. The atmosphere instantly warmed up. Tsunade looked around the room. Yamanaka Ikomi, Naralia, Akimichi Rora, Inuzuka Yuri, Hyuga-sana, Uchiha Mikoto, plus herself, Ino Shikacho, Inuzuka, Hyuga, Uchiha, Senju. 7 people, 6 great clans. It could be said they covered half of Konoha's prominent ninja clans. If the Aburame clan were added, the core clans of Konoha would be complete. Tsunade held her teacup the corner of her mouth, lifting slightly. The casual conversation proceeded smoothly. When women gather, topics are never scarce. From childcare tips to wellness advice, from recent clan gossip to ninja tool discount information. Though Hyuga-sana and Inuzuka Yuri were first-timers, with Tsunade acting as the bridge, they quickly became familiar with the others. Sana was gentle in temperament, soft-spoken, and found common ground with Naralia. Yuri, on the other hand, was straightforward and lively, clicking with Akimichi Rora. The two got into a lively discussion about meat dishes, nearly slapping the table in excitement. Mikoto sat beside Tsunade, speaking little but listening attentively. Occasionally, when asked about her training, she would answer briefly. My master wakes me at 4 every morning for a run, then 100 punches afterward. And after the 100 punches? Yamanaka Ikomi asked curiously. Another lap. Everyone turned to look at Tsunade. Tsunade paused mid-sip, blinking innocently. Just basic physical conditioning. Totally normal. During this period, she hadn't yet taught Mikoto medical ninjutsu, focusing instead on strengthening the girl's body. Without a strong physique, everything else was difficult. She had even dragged her younger brother Nawaki into the training. The lady's expressions shifted from curiosity to sympathy. Tsunade cleared her throat. All right, enough about that. She set down her teacup, looking around. The timing was about right. Everyone. Tsunade's tone shifted naturally. Besides catching up, I've been thinking about something I'd like to share with you all. The room quieted, all eyes converging on her. You've all seen what's been happening lately. Tsunade leaned back against the cushion, casual in posture, but her words carried weight. When Sana had that difficult labor, if I hadn't happened to be there, the outcome could have been completely different. Hyuga-sana's expression flickered, her hand instinctively touching her abdomen. And Yuri's Fuga, it had been ailing for so long with no one able to help. A few more days, and it would have been too late. Inuzuka Yuri was silent for a moment, then nodded. And you 3? Tsunade looked at the 3 Ino Shikacho wives. Those postpartum issues that linger for years. Whoever bothers to address them? The 3 exchanged glances, bitter smiles on their faces. Indeed. In the shinobi world, the men go to the front lines looking glorious. Women hold things together at home, and when they damage their bodies in childbirth, who takes care of them? The clan's medical need. Those are for treating warriors. Postpartum back pain, blood deficiency. Which clan has anyone dedicated to that? No one. You endure, you make do, and you just get by. So I thought of a solution. Tsunade raised a finger. Let's establish a mutual aid society. A mutual aid society. Inuzuka Yuri raised an eyebrow. Yes, just us. Tsunade gestured around the room. A women's mutual aid society. If anyone's family has troubles, difficult labor, serious illness, or other hardships, the rest can help. Not limited to medical matters. Connections, resources, information, we share everything we can. Simply put, when one is in need, all come to the rescue. Yamanaka Ikomi was the first to catch on. Like an alliance. Not that formal. Tsunade waved a hand. Just sisters looking out for each other. We gather regularly and help when trouble arises. She looked at Hyuga-sana. For example, Sana, The Hyuga have the finest Byakugan meridian charts, unrivaled in diagnostics. If any child has problems in the future, we can count on you. Then she looked at Inuzuka Yuri. Yuri, the Inuzuka's scent hounds can track down rare medicinal herbs. She then glanced at the others. The Ino Shikacho clans go without saying. Intel, medicine, logistics, all top-notch. As for me, Tsunade pointed at herself. Medical matters I'll handle. The room was quiet for a few seconds. Then Hyuga was the first to speak. I agree. Her voice was soft, but her tone firm. If such a society had existed, then I wouldn't have had to wait until the last moment to find Tsunade. She glanced at the servant holding Hinami. My life and Hinami's are proof enough. Inuzuka Yuri crossed her arms, tilted her head in thought, then nodded decisively. All right, I'm in. Yamanaka Ikumi raised her hand with a smile. Count me in. Akimichi Rora slapped her knee. Was there even a question? Of course I'm joining. Naralia smiled slightly. I have no objections. Finally all eyes turned to Mikoto. The young girl blinked, then said earnestly, I'm just a student. How can I help? Tsunade gave her head a gentle smack. You're my apprentice. What's mine is yours. No arguments, raise your hand. Mikoto obediently raised her hand. Tsunade looked around the room. 6 hands, all raised in unison. She slapped the table in satisfaction. Right then, Konoha Women's Mutual Aid Society is officially established today. President me. Raise your hand if you object. No one did. Even Inuzuka Yuri let out a snort of laughter. Who else could it be? Tsunade raised her teacup. Then instead of sake, let's toast to our society. 6 teacups clinked together, producing a crisp sound. After the gathering, Tsunade walked home with Mikoto. The golden light of evening spread across the streets, stretching their shadows long. Mikoto, walking half a step behind, suddenly spoke up. Master, you brought these people together today. Not just for mutual help, is it? Tsunade continued walking, glancing at her from the side. A 13-year-old girl with clear, sharp black eyes. Tsunade smiled. What do you think? Mikoto thought for a moment, then said seriously, I think you're playing a very big game of shogi. Tsunade turned her gaze forward, looking at the road ahead. The setting sun painted the rooftops of the Senju estate in warm red. Mikoto, yes. Remember everyone here today. Tsunade's tone was calm. One day in the future you'll realize that the true power to change this village doesn't lie on the battlefield. Mikoto didn't fully understand, but she remembered. And in Tsunade's mind, she was already planning the next move. The Mutual Aid Society was just the shell. Behind these women stood the voice of the entire shinobi clan structure of Konoha. Hyuga, Inuzuka, Ino, Shikacho, Uchiha, and the Senju. This web had only just woven its first layer. But before that, Tsunade stretched lazily. There was one matter that also needed to be settled. Tsunade's gaze gradually grew fervent. She could already sense it. Her seal was about to be completed. 3 o'clock in the morning. The courtyard behind the Tsunade residence. Tsunade sat cross-legged beneath an ancient locust tree, her eyes closed. At the center of her forehead, a faint diamond-shaped outline began to glow slowly, flickering on and off. This state had persisted for 3 days. 3 days ago, the storage capacity of the seal reached its critical threshold. According to Mito, this was the sign of the seal about to form. Chakra surged, compressed, and solidified at the acupoint on her forehead. Again and again. Each cycle made the diamond outline a little clearer. Tsunade's consciousness sank into her body, her spirit fully concentrated. She could see the chakra pool at her forehead. The storage space accumulated over months and amplified by her upgraded physique brimmed to the very last drop. Full. Completely full. The last stray thread of chakra was pressed into the pool. Click. It was not a real sound, but rather a spiritual perception, like the final piece of a puzzle falling perfectly into place. The light on her forehead blazed suddenly. The diamond outline sharpened from blurry to defined, becoming solid. A deep purple diamond seal was firmly branded at the center of Tsunade's forehead. The Myoga mark of the 100 healing seals. It was complete. Originally planned to take a full year to condense, the mark had now been fully formed in less than 6 months. Tsunade slowly opened her eyes. Her first sensation, lightness. The feeling of something being constantly drained from her body for the past year had vanished. In its place was a sense of fullness, like a long dry riverbed finally refilled. She looked down at her hands. A barely perceptible shimmer flowed across the surface of her skin, invisible to the naked eye. But she could feel it. Every cell vibrated at a low frequency. Vitality. That was the external manifestation of awakened cellular activity. Let me test my base condition first. Tsunade rose to her feet and stretched her joints. She did not activate the seal, maintaining only her normal state. She clenched her right fist and lightly struck the trunk-sized training post in the backyard. Without exerting force. Thud. The training post snapped cleanly in two. The upper half spun through the air and embedded itself 10 meters away in the mud. The break was smooth, the wood fibers torn evenly. Tsunade glanced at her fist. No pain. Not even a tremor. With the same force before, she would at most leave a dent on the post. 10% of Hashirama's cellular activity. She muttered to herself. As expected, this power came at a cost. Even my strength has increased substantially. At this point, Tsunade's base physical enhancement alone had already undergone a qualitative transformation. But that was not the focus today. Tsunade took a deep breath. She formed hand seals. In seal, release. The diamond mark on her forehead flared, and deep purple patterns spread outward like vines, flowing along her temples, cheekbones, and neck, spreading across her entire body. In an instant, Tsunade transformed completely. The sensation was hard to describe. If what she had just experienced was the river filling its bed, then now it was the dam bursting open. Every cell in her body was immersed and activated by a flood of chakra. Cellular activity surged from 10% to maximum. 100%. Complete form. Hashirama's state. Tsunade looked down at the purple patterns flowing across her arms. Veins beneath her skin glowed faintly. She drew the kunai from her waist. Without hesitation, she slashed her left hand. Blood welled up. 1 second. The muscle fibers at the wound's edge began to writhe, drawing together at a visible speed. New skin covered the cut. 2 seconds. The bleeding stopped. 3 seconds. The wound vanished completely, leaving no scar. The newly grown skin matched the surrounding complexion perfectly. Tsunade stared at her palm for 3 seconds. Insane. She judged herself, healing a kunai deep gash in 3 seconds. This recovery speed had long exceeded the realm of medical ninjutsu. This was pure vitality, overwhelming everything. Not enough. Tsunade thought for a moment, then walked to the courtyard wall and found a fist-sized fragment of stone. Gripping it in her hand, she smashed it against her left forearm with a crack. The sound of a bone fracture. A crack appeared in the left ulna. Pain signals reached her brain, and Tsunade's brows furrowed slightly, but she made no sound. Then she focused on the injured area. 3 seconds. Chakra in her body automatically surged toward the wound. 5 seconds. The bone crack began to close. 10 seconds. She tried moving her left fingers, all flexible. 15 seconds. The bone fully recovered, even the bruising faded. A bone fracture. 15 seconds. Tsunade exhaled. What about a complete break? 1 minute. She did not continue testing. Going further would not be testing. It would be self-mutilation. Moreover, what mattered now was understanding another metric. The total chakra reserve within the In seal. Tsunade closed her eyes and sank her consciousness back into her body. The diamond mark on her forehead was like a door, and beyond it lay a deep purple sea. A sea of chakra. She tried to perceive the boundaries of this sea. Deep. Extremely deep. Months of accumulation combined with tenfold infusion efficiency. It equaled the chakra reserve of over a year of normal cultivation compressed into this small diamond seal. This was no longer just chakra. It was chakra by the ton. Tsunade made a rough estimation, based on the consumption rate when fully activating the 100 healing seal just now. At least 3 hours of complete form. 3 hours. 3 hours of Hashirama level passive state. What did that mean? In the second Shinobi World War, the most brutal battle lasted only 2 hours from start to finish, although it required months of recovery afterward. But that was already more than enough. Tsunade's thoughts churned, then she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The In seal cultivation was complete. Now she was about to attempt something she had long wanted to try, but never dared. The next moment, Tsunade's eyes snapped open. 8 gates, open. Chakra surged into the meridians like a tsunami. First gate open. Effortlessly familiar. The brain's limitations dissolved, and the world became sharp and lucid. Second gate heal. Fatigue vanished without a trace. Her body, empowered by the Byakugo, resembled an inexhaustible dynamo. Third gate life. Her skin flushed crimson, veins bulging. Strength and speed ascended an entire tier. Yet this time was different. The power surging within her body was several times greater than before. The immense chakra released by the Byakugo seal resonated and overlapped with the explosive mechanism of the 8 gates. It was like hurling a nuclear bomb into a nuclear reactor. Continue. Fourth gate hurt. Open. Dark red enveloped her entire form. Green steam erupted from her skin. Last time opening the fourth gate had already set off alarms in her body. This time, Tsunade rolled her neck. No sensation at all. With Byakugo's cellular activity fully unleashed, the microscopic tears in her muscle fibers were repaired the instant they formed. The side effects of the fourth gate were completely neutralized. Just as I thought. Tsunade took a deep breath. Fifth gate limit. Open. Hum. The steam around her body suddenly thickened threefold. The ground beneath her feet fractured into a spiderweb of cracks. Her power surged once more. A faint blue aura even appeared around her. Tsunade could feel the chakra within her burning wildly, but the reserves in the Byakugo seal had barely been touched. The consumption of the fifth gate was almost negligible for her current state. My condition now. Tsunade stared at her hands veiled in green steam, her heart racing. Can I go further? Last time the fourth gate was her limit. Back then she estimated that with her physical capacity the fifth gate would be a stretch and the sixth gate extremely difficult. But that was before she had Byakugo. Everything was different now. With Byakugo fully active, her Hashirama level cellular activity acted as a buffer pad with infinite endurance. The load of the sixth gate. She could handle it. Let's do it. Tsunade's eyes widened, chakra spinning to its peak. Sixth gate view. Open. Boom. A solid, thunderous detonation. With Tsunade as the epicenter, the ground within a 10-meter radius exploded into pieces. Rocks, soil, and grass clippings were hurled into the sky by the visible shockwave. The color of her skin shifted from dark red to deep crimson, and then it changed. Tsunade froze. The dense green steam enveloping her body was changing color. From emerald green to cerulean blue to azure blue. Finally, it transformed into a profound, deep blue flame that engulfed her entirely. Azure steam. Tsunade's eyes widened. That's not right. Her mind raced through the data on the 8 gates. Might Guy opened the 7th gate to enter the azure steam state. That was the hallmark of the 7th gate shock. She had only opened the 6th gate. The 6th gate. Why was she already in azure steam? Around her body, azure flames blazed. The heat haze distorted everything in view. The ground beneath her feet began to crack, dry out, and char. Tsunade looked down at herself. A cerulean light enveloped her entire form, and power boiled within every cell. Suddenly she understood. The color of the steam depends on the concentration of burning chakra and the intensity of cellular activity. Might Guy's body was that of an ordinary person. To reach the threshold where chakra steam changed color, he needed the 7th gate. But she was different. Senju physique. Uzumaki lineage. Byakugo fully unleashed. Hashirama-level cellular activity. With the same 6th gate eruption, the concentration and intensity of the chakra burning within her directly surpassed the level of an ordinary person's 7th gate. So, I can achieve the effect of someone else's 7th gate with just my 6th gate. Tsunade's lips curled into a grin. Ridiculous. It felt incredible. But at that very moment, she realized a problem. Too much power. So much that she didn't know where to channel it. Every muscle in her body screamed for output. To erupt. To destroy. Like a balloon inflated to its limit about to burst. No. I need to let it out somewhere. Tsunade gritted her teeth and kicked off the ground. Swoosh. She vanished. At the speed of the 6th gate's azure state, the naked eye could no longer track her. 10 seconds later. Deep in the forest behind Konoha, a secluded valley, Tsunade's figure materialized in the center of the valley. She had reached her limit. Huh. One punch. Aimed at the cliff face before her. Boom. The entire cliff face. A rock wall tens of meters high and dozens of meters wide. Under that single punch, it crumbled like a cookie crushed by a giant. From the point of impact, cracks spread at the speed of light. The next second, the entire cliff face collapsed inward. Debris cascaded like a waterfall, dust billowing into the sky. Still not enough. Tsunade turned and charged at the opposite cliff. Again. One punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Each landing was a minor earthquake. Under her violent assault, the valley expanded rapidly. Both cliff walls were forcibly widened by over 10 meters. The ground was pockmarked with dense craters. The entire process lasted less than a minute. But during that minute in the residential area of Konoha, hey, an earthquake. An elderly woman who had been out early to buy groceries froze. A distinct tremor came from underfoot. Mom, the table is shaking. Earthquake. Run. On the main street of Konoha, pedestrians crouched and covered their heads. Goods from stalls were shaken to the ground. Tiles slid off roofs with a clatter. Even the stone statues of the 3 Hokages on the Hokage rock trembled slightly. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just lit his pipe, ready to tackle the first document of the day. The tremor hit. The teacup in his hand wobbled, spilling tea. The 3rd Hokage frowned. An earthquake? No. The frequency and intensity. This wasn't a natural quake. It was man-made. He set down his teacup, rose, and walked to the window. His gaze fixed on the direction from which the tremor came. The rear mountain. Someone. A masked figure appeared silently. Investigate. The rear mountain area. Yes. The figure vanished. The 3rd's gaze was profound, the pipe dangling unlit from his lips. Within Konoha, who could produce tremors of this magnitude? Soon an Umbu returned. 3rd Hokage-sama. The Umbu knelt on one knee, his tone carrying obvious hesitation. Who is it? It is Tsunade-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly dropped his pipe. What? The eastern valley of the rear mountain. Tsunade-sama is alone. The valley has been. The Umbu paused as if searching for the right words. The terrain has been altered. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for 3 seconds. Then he set his pipe on the desk. Lead the way. When the 3rd Hokage stood at the edge of the valley and looked down, he was silent for a long time. What had once been a narrow V-shaped valley was now a wide U-shaped one. The cross-sections of the cliff walls were so smooth they didn't look like the work of fists, but rather as if some giant beast had gnawed at them. The valley floor was a mess. Deep craters, fissures, piles of rubble. Within 100 meters, not a single patch of ground was intact. And in the center, Tsunade sat on a piece of rubble. The azure steam had dissipated, and the Byakugo markings had receded. She was leisurely flexing her wrists, loosening her muscles. A satisfied smile graced her face. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and jumped down. Tsunade. Yo, old man. Tsunade looked up, grinning widely, showing no surprise. You're pretty fast. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the ruins around them, then looked at Tsunade. He opened his mouth, but in the end only said one sentence. When did you come to possess such power? Tsunade tilted her head thinking. About 10 minutes ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen. He closed his eyes and massaged his temples. Early in the morning, an 18-year-old girl had blown up the rear mountain, and she was the first Hokage's granddaughter. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes again, his gaze sharpening. This matter. I know. Tsunade waved her hand, cutting him off. Can't let anyone else know, right? She stood up, brushing the dust off her backside. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at her. In this young woman's eyes there was none of the immaturity of an 18-year-old. Only clarity and conviction. The third was silent for a moment, then turned to order the umbu. Today's commotion in the rear mountain, officially, it was a landslide caused by abnormal underground water veins. All witnesses are to be silenced. S-class confidentiality. Yes. The umbu vanished. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned back to Tsunade, seeming to want to say something. In the end, he simply relit his pipe and slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke. Tsunade. HM. If the first Hokage were still alive, he would be very pleased. Tsunade was stunned for a moment. Then a slow smile spread across her lips. Of course. She stretched her arms and began walking back. After all, I'm the woman who's going to become the fourth Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched her retreating figure. The smoke from his pipe curled upward. He suddenly recalled something. A few days ago, Danzo had come to him suggesting that Tsunade be placed under root surveillance. He had refused then. Now it seemed that decision might need to be reconsidered. Not to add Tsunade to the list, but to ensure Danzo never learned of today's events. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe and turned away. His steps were 3 paces faster than when he had arrived. A month, neither too long nor too short. But for Gangsho it was enough to temper her body. The backyard of the Senju residence. 3 people were dressed in identical custom-made light training suits. Shungshu, when you punch, twist your waist. Power starts from the soles of your feet, don't just swing your arms. Oh. Shungshu let out a yell, stomped his short legs on the ground, and swung his fist with the rotation of his hips and waist. Thump. The punch landed on Gangsho's palm. Not bad, much stronger than a month ago. Not bad, Gangsho nodded. Take a 2-minute break, then do 10 more sets. 10 sets? Sis, are you a demon? Shungshu wailed, collapsing onto the ground. Gangsho ignored him and turned her gaze to the other side of the yard. Mei-chin was practicing boxing against a wooden post. Her movements were precise, her breathing steady, and every punch's power point was accurate. A month ago, this girl didn't even know how to properly clench her fist. Now she could execute a complete continuous attack sequence. The Uchiha clan's learning ability was indeed terrifying. Mei-chin, withdraw your fist. Yes, master. Mei-chin stopped a light sheen of sweat on her forehead, standing straight as a ramrod. Gangsho walked over and patted her on the shoulder. Good form today. Starting tomorrow, we'll add chakra reinforcement training. Mei-chin's eyes lit up and she nodded emphatically. Favoritism. Shungshu muttered from where he lay on the ground. Work on your basic stamina, first, Gangsho said without turning. I'm only 9. So what? When I was 9, Gangsho. A gentle voice came from the veranda. The 3 of them turned simultaneously. Xuanwushu stood at the end of the corridor holding a freshly brewed pot of tea. She was smiling. But Gangsho noticed that today she was wearing a formal kimono and her hair was carefully arranged. Not as casual as usual at home. Grandma, what's wrong? You all stop for now. Xuanwushu placed the teapot on the low table by the veranda. We have guests coming today. Gangsho wiped the sweat from her hands. What guests? Upon hearing the word guests, Mei-chin immediately put down her boxing gloves. If Xuanwushu was this solemn, the guest must be someone special. She bowed to Gangsho. Master, this disciple will take her leave now. Gangsho nodded slightly. She didn't try to detain her. Be here on time tomorrow morning, she said to Uchiha Mei-chin. Mei-chin nodded, obediently packed her things, and prepared to leave. Gangsho turned back to Xuanwushu. Grandma, what exactly is the guest? Why so formal? Xuanwushu smiled. Someone from our clan is coming. From the clan. Gangsho's expression froze. From the clan. The Uzumaki clan. In an instant a thought flashed through her mind. The Uzumaki clan was sending someone to Konoha. To see Xuanwushu. There was only one purpose. The transfer of the 9 tails, Jinchuriki. So the person coming was Xuanwu Jixinai. Gangsho's pupils constricted slightly. Calculating the timeline, Jixinai's arrival in Konoha was roughly around this period. And it was about a year after Jixinai's arrival that the Uzumaki clan would be tragically annihilated. But what truly weighed on her heart was not Jixinai's impending visit nor the future destruction of the Uzumaki clan. It was the meaning behind this event. Xuanwushu was beginning to arrange her own afterlife. The transfer of the 9 tails was not a matter of a single day. It required long preparation, adjustment, and adaptation. And the day the transfer was completed would be the day Xuanwushu's life ended. Under normal circumstances, Xuanwushu's body could last another 7 or 8 years without issue, perhaps even 10. But she could not wait until the very end of her life to transfer. It would definitely be beforehand. while she still had strength left before she was completely spent. Perhaps 3 years. Perhaps 5. No more than that. Then Xuanhua Shuehu would die. Gangsho stood in the middle of the courtyard silent. Gangsho. Shuehu's voice pulled her back. Gangsho looked up. Shuehu was gazing at her, her eyes warm and understanding. She knew everything. This woman had lived for most of her life and had seen through too many things. The fleeting change in Gangsho's eyes could not have escaped her notice. Come inside for a moment. Shuehu turned and walked into the house. Gangsho followed. Sheng Shu and Mei Qin exchanged a glance, sensing the unusual atmosphere, and said nothing. Inner room. The door closed. Gangsho stood before Shuehu, lips pressed tightly, unable to speak for a long time. Shuehu looked at her and sighed softly. You figured it all out. I thought I'd have to explain for a while. Shuehu smiled. Indeed, you've grown up a lot these years. Gangsho did not smile. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Something like I can find a way. Something like maybe there's another path. Something like let me research an alternative. But in the end, not a single word escaped her lips. Because she knew. There was no alternative. The 9 tails must be suppressed by a Jinchuriki. Shuehu's age had reached its limit. The transfer was an inevitable outcome. She could not change it. Gangsho lowered her eyes, staring at the wood grain on the floor. Though she had only been in this world for less than half a year, Xuanhua Shuehu had treated her with genuine kindness. And she had gradually come to love this woman who held nothing back from her. Now, knowing that her life was counting down, it would be a lie to say she was not saddened. While Gangsho was silent, a warm hand touched her cheek. Shuehu's palm was dry and warm. Don't think too much. Shuehu's voice was very soft. This is my responsibility. And my choice. From the day I became a Jinchuriki, the end of this path was already set. I do not resent it, nor do I fear it. Gangsho looked up. Shuehu smiled at her. There was no fear, no reluctance in those eyes. Only peace. And a deep, wordless love. The only thing I worry about is you and Sheng Shu. Shuehu gently pinched her cheek. But now it seems you are far more reliable than I imagined. Gangsho took a deep breath. Her nose stung slightly. She blinked hard twice. Grandma. I will take good care of Sheng Shu. I know. I will learn all the sealing techniques. Every single one. I believe you. And... Gangsho paused, lowering her voice. I will never let anyone from the Uzumaki clan suffer injustice. A glimmer of relief flashed in Shuehu's eyes. She had actually been worried about one more thing. That Gangsho might resent the Uzumaki clan because of her death. But seeing Gangsho's behavior, Shuehu was completely at ease. She released her hand, stepped back, and smiled at Gangsho. That's my good granddaughter. Gangsho nodded firmly. There was no need for more words. Saying too much would feel forced. She was not that kind of person, and neither was Shuehu. From the yard came Sheng Shu's shout, Grandma. Someone's at the door. Shuehu adjusted the collar of her kimono and gave Gangsho a slight nod. Go open the door. Gangsho turned and strode out of the inner room. She crossed the corridor, passed through the yard. Sheng Shu and Mei Qin stood to the side, staring curiously at the front gate. Gangsho took a deep breath. She pressed all excess emotion deep into the recesses of her chest. Then she pulled open the door. Outside, 4 people stood there. 3 adults, 1 woman, and 2 men. And a little girl who looked slightly younger than Sheng Shu. All 4 without exception had fiery red hair. Under the afternoon sun, it blazed like a bonfire. At the forefront was a woman who appeared to be in her early 30s. Her features were soft, her temperament gentle. She wore a simple white Uzumaki clan robe with an indigo belt. Xuanhua. When she saw Gangsho, the woman's eyes immediately lit up. She reached out her hand to Gangsho, squinting with a smile. Hello, you must be Gangsho, right? Her voice was like spring meltwater, neither hurried nor slow. My name is Xuanhua. Gangsho gave a slight nod and extended her hand. Hello, I am Gangsho. Xuanhua smiled gently and pulled the little girl who had been hiding behind her to the front. Let me introduce you. This is my daughter Xuanhua Tsunade. Kushina. Tsunade's gaze fell upon the little girl. Uzumaki Kushina. She was about 6 or 7 years old. Her red hair was tied into 2 short braids resting on her shoulders. A round face with large eyes. At this moment, she was hiding behind her mother, only half her face visible, peeking timidly at Tsunade. Tsunade shook her head inwardly. This is the future red-hot chili pepper. Right now, she doesn't look spicy at all, like a little quail. Uzumaki Yui gently pushed her daughter's back. Kushina, say hello to your sister. The little girl clutched her mother's clothes, her lips moving, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Hello, big sister. After speaking, she shrank back again. Tsunade found her adorable and couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. Coming, Grandma is already waiting. She stepped aside from the doorway, gesturing inward. Uzumaki Yui led her clan members into the courtyard. Just past the front porch, they saw 2 children standing in the yard. Nawaki and Mikoto had changed into casual clothes and were waiting quietly. Tsunade waved at them. Come over, let me introduce you. Nawaki immediately trotted over, curiously eyeing the group of red-haired visitors. Tsunade pointed at Nawaki. This is my little brother Nawaki. Then she pointed at Mikoto. And this is my disciple Uchiha Mikoto. Uzumaki Yui's eyes lit up instantly. She looked down at Kushina hiding behind her, then at the 2 children in the yard. A clear look of surprise appeared on her face. I didn't expect the household to be so lively, she said with a smile, her tone much lighter. Tsunade could tell that Yui had been nervous before. After all, sending her young daughter to a strange place. What mother wouldn't worry? Now seeing children of similar age, though all a few years older than Kushina. Yui's shoulders visibly relaxed. Older was better. Older children could protect the younger ones. Kushina. Yui crouched down, gently pulling her daughter out from behind her. Go say hello to your brother and sister. Little Kushina was pushed forward, looking like a frightened kitten. Her fingers twisted together, her cheeks flushed. Nawaki, however, had no sense of distance at all. He strode up to Kushina, puffed out his chest, and grinned brightly. Hey, I'm Nawaki. If anyone bullies you, come find me. I'll protect you. He bent down, leaned close to the little girl, and lowered his voice mysteriously. I'm gonna be the Hokage one day, you know. Kushina blinked, looking up at the boy who was a head taller than her. She didn't speak, but at least she didn't retreat anymore. Mikoto also stepped forward and gave a slight nod. Hello, I'm Mikoto. Her tone was not warm, but it was gentle. Her gaze lingered on Kushina's face for a moment, and she felt an inexplicable sense. This red-haired little girl, though she looked many years younger than herself, would probably get along with her very well. She couldn't explain why. It was just intuition. She felt they could become good friends. Mikoto, you can go back now. That's all for today. Tsunade spoke. Mikoto nodded. Yes, master. See you tomorrow. She politely bowed to the Uzumaki clan members and turned to leave. Tsunade led the group into the inner room. Mito was already waiting in the main hall. Tea and snacks were set on the low table, formal, yet not overly grand. Seeing Yui enter with the others, Mito rose, a gentle smile on her face. Yui, you've worked hard. Lady Mito. Yui hurried forward and respectfully bowed. The two clan members behind her also lowered their heads in greeting. Mito reached out to support her. We're all family, no need for such formalities. Sit. Everyone took their seats. They exchanged pleasantries, caught up on old times, and inquired about the clan's recent situation. Tsunade listened quietly beside them. The Uzumaki clan was currently living stably in the land of whirlpools, but the surrounding situation was growing tense. Undercurrents stirred among the great nations, and life for the small countries caught in between was becoming increasingly difficult. Yui spoke of these matters in a calm tone, but Tsunade could sense the tension beneath. Without a doubt, the destruction of the Uzumaki clan was already brewing. The forces coveting the Uzumaki sealing techniques would soon make their move. Tsunade lowered her eyes, silently noting this in her mind. This was something to deal with later. Now was not the time. After a brief conversation, Mito invited the clan members to stay for dinner. No one declined. Although Mito had married into the Senju clan many years ago, her status within the Uzumaki clan remained extremely high. The wife of the first Hokage, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the strongest sealing technique master in Uzumaki history. These titles combined were enough to command reverence from any clan member. During dinner, the atmosphere was harmonious. Nawaki sat next to Kushina, chattering endlessly. Tales of ninja school antics, how amazing his sister was, how he would become Hokage one day. The little girl went from silent at first to occasionally nodding. Tsunade watched this scene, not paying much attention at first. Until, after dinner, the clan members were temporarily arranged to rest. The door closed. Mito sent Nawaki off to prepare Kushina's room. Tsunade and Mito remained in the hall sipping tea. Mito suddenly spoke. That boy Nawaki gets along quite well with Kushina. Tsunade hummed in agreement, not thinking much of it. Mito continued. In a few days, send Kushina and Nawaki to the Ninja Academy together. With Nawaki there, I'll feel at ease. Tsunade nodded. Yes, let Nawaki look after her. Mito picked up her teacup, took a gentle sip. Young people. Spending more time together is always a good thing. Yes, yes. Tsunade's voice came to an abrupt halt. Her movements froze. A string seemed to snap in her mind. What did she mean by spending more time together? What did she mean by always a good thing? That tone, that wording. Could it be? Tsunade whirled around to look at Uzumaki Mito. Mito was sipping her tea with a cheerful smile and innocent expression on her face, but her eyes clearly held a knowing glint. Tsunade. Her mind raced. Did Mito mean she wanted to set up Nawaki and Kushina? Wait, that can't be. Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically in an instant. First of all, Kushina's future partner was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. That involved the core character relationships of the entire Naruto timeline. Naruto's parents. If Nawaki and Kushina got together, how would Naruto ever be born? The entire timeline would collapse. Besides, she had her own designs on Kushina. Even if it came to that, it should be her turn before Nawaki's. Tsunade's face twitched. She took a deep breath, forcing her expression back to normal. Grandma, you're overthinking things. Nawaki is only 9. What's wrong with 9? Mito put down her teacup, speaking matter-of-factly. The Uzumaki and Senju are close kin, their bloodlines are perfectly compatible. What's wrong with fostering feelings early? Or are you going to be like yourself, never even been in love at your age? Tsunade's lips twitched. Good grief, the fire was now directed at her. Tsunade dared not say more. If she accidentally revealed her sexual orientation in front of Mito, That would be the end of the world. She still wanted Uzumaki Mito to live a few more years. Then Tsunade silently glanced at Nawaki in the yard, who was helping lay out the bedding. That kid was still showing off to Kushina, completely unaware that Grandma had already arranged his lifelong match. Tsunade shook her head and said nothing more. But in her heart, she had already made up her mind. My foolish little brother. The red hot chili pepper is too wild. You can't handle her. Leave such a troublesome task to your big sister. Then, as another thought struck her, a mischievous grin spread across Tsunade's face. After all, bearing children can be left to Minato Namikaze. And in her free time she and Kushina can play some fun little games between women. Slurp. Seeing Tsunade's bizarre expression, Uzumaki Mito was full of question marks. She had no idea what was wrong with her granddaughter this time. The next day, dawn had not yet broken. Tsunade had already left the Senju estate. She had barely slept the night before, sitting alone in her room, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought for most of the night. The fall of the Uzumaki clan. She knew it would happen, but not exactly when. Based on the original timeline, it would be within a year to a year and a half. Perhaps longer, perhaps shorter. She couldn't just camp out at the Uzumaki clan's location indefinitely. But if news came after the fact, it would be too late. She needed an early warning, a remote real-time alert that would let her know the moment the Uzumaki clan came under attack. Having figured this out, she left before dawn. She had to give something to Uzumaki Yui before she left. The Yamanaka flower shop. Tsunade knocked 3 times at the door. At this hour the flower shop was obviously closed, but someone lived upstairs. After a moment the second-floor window opened. Yamanaka Saiku, wrapped in a thin coat, rubbed her eyes and looked down. Tsunade. Recognizing her visitor, she was instantly awake. Wait a moment. The window closed. In less than 2 minutes the door opened from inside. Yamanaka Saiku had changed into a neat house dress, her hair simply tied up. She was quick and serious. If Tsunade came at this hour, it must be important. Come and have a seat, Saiku said, stepping aside. Tsunade didn't stand on ceremony. She walked straight into the small hall behind the flower shop, and once seated got straight to the point. Saiku-san, I have a question for you. Go ahead. Is there a way to transmit messages over a very long distance? Tsunade looked her in the eye. Yamanaka Saiku was taken aback. How far? From Yuzushio to Konoha. Saiku's eyes visibly narrowed. That was no ordinary distance. Yuzushio was southeast of the Land of Fire, close to the Land of Water. She fell silent for a few seconds, pondering seriously. There is. Tsunade leaned forward slightly. Our Yamanaka clan's secret technique, the mind transmission technique. Saiku lowered her voice. In theory, it can transmit information across extremely long distances. But at such distances, she hesitated. It would require at least 3 Jonin-level Yamanaka clan members activating it simultaneously to maintain it stably. Tsunade's expression darkened. 3 Yamanaka Jonin stationed permanently in the Uzumaki clan. That was utterly impossible. Not to mention 3 Jonin. Even one wouldn't be approved by the village's upper echelon. That was another country's territory, and Yamanaka Jonin were Konoha's military assets. There was no legitimate reason to justify such a deployment. Troublesome. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, her brow furrowed. Yamanaka Saiku watched her expression and vaguely guessed what was going on. The Uzumaki clan members had just arrived at the Senju estate yesterday, and today Tsunade was urgently seeking long-range communication. Saiku didn't ask further. Some things were not hers to know, but she wanted to help. Tsunade-sama, Saiku said after a moment of hesitation, must you transmit specific information? Tsunade looked up at her. What if you only need a signal? Saiku chose her words carefully. For example, you don't need to know what exactly happened, only that something went wrong over there. Would that be enough? Tsunade's eyes flickered. Enough, she answered without hesitation. I just need to know that something's happened there. That's enough. Yamanaka Saiku nodded. Then I can think of a method. What? The insects of the Aburame clan. Insects? Tsunade was taken aback. Saiku explained, the Aburame clan has special parasitic insects that can establish a sensory link with their host. Over extreme distances, they can transmit simple emotional fluctuations, such as fear, danger, or death. Not specific intelligence, more like an instinctive reaction. If you leave the insects with the Uzumaki clan, once the host senses a strong crisis signal, the corresponding mother insect here will react simultaneously. Tsunade's eyes lit up. That was enough. She didn't need to know who attacked, how many there were, or the state of the battle. She only needed a signal that the Uzumaki clan is in trouble. Then she could move out immediately. This method is feasible. Tsunade abruptly stood up, ready to leave. Wait, Tsunade-sama, Saiku quickly spoke up. Tsunade stopped. Saiku said apologetically, I'm not very familiar with the Aburame clan. We don't interact much. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Saiku continued, but Inuzuka Yuri, the clan head, has always had a good relationship with the Aburame clan. Their ninkin and insects often work together on missions. If you want the Aburame's help, having Inuzuka Yuri introduce you would be far more effective than my recommendation. Tsunade slapped her thigh. Saiku-san. Yes. Yamanaka Saiku was startled by her sudden loud voice. The next second Tsunade stepped forward, spread her arms, and pulled Saiku into a solid tight embrace. MMPH, Tsunade-sama. Saiku froze completely. Tsunade's strength was extraordinary. She nearly lifted Saiku off the ground. Before she could react, Tsunade planted a heavy kiss on her cheek. Mwah. The sound was crisp. Thanks. Tsunade released her face beaming. She turned and headed for the door. I'm off to find Inuzuka Yuri. I'll come back and give you that massage. The door slammed open as she dashed out, leaving Yamanaka Saiku standing there, her face completely flushed. She slowly raised her hand to touch the cheek that was kissed, burning with heat. Tsunade-sama. So improper, she muttered. But the blush on her cheeks refused to fade. Thinking of Tsunade's promised massage and the subtle, almost accidental touches she always gave, Yamanaka Saiku felt a wave of warmth rise within her. 10 minutes later, the Inuzuka clan compound. When Tsunade arrived, Inuzuka Yuri was feeding the Ninkin their morning meal. Seeing Tsunade, Yuri was first surprised, then her eyes lit up. She set down the food bowl and came over. Tsunade-sama. What brings you here? Tsunade didn't beat around the bush. Yuri, I need your help. Inuzuka Yuri didn't hesitate. Name it. No hesitation, no conditions. Tsunade had saved Fuga that day, and Yuri had said from now on, if there's anything the Inuzuka clan can do, just ask. That wasn't just empty courtesy. Tsunade didn't waste words, briefly explaining her need. I need to borrow the Aburame clan's sensing insects. Can you make an introduction, eh? After hearing it, Inuzuka Yuri nodded without a second thought. That's simple. Aburame Shikoku and I have done many missions together. He'll give me face. She whistled toward the yard. Fuga came running at full speed. Hop on, Tsunade-sama. Yuri swung onto the Ninkin's back and reached out a hand to Tsunade. I'll take you there. Tsunade smiled, grasping her hand. Straight to the point. Learn from you. Inuzuka Yuri grinned. Fuga sprinted at full speed toward the Aburame clan's direction. The speed was astonishing, giving Tsunade the thrill of a high-speed ride. Before long, with a sharp turn, Tsunade and Inuzuka Yuri arrived at the westernmost edge of Konoha, the Aburame clan's compound. The Aburame clan's compound possessed a style utterly distinct from the other shinobi clans of Konoha. There was no cacophony of barking dogs like at the Inuzuka estate, no white walls and dark-tiled roofs like the Hyuga, and certainly no arrogant display of the Uchiha's folding fans. It was quiet. Unnervingly quiet. At the entrance, 2 colossal banyan trees blotted out the sky, their trunks covered in thick moss and strange, unidentifiable fungi. The air was humid, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. A faint buzzing of wings occasionally hummed from the undergrowth. Tsunade dismounted from Fuga's back, surveying the area. Honestly, the ecological environment here was superb. Lush vegetation, perfect humidity, and a thick layer of leaf litter, a natural breeding ground for all sorts of insects. No wonder the Aburame clan had chosen to settle here. Shikuhiza. Inuzuka Yuri yelled, her voice echoing through the trees. A few seconds later, a figure materialized silently on the path ahead, as if he had been standing there all along. Tsunade almost missed him. The man was tall and lean, wearing a dark gray high-collared jacket with the zipper pulled up to just below his nose. A pair of black round-frame sunglasses obscured most of his expression. From head to toe, the amount of exposed skin he showed was virtually zero. Aburame Shikuhiza, the current head of the Aburame clan. Clan head Yuri. His voice was flat, his pace neither hurried nor slow. Oh, and Tsunade-sama of the Senju. He added the latter half only after a brief pause. It wasn't deliberate rudeness. It was surprise. Surprise at why Tsunade was here. Tsunade stepped forward, extending her hand proactively. Clan head Aburame, forgive this sudden intrusion. Aburame Shikuhiza looked at the offered hand, hesitated for a beat, then reached out to grasp it. No intrusion. Please come in. 3 words, and all pleasantries were dispensed with. Tsunade followed him inside. Inuzuka Yuri walked beside her, leading Fuga, looking completely at ease. It was clear she was quite familiar with Aburame Shikuhiza. Upon reaching the main hall, Aburame Shikuhiza poured 3 cups of tea with a leisurely demeanor. Tsunade wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Clan head Aburame, I need to borrow your clan's signal sensing Kikeichu. Aburame Shikuhiza's hand holding the teapot didn't stop. How many? He didn't even ask why. Tsunade's prepared speech caught in her throat. She glanced at Inuzuka Yuri. Yuri shrugged as if to say that's just how he is. A pair will suffice, Tsunade replied. I'll keep 1 queen bug here and place 1 worker bug outside. Understood. Aburame Shikuhiza set down his teacup. Signal sensing Kikeichu are sustained by chakra. A minimal daily amount is sufficient. Under normal conditions, a bug lives for 3 to 5 years. He held up 2 fingers. 1 queen can be paired with 2 workers. Although the sensing range is vast, the information they relay is limited to strong emotional fluctuations. No messages, no location. It's merely a beacon. That's enough. Tsunade nodded. I'll prepare a pair for you. Aburame Shikuhiza stood up. 1 moment. He walked into the inner room. 2 minutes later, he emerged holding a palm-sized wooden box. He opened it, revealing 3 black bugs the size of beetles inside. 1 large, 2 small. 3. Tsunade looked up at Aburame Shikuhiza. Aburame Shikuhisa's voice was as calm as ever. But since they're out, an extra worker bug wouldn't hurt. Just in case. Tsunade blinked. Buy one get one free. That's generous of him. Wait. She hadn't even paid for them. Tsunade took the wooden box, feeling oddly embarrassed. The reason for her embarrassment was specific. Her Women's Mutual Aid Society. The Konoha Shinobi Wives Alliance. The Nara Akimichi, Yamanaka Inazuka, Hyuga Uchiha. She had enlisted all the core clans. By now a good portion of Konoha knew about it. But she had conspicuously left out the Aburame. And it truly wasn't intentional. She had genuinely forgotten. Completely and utterly forgotten. She had even thought about it while treating Fuga. But somehow for some reason she just forgot. It wasn't until today when she needed their bugs. Tsunade, are you even human? You only remember when you need something. She scolded herself internally. Her expression started to stiffen awkwardly. Yet Aburame Shikuhisa said nothing, showed nothing, just stood there quietly. This made Tsunade even more uncomfortable. Why don't you complain a little? Just be a bit passive-aggressive. You're making this impossible to respond to. Well, maybe he doesn't know about the Women's Society, Tsunade thought, trying to reassure herself. She put away the box and cleared her throat. Clan head Aburame, thank you very much. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Tsunade-sama. Aburame Shikuhisa suddenly interjected. Tsunade paused. There is one small request. Tsunade was taken aback for a second, then nodded. Go on. Aburame Shikuhisa was silent for a moment. I heard that Tsunade-sama recently organized a gathering. The wives of various clans have all attended. A bead of sweat began to form on Tsunade's back. My wife spends her days at home. Besides tending to the bugs, she has very little in the way of diversion. If possible, I hope she could also attend your gatherings. He paused. Ideally, she'd join that Women's Mutual Aid Society. Tsunade was completely stunned. So you knew everything? The news about the society had reached your ears too? She turned to look at Inazuka Yuri. Yuri smiled while sipping her tea. Feeling Tsunade's gaze, she put down her cup and said frankly, oh, I told him. I mentioned it when we were on a mission together. She paused, then added, I meant to bring Aburame-san along sooner, but the opportunity just never came up. Her gaze flickered slightly at the last two words. No opportunity. Tsunade sneered internally. Is that what you call it? You forgot just like me. But she couldn't call her out. The two forgetful women exchanged a knowing glance, tacitly agreeing to let the matter drop. Tsunade turned back to Aburame Shikuhisa, giving a solemn nod. No problem. At the next gathering I'll come personally to invite her. Aburame Shikuhisa's shoulders relaxed almost imperceptibly. I'll go fetch my wife. He turned and headed into the backyard. A moment later he returned with a woman. She was around 30, of medium build with a round face. Her features were neat but unremarkable. She wore a simple earthy yellow casual dress, her black hair tied back loosely. The impression she gave Tsunade could be summed up in one word: ordinary. Very ordinary. The kind of ordinary that would make her disappear into a crowd within seconds. The woman bowed to Tsunade, her voice gentle. Tsunade-sama, it's an honor. My name is Aburame Uchiha. Aburame Uchiha. Huh. The name is quite simple too. Tsunade sighed, inwardly careful not to let it show on her face. She smiled, stepped forward, and patted the woman's shoulder. Uchiha, is it? I'll remember that. Her tone was brisk. I'll come by to pick you up for the next gathering. Aburame Uchiha nodded eagerly. Yes. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. She then took her leave from Aburame Shikuhisa, and with Inazuka Yuri and Fuga in tow departed from the Aburame compound. Their figures vanished into the forest path. Aburame Uchiha stood at the entrance watching for a long time. Then she turned to look at her husband. A trace of poorly concealed worry was etched on her face. Do you think Tsunade-sama will really remember to call for me next time? Aburame Shikuhisa was silent for a moment. She will. Really. Trust me. Aburame Uchiha sighed, leaning against the doorframe. Ever since I married you, my old friends have forgotten about me one by one. She started counting on her fingers. Last time the Akimichi clan held a banquet, our family was left off the invitation list. Last time's Konoha Shinobi Games, they didn't even reserve seating for us in the family section. Even the owner of the takoyaki stand next door can't remember my name. Every time I go I say the usual, and every time he asks me what flavor I want. Aburame Shikuhisa listened in silence. This time, Aburame Uchiha clutched at her clothes, her voice fading. I hope it won't be the same. Aburame Shikuhisa raised his hand and gently patted his wife's head. It won't be. His tone was resolute. But had anyone been able to see through those dark glasses, they would have noticed that the eyes of the Aburame clan head were filled with the very same worry. I hope it won't be. Chinsho Mansion. The gate was wide open. Gangsho leaped off Finya's back, raised her hand, and patted its neck. Chuanjong Baiha reined in the horse. It's a trouble. I'll treat you to a drink another day, Gangsho said. Whenever you call, ma'am. Chuanjong Baiha tugged the reins and Finya turned and ran off. Gangsho stepped over the threshold. Several coarse cloth bundles lay on the ground in the front yard. Xuanhua Jie stood under the eaves holding a few neatly folded pieces of laundry. Xingshu was struggling to pull a hemp rope, trying to tie a large bundle tight. Mei-chin crouched beside him, her fingers nimble as she tied a knot. Jay looked up and saw Gangsho pausing her movements. Lady Gangsho, you're back. Leaving so soon. Gangsho walked over and took the clothes from Jay's hands. Lady Shuehu stayed overnight last night. We've already imposed too much. There are many matters in the clan that need to be handled. Jay pushed the bundles together. Kushina stood behind Jay, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her mother's skirt. The little girl's eyes were red, nose sweat-beaded, lips pressed firmly together. Shengshu patted the dust off his hands and stood up straight. Aunt Jay, everything is tied up. Jay turned around, crouched down, and looked her daughter in the eye. Kushina, from now on here, you must listen to Lady Shuehu and Lady Gangsho. She reached out and tucked her daughter's messy hair behind her ear. Kushina didn't speak, her grip tightened. The skirt was pulled into deep wrinkles. Let go, Jay said softly. Kushina shook her head, tears fell from her eyes and splashed onto the back of her hand. She stepped back half a step, trying to pull Jay further into the yard. Jay's feet didn't move. Be sensible. You're not a child anymore. Jay grabbed her daughter's wrist and slowly pried her fingers apart one by one. Kushina's sobs finally broke free, overflowing from her throat. Jay stood up, no longer looking at her. She turned, picked up 2 of the bundles on the ground, and handed them to the clan members following behind. It's getting late, we should set off now. Gangsho walked over to Jay. I'll see you off. No need to trouble, you're busy. I said I'll see you off. Gangsho interrupted her. She strode toward the gate. Jay looked at Gangsho's back, swallowed the rest of her words, and followed. After leaving the Chinsho mansion, the street gradually became more crowded. At a corner, Gangsho stopped and turned to look at Jay. You two go ahead first, I have a word with Jay, she said to the 2 clan members behind Jay. The 2 clan members glanced at Jay. Jay nodded. The 2 men picked up the bundles and continued forward, keeping a distance. There was no one else around. Gangsho took out the wooden box from her pocket and handed it to Jay. Take it. Jay looked down at it. The wooden box had no carving, its surface rough, exuding an old wood smell. What is this? She didn't take it immediately. An insect from the Yunf clan's sensing bugs. Gangsho pushed the box forward an inch, pressing it against Jay's hand. Jay's wrist recoiled, and she stepped back half a step. Lady Gangsho, this is too precious. The Xuanhua clan cannot accept such a gift without reason. Let me finish. Gangsho stepped forward and directly stuffed the box into Jay's palm. Inside is a child insect. The mother insect is with me. Whenever you encounter extreme danger, crush it. Gangsho stared into Jay's eyes. Crush it, and the mother insect will sense it. Jay's fingers trembled slightly. Konoha and the land of whirlpools are allies. We have normal communication channels. Your channels through official documents, how long will it take at the fastest? Gangsho interrupted her directly. Jay couldn't answer. Cross-border communication layers of reporting, the fastest would be 3 or 4 days. The ninja world is not safe now. The major countries are all expanding their armaments. Gangsho's voice was very low. The land of whirlpool's position is too good, and its sealing techniques are too enviable. You are a piece of fat without teeth to protect it. When something really happens, by the time you send a letter and Konoha sends people, we won't even be able to collect your bodies. Jay's face turned slightly pale. She certainly knew the clan's predicament. But all along, everyone had been deceiving themselves, thinking that with Konoha as an ally, no one would dare touch the land of whirlpools. Now that it was laid bare to her face, she could not refute. Take it. Gangsho pressed Jay's hand, forcing her to grip the wooden box. As soon as I sense the mother insect is dead, no matter day or night, no matter what I'm doing, I will come immediately with people. She paused. This is my promise to you. The hard edges of the wooden box pressed into her palm. Jay lowered her head, her gaze falling on the box. Her fingers slowly curled. She raised her head and met Gangsho's gaze. There was no charity, no sympathy in those eyes. Only absolute certainty. This was a look that could be entrusted with one's life and family. Jay stepped back. She folded her hands over her abdomen and bowed deeply to Gangsho. It was a standard 90-degree bow. Lady Gangsho. Jay's voice trembled slightly, but her words were exceptionally clear. If the land of whirlpools encounters an insurmountable difficulty, I will crush it. She maintained the bowing posture, her head very low. Kushina, I entrust her to you. Gangsho reached out, held her shoulder, and lifted her up. Rest assured. 2 words falling in the corner of this bustling street. They walked all the way to the village gate of Konoha. The huge wooden gate was wide open, with guard ninjas checking the documents of passers-by. Jay took out the passage permit and handed it to the guard. After completing the formalities, she turned around. Kushina was hiding behind Gangsho. One hand tightly clutched the hem of Gangsho's jacket. Her knuckles were white from excessive force. Jay crouched down and looked at her daughter. I'm leaving. Be good. Kushina didn't let go. Tears streamed again, flowing down her round cheeks, falling to the ground, leaving dark water stains. Jay stood up, forcing herself to look away. She bowed to Gangsho, turned, and stepped out of the gate. She did not look back. The other 2 clan members followed closely. Their red hair was very conspicuous in the sunlight. They gradually walked away, merging into the crowd, leaving the village. Wah! Kushina finally couldn't hold back, bursting into loud sobs. She let go of Gangsho's clothes, ran forward 2 steps, and stopped at the horizontal line at the village gate. She did not chase after them. She just stood there crying loudly in the direction Jay had left. Gangsho walked up behind her, her palm pressed down on Kushina's red hair. She gently rubbed it twice. The warmth of her hand transmitted and Kushina's sobs subsided a little, turning into intermittent sniffles. But Gangsho's gaze was not on Kushina. She raised her head. Her eyes passed over the farewell crowd, over Konoha's towering walls. Looking toward the sky in the east, the direction of the land of whirlpools. The early warning method was in place. The sensing insect could solve the problem of information lag. But this was not enough. Gangsho's eyelids lowered slightly, her mind racing. Suppose the land of whirlpools was attacked. Jie crushes the child insect. The mother insect dies and sends a signal. She gathers people, leaves the village, and rushes at full speed to the land of whirlpools. For this journey, even if elite ninjas sprint at full speed, it would take at least 3 days. 3 days was enough for any major ninja village's elite forces to raze the land of whirlpools to the ground. By the time she arrived, she would most likely only see the ground covered in red-haired corpses. Early warning was only the first step. Without a means of rapid arrival on the battlefield, obtaining intelligence was meaningless. They had to bridge the physical distance of several hundred kilometers. Conventional foot speed wouldn't work. Ninja dogs wouldn't work. Summoning beasts wouldn't work either. They needed a speed that ignored distance. A means that could directly sever space. Gangsho's fingers hanging by her side slowly closed. In the entire ninja world, there was only one technique that could do this. 3 days later, at the entrance of the ninja academy, people came and went. Tsunade had changed into a student uniform. Student Tsunade. Since I'm coming to school, I naturally have to wear a student outfit. Nawaki, carrying a backpack and pulling Kushina's wrist, wore a look of impatience. Sis, I'm already in 3rd grade. I can take her to the administrative office myself. You should go back and catch up on sleep. No need to follow. Tsunade shot him a sidelong glance. Shut up. Lead the way. Nawaki pouted, muttered a few words, but dared not resist. Kushina carried a noticeably oversized single-strap bag, her head lowered, following closely behind Nawaki. Her short red hair hung down on both sides, covering most of her face. She was very nervous. Ever since leaving the Senju residence, her palms had been sweating. Tsunade walked at the rear, her gaze falling on the 2 little figures ahead. Today, sending Kushina was merely an excuse. Her real target was a brat in the 2nd grade, Minato Namikaze. She had already inquired before coming. The future 4th Hokage was now studying in the 2nd grade. This was a golden nugget. Couldn't miss it. Coincidentally, Kushina had also learned some basic ninja skills in the land of whirlpools. Directly placed into the 2nd grade, the administrative office. The Chunin instructor in charge of transfer students checked the form. Uzumaki Kushina, right? The Chunin looked up at her red hair. Yes, Tsunade answered for her. She has learned basic chakra refinement at home and can hit a target with a shuriken. Put her directly in the 2nd grade. The Chunin recognized Tsunade's face and became much more respectful. The eldest princess of the Senju clan, disciple of the 3rd Hokage. No problem, class 2 just has an empty seat. I'll take her there now. Nawaki cut in. Hey, not the 3rd grade. I wanted to watch over her. Tsunade smacked him on the back of the head. Get to class. Nawaki, clutching his head, ran off. Tsunade followed the Chunin and Kushina to the classroom door of class 2 year 2. The hallway was quiet as class was in session. The Chunin pushed open the door and exchanged a few words with the homeroom teacher at the podium. The teacher nodded and waved toward the door. Come in. Kushina gripped the strap of her bag tightly and shuffled into the classroom. Tsunade didn't enter. She leaned against the window outside, peering in. Over 30 kids in the classroom turned their heads in unison, staring at the podium. This is a new transfer student. Everyone welcome her. The teacher wrote the name on the blackboard. Come on, introduce yourself. Kushina kept her head down, her voice barely audible. My name is Uzumaki Kushina. The little brats below whispered among themselves. Her hair is so red. How weird. Like a tomato. Ugly as hell. The voices were neither loud nor soft, just enough to reach the podium. Kushina lowered her head, even further, her face reddening to the roots of her neck. Tsunade watched from outside the window, her expression darkening immediately. Konoha's traditional routine. Exclusion. Bullying. How did White Fang die? Gossip tormented him to death. How did Naruto grow up? The whole village glared at him. Now even a newly transferred little girl. These brats who couldn't even properly refine chakra had already started verbal attacks. Truly, they learned by example. The teacher rapped the blackboard. Quiet. It didn't work well. A few boys laughed outright. Look at her, she's about to cry. The tomato's ripe. A chubby kid in the front row led the jeer. Tsunade fixed her eyes on that chubby kid. From the Akimichi clan. No face paint. A civilian ninja. An inheritor of the will of tyranny. Very well. She etched the boy's appearance and seat number firmly into her memory. When school let out in the afternoon, find a secluded alley. Stuff him in a bag. Give him a beating. She didn't care if he was just a few years old. A foul mouth deserves consequences. Kushina stood on the podium, her fingers twisting together, eyes red. But she held back her tears. The teacher pointed to an empty seat in the last row by the window. You sit there. Kushina walked over with her head down and sat. Tsunade's gaze followed Kushina and finally landed on the boy beside her. A head of brilliant blonde hair, wearing a blue and white jacket. Even sitting in the last row, he sat straight as a rod. Minato Namikaze. Minato didn't join in the classmates' mockery. He turned his head, glanced at Kushina, then at her red hair. Then he turned back and continued listening to the lesson. He didn't kick her when she was down, nor did he step in to play the hero. Perfectly fitting a mature little kid of 7 or 8. Clever, knowing to keep himself safe with his own judgment. Tsunade withdrew her gaze and left the window. She didn't go far as she leaped straight up to the tallest tree on the school grounds. The dense canopy hid her form perfectly. From up here, she could see half the playground and the school building. She planned to stay the whole day, to observe the future Fourth Hokage carefully. Noon, 12 o'clock. The bell rang. The hallway grew noisy as students poured out in groups. Some brought bento boxes to the playground, others headed to the cafeteria. Classroom 2, Year 2. Kushina remained seated. She took a tightly wrapped bento box from her bag, and with her head down prepared to eat alone. The surrounding classmates deliberately avoided her. Don't play with that tomato. Murmurs reached her ears. Kushina's hand holding the chopsticks tightened. A loud shout came from the classroom door. Kushina, time to eat. Nawaki swaggered in carrying 2 large bento boxes. He paid no attention to the stares around him and walked straight to the last row. He pulled out the chair next to Kushina and plopped down. Your portion is too small. My sister packed a big one for you this morning. Eat this. Nawaki pushed a 3-tier luxury bento box in front of her. Kushina stared at him blankly. The surrounding classmates fell silent. Nawaki, the school's troublemaker, strong, backing brute strength, fearless in a fight. Few dared to provoke him. The chubby kid in the front row who had started the jeering shrank his neck, grabbed his lunchbox, and slipped out of the classroom. Kushina watched Nawaki open the bento box. The aroma of meat patties wafted up. Thank you, she whispered. For what? I'm going to be Hokage, aren't I? Watching over you is only right. Nawaki stuffed a piece of egg roll into his mouth and mumbled, if anyone bullies you, tell me, and I'll beat them up. Kushina lowered her head, biting her lip. At the desk in front, Minato Namikaze packed up his textbooks. He hadn't brought a bento. He stood up, glanced at Nawaki wolfing down his food, then at Kushina. Then without a word he walked out of the classroom. Outside the school building, in the treetop, Tsunade had a senbon in her mouth. She watched Minato leave the building, not heading to the cafeteria or the playground. Instead, he walked toward an old building behind the school. That was the Ninja Academy library, which students rarely visited. Because most of the books were boring theoretical texts and village chronicles, not even basic ninjutsu scrolls were kept there. Tsunade spat out the senbon. She leaped silently, followed him without a sound. In the library's first floor, the old man at the desk was dozing off. Minato skillfully bypassed the circulation desk and went to the innermost bookshelf. The light was dim, the air thick with the smell of paper. Tsunade crouched outside the window, peering through a crack left slightly open. Minato searched the bottom shelf. Soon he pulled out a book with a tattered cover. A thick, heavy volume. He carried it to a corner table and sat down. From his pocket, he took out a notebook and a pencil. Tsunade's eyes through the dim light fell on the book's cover. The title was long. The History of Konoha's Founding and a Study of the Second Hokage Senju Tobarama's Life. Tsunade had heard of this book, full of fawning praise with occasional theoretical notes from the Second Hokage's ninjutsu development. Not even a complete hand seal. Minato opened the book. He skipped the lengthy biographical introduction and went straight to the latter half. It was a page discussing the concept of space-time ninjutsu. Tsunade watched Minato's movements. He kept his head down, reading intently. He read a passage, then made a few strokes in his notebook. He wasn't writing words, but lines. Twisting, intersecting lines. At first Tsunade didn't understand. But after watching for a few minutes her eyes widened. A jutsu formula. A positioning formula derived from the combination of sealing and summoning techniques. The embryonic form of the Flying Thunder God's coordinates. A child of 7 or 8. Using only a village chronicle with scant real substance, reverse engineering the second Hokage's space-time formula on scrap paper. This was simply outrageous. But the evidence was right before her eyes. Could this be what they call a genius? Tsunade's heart raced. She had been worrying about one thing. How to get to the land of whirlpools. By the route from Konoha to the land of whirlpools, even a jonin at full speed would need 3 days. Longer if escorting someone. If the Uzumaki clan suffered a sudden attack by the time she received the bug alarm from Aburame Yuka and set out, it would be too late. She would only arrive in time to collect corpses. To save people she had to be fast. Fast enough to transcend space. In the entire ninja world, the only technique that could do that was the Flying Thunder God. But that Flying Thunder God technique was simply not meant for humans to master. Its requirement for spatial perception talent was absurdly high. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hataki Sakomo couldn't learn it. Tsunade herself couldn't either. Her talent lay entirely in chakra control and physical enhancement. She had no knack for space. But Minato Namikaze could. Not only could he, but he would also elevate this technique to its peak. Tsunade looked at the blonde kid in the corner, earnestly deducing the formula, and made a decision in her heart. Intervene early. She couldn't let him grope in the dark by himself. Groping alone would be too slow. By then the land of whirlpools would be gone. She had to help him. With the fastest speed force Minato's flying thunder god to mature. As long as he could establish coordinates and take her there. Even if he only took her alone, the situation in the land of whirlpools could be salvaged. A ready-made long-distance express ticket was right in front of her. Tsunade withdrew her gaze, quietly slid down from the windowsill, turned and left, heading straight for the Hokage building. Target the Forbidden Scroll. The Hokage building. Tsunade kicked open the door of the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was reviewing documents, flinched. He looked up and seeing it was Tsunade, helplessly put down his pen. Tsunade, could you knock next time? No. Tsunade strode to the desk, placed her hands on the surface, and looked down at him. Old man, I want to see the sealed scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze. He took off his hat and rubbed his forehead. What do you need that for? It's all forbidden techniques. I need to study second grandfather's flying thunder god technique. Tsunade stated bluntly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more astonished. Flying thunder god? What do you want to study that for? That's a space-time ninjutsu. My medical ninjutsu has hit a bottleneck. Tsunade lied without changing her expression. The activation and regeneration of cells is essentially a reconstruction of matter in time and space. I want to borrow some theories from space-time ninjutsu, maybe it can lead to a breakthrough. This explanation was half true, half false, but it sounded somewhat reasonable. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought. It wasn't that he was reluctant to let her see it. 80% of the techniques in the sealed scroll were developed by Senju Tobirama. As the eldest granddaughter of the Senju clan, Tsunade was theoretically the most qualified to see it. The problem was that thing was too dangerous. Forbidden techniques are forbidden because the risk of training is extremely high. One mistake can cost a life. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned serious. Especially the flying thunder god, its requirements for talent are almost cruel. If you fail, you might be sucked into a spatial rift and vanish without a trace. He looked at Tsunade, his eyes full of concern. I know. Tsunade waved her hand impatiently. I'm not stupid. I'll just look at the theory and find some inspiration. I won't practice recklessly. She leaned in closer, softened her tone, and began to wheedle. Old man, just let me have a look. I promise I'll just copy it and leave you. I won't practice it. I won't cause you any trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at her face, which was full of, I'm super obedient, and sighed. What else could he do? This was his teacher's granddaughter, whom he had cherished like his own daughter since childhood. This once and never again. He stood up, took a key from a hidden compartment behind him. Follow me. Deep underground in the Hokage building, a heavily guarded archive. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the heavy iron door and led Tsunade inside. Together they found all the records of the flying thunder god technique from a huge scroll and copied them onto a new scroll. Tsunade, let me emphasize again. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed her the copied scroll, his expression more serious than ever. This technique must never be attempted lightly. Your talent lies in medical ninjutsu and taijutsu. Don't touch areas where you lack expertise. I know you're so naggy. Tsunade snatched the scroll, slung it carelessly over her shoulder. She waved at Sarutobi Hiruzen, turned around, and left without looking back. I'm leaving. Watching her dashing figure disappear, Sarutobi Hiruzen's words of caution stuck in his throat, finally, turning into a helpless sigh. Hopefully that girl would keep her word. Tsunade tucked the scroll away, didn't go home at all. During lunch break, she took a detour and slipped into the Ninja Academy's library. Familiar with the route, she went around to the innermost bookshelf and indeed saw the blonde kid. Minato Namikaze was sitting in the corner, buried in a worn-out book and a notebook, writing and drawing. Tsunade deliberately made her footsteps heavier. Ahem. Minato heard the sound and immediately looked up. Seeing who it was, he stood up abruptly, his face full of surprise and respect. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade nodded, walked over, as if casually, and glanced at the things on his desk. Oh, studying the second Hokage's ninjutsu. Minato's face flushed, slightly a bit embarrassed. Lord Tobirama's space-time theory is too profound. I'm just casually looking. She looked at Minato with interest. You admire the second Hokage a lot. Yes. When it came to his idol, Minato's eyes shone. The second Hokage is my goal. He developed so many powerful ninjutsu. He's the ninja I respect most. Seeing his little fanboy look, Tsunade smiled. She casually pulled out the flying thunder god technique scroll from her robe, untied the string, and spread it on the table. Since you admire him so much, I'll give this to you. Minato's gaze fell on the unrolled scroll, full of curiosity. When he saw the bold flying characters at the beginning of the scroll, he was completely stunned. Flying thunder god technique, this. Tsunade-sama. Minato's voice trembled, his pupils filled with disbelief. This is a forbidden technique. Just like that. Given to me. What's wrong with forbidden techniques? Tsunade leaned against the bookshelf with a nonchalant look. You have talent, up practice. Well, don't let second grandfather's technique go to waste. Minato Namikaze's little heart was nearly stopped by this sudden huge surprise. Tsunade-sama actually thinks so highly of me. This trust, this appreciation. After a brief shock, overwhelming joy surged in his heart. He bowed deeply to Tsunade, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. I will never let you down. Enough, save the formalities. Tsunade waved her hand. Talk is cheap, try it now. Yes. Minato didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the scroll, his eyes sharp. He quickly scanned the techniques and chakra circulation methods on it. His brain was racing, matching the scattered theories he had previously deduced with the complete techniques on the scroll, integrating them. A moment later, he tore a page from his notebook. With a pencil, he quickly sketched a complex technique seal on it. Flying Thunder God Seal. He threw the piece of paper hard toward the other end of the library. The paper fluttered down and landed on top of a distant bookshelf. Minato took a deep breath and formed hand seals. Snake. The next instant, his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was standing steadily on top of the distant bookshelf, his feet on the paper with the seal. Did it work? Tsunade's eye twitched violently. It worked just like that. Not even a period of adjustment. How could he be so ridiculously talented? But then she thought this was only normal. This guy was Minato Namikaze. For now, he still needed hand seals, and to draw the Flying Thunder God seal. In the future, he would just slap his hand and directly draw the seal, much more impressive than this. Tsunade was very satisfied in her heart. Now that he had learned it, with a year's time, it would be enough for this kid to master the Flying Thunder God. By then she could set up seals in the land of whirlpools in advance, and she could teleport directly with her people. Perfect. Just then a loud, boisterous voice suddenly came from the library entrance. Sis, you're really here. Nawaki pulled Kushina and swaggered in. A classmate said they saw you come here, so I came to check. What's this? Nawaki noticed the spread scroll on the table at once. He leaned in curiously and read aloud. Flying Thunder God Technique. His eyes lit up and he looked excitedly at Tsunade. This is second grandfather's Flying Thunder God Technique. Sis, can I practice it? Tsunade's mouth twitched and she refused without thinking. No way. The third Hokage was afraid she'd mess up practicing it, and she was naturally afraid that Nawaki, this reckless kid, would do something stupid. You're not Minato Namikaze. Where do you get such freakish space-time talent? If he got sucked into a spatial rift and torn to pieces, she wouldn't even have a place to cry. No. Tsunade refused flatly. However, she was still a step too late. Just as she was about to snatch the scroll, Nawaki had already started forming hand seals according to the seal on it. Snake. Before Tsunade could open her mouth to stop him, Nawaki's body instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was standing on top of the distant bookshelf, right next to Minato Namikaze. His feet similarly were stepping on that thin piece of paper. Tsunade's cheek twitched. This can't be real, right? Tsunade's cheek twitched. Fake. The thought exploded in her mind, and she even wondered if she was hallucinating due to the aftermath of her time travel. The Flying Thunder God Technique. That was an S-rank space-time ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, capable of altering the course of a war. In all of Konoha, aside from the second Hokage himself, no one else had ever mastered it. Minato Namikaze could learn it because he was destined by heaven. He was the future fourth Hokage, a genius born once in a century. But this brat Nawaki. Tsunade stared at her younger brother, who stood on top of the bookshelf looking bewildered, yet slightly excited. Her worldview was shaken to its core. However, Minato Namikaze remained calmer than her. He merely glanced curiously at Nawaki beside him, without showing much shock. As if it were a matter of course. The Flying Thunder God. Isn't that something anyone with hands can learn? Lady Tsunade, why do you look so agitated? Minato Namikaze couldn't understand. Nawaki himself didn't think it was a big deal. He snapped out of his initial daze. Looking down at the paper beneath his feet, then up at Tsunade, he waved his hand in delight. Sis. Hey, that's it. So simple. Simple. Tsunade's mouth twitched violently. If the Flying Thunder God were that simple, it would have long become a common ninjutsu that every Konoha shinobi possessed. Impossible. She stared intently at Nawaki, her mind racing. After the shock, a possibility she had overlooked suddenly surfaced. Nawaki was a direct bloodline of the Senju clan. Even more, he was Tobirama Senju's grandnephew. She herself had inherited the sage body and would release potential of her grandfather Hashirama Senju. Then could Nawaki have inherited, through atavism, the freakishly extreme space-time ninjutsu talent of her second grandfather Tobirama Senju? Tsunade suddenly understood. She knew it. Nawaki, as a descendant of both the Senju and Uzumaki clans, had a chakra reserve slightly larger than his peers, but far from exaggerated. His physical constitution was even more ordinary, no different from any normal child. His physical strength was as different from hers as clouds and mud. Tsunade had even considered having him learn the In seal and follow the path of a chakra reservoir. But that technique required too high a mental fortitude. Nawaki's flighty nature made it hard for him to calm down. At this age of competing with peers, making him spend years without any progress in strength. That would be worse than killing Nawaki. Nawaki would need at least 3 years to master the In seal. Unexpectedly, this brat's true talent actually lay in space-time ninjutsu. And not just any talent. It was top tier. The shock in Tsunade's heart was quickly replaced by a surge of ecstasy. The future of Konoha having one yellow flash was enough to make all the great ninja villages tremble in fear. What if there were another? A Senju flash. The Konoha waste plastic twin stars. And these two future flashes were both her people. Just thinking about it felt exhilarating. Tsunade looked at Minato Namake's clean and respectful face, and an irresistible thought emerged. Should I just take Minato Namake's as my disciple? Tsunade suddenly thought of Minato Namake's real teacher, Jiraiya. The corners of her mouth curled slightly. Forget it. What good disciple could that guy teach? He would only lead them astray. What did Jiraiya teach Minato Namake's besides the summoning technique? Even the Rasengan was developed by Minato Namake's himself. Such an uncut jade needed to be in the hands of a master teacher like her. She cleared her throat, walked to the base of the bookshelf where Minato and Nawaki were standing, and looked up. Minato Namake's. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Minato immediately stood at attention. Tsunade crossed her arms in front of her chest, and announced in a tone that brooked no argument. From today on, you are my disciple. Oh. Minato Namake's young heart was once again struck by this sudden immense joy, threatening to stop beating. Becoming Lady Tsunade's disciple. The princess of Konoha, one of the legendary Sannin, the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Such regard. Such trust. After a brief stupor, overwhelming joy flooded him. He leaped down from the bookshelf, landing steadily in front of Tsunade, his cheeks flushed with excitement. He bowed deeply to Tsunade, his voice even choked with emotion. Yes, master. I will never disappoint your expectations. Enough, no need for these formalities. Tsunade waved her hand in satisfaction, her mood greatly improved. She turned to Nawaki, who had jumped down from the other side, and made a direct decision. You two, starting today, practice the Flying Thunder God technique with each other every day. I'll give you half a year. In half a year, I want to see results. Tsunade stretched out a finger and pointed at herself. The result is that you can take me along for ultra-long range, instantaneous movement at any time. Yes. Minato Namake's eyes blazed with determination as he answered without hesitation. Even Nawaki jumped up in excitement. Great. The Flying Thunder God technique is way more interesting than practicing taijutsu. Sis, I love this. He had long been tired of the monotonous physical training every day. Now with this cool new toy, he was overjoyed. Tsunade looked at the two energetic boys, her smile growing brighter. Perfect. With these two future high-speed mobile units, it would be like adding a double insurance for the land of whirlpools. Just then her gaze swept to the side. It fell on the red-haired little girl who had barely spoken the whole time, silently watching everything. Kushina. The little girl was staring with wide eyes, envy evident, as she looked at Minato Namake's and Nawaki, who had been entrusted with important tasks by their master. Tsunade's eyes twinkled. 1 sheep is herded, 2 sheep are herded, 3 sheep. It's not too many. No shortage of this one. She beckoned to Kushina. You come here. Kushina was startled, then trotted over to Tsunade, looking up at her nervously. Lady Tsunade. From now on, call me master. Tsunade reached out and ruffled her fiery red silky hair. You are also my disciple now. I'll teach you sealing techniques. Kushina's eyes instantly went wide. The overwhelming joy left her speechless for a moment. She could only nod vigorously, tears quickly welling up in her eyes. And master. Ha ha ha. Tsunade looked at the 3 gifted children before her, feeling a bright future ahead. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. A future Fourth Hokage. A future Senju Flash. A future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This lineup was luxurious to the point of extravagance. In the future, when she led them to conquer the world, who would dare to refuse? Half a month later, beneath the 2 colossal banyan trees at the Aburame clan compound, 3 figures arrived. Tsunade led the way. To her left walked Uchiha Mikoto, her hair tied back in a sharp single ponytail. To her right was Uzumaki Kushina, her crimson hair swaying as she curiously glanced around. The door of a wooden cottage deep within the compound slid open. Aburame Ichika stood at the entrance. She was not wearing her usual earth-toned house clothes. Instead, she had changed into a neatly pressed dark gray high-collared coat. Clearly, she had been waiting since morning. When she saw Tsunade actually leading people to appear at the end of the moss-covered path, this Aburame lady, who usually faded into the background, felt her breath catch in her throat. They actually came. Neither forgotten nor declined. Senju Tsunade herself had walked into this gloomy, shadowed forest to personally invite her to the gathering. Let's go, Ichika. Tsunade stopped at the foot of the steps and lifted her chin. Everyone's waiting for you. Yes, I'll be right there. Ichika's voice trembled slightly as she hurried down the steps, pulling her coat collar tight. In her rush, she didn't even have time to tuck her hands into her sleeves, as she usually did. Half an hour later, at the backyard tea room of the Yamanaka flower shop. The room was warm and cozy, with the low rectangular table already fully seated. The 3 wives of the Inoshikicho clans, along with the boisterous Inazuka Yuri and Hyugasena, holding her child. As the door slid open, everyone immediately looked over. Tsunade stepped in first, casually grabbing a cushion, sitting down, and gesturing behind her. Let me introduce an old sister. Aburame Ichika, wife of the current Aburame clan head. From now on she's part of our mutual aid group. The room went silent for a second. Due to the Aburame clan's nature of always suppressing their presence and favoring dark, secluded environments, this lady had been almost invisible in the past. Hearing Senju Tsunade announce her name with such weight and personal endorsement, Ichika could feel her heart pounding violently in her chest. She took a deep breath and gave a perfect 90-degree bow. Ladies, please treat me well. Sit down, sit down. So your lady Ichika. Yamanaka Isora was the first to react, warmly waving her over and giving up her own seat. We're all old neighbors in Konoha. How come we never see you out and about? Akimichi Laura handed her a cup of hot tea. Exactly. Those gatherings, those festivals, you're never there. People might think you find us too noisy. Ichika held the scalding tea cup, her eyes slightly stinging. It wasn't that she disliked the noise. She yearned more than anyone to be accepted. She longed for close friends to confide in. But Aburame clan members were easily overlooked. People forgot to send them invitations, missed their seats at banquets. She was too thin-skinned to push her way into the crowd. Yet she made no complaints, only nodded firmly. The insect breeding room usually keeps me busy, but now that Lady Tsunade has spoken, I'll be there on time, as long as you all don't mind having me. Who would mind? Inazuka Yuri waved her hand grandly. Centipedes and Kikachu are excellent for healing and scouting. We'd be lucky to have you. The atmosphere grew completely warm. Tsunade seized the moment to pat the shoulder of the red-haired girl beside her, dropping another major revelation on the ladies. And her, Uzumaki Kushina, my newly officially accepted disciple. A mane of crimson hair bearing the name Uzumaki. Every lady present shifted slightly in their seats. Though the Uzumaki clan resided by the distant seaside, they were a terrifying clan that had mastered sealing arts to the pinnacle. Not to mention their ancestral blood oath with the Senju. Now sending such a promising young talent to Konoha, directly taken in by Tsunade as her personal disciple. The political weight and network resources were obvious to anyone. Nararia held her tea bowl, gazing at Kushina with the warmth of a cherished junior. Konoha and Uzumaki are family. You're home now. If you need anything or have questions, come to the Nara clan anytime. The group then showered Kushina and Mikoto with praise. The two young girls, unaccustomed to such attention from these socially adept noble ladies, blushed slightly. After the chatter, 2 pots of tea were drained. Tsunade's fingertips tapped the table with 2 sharp knocks. The tea room fell instantly silent, and all the ladies straightened their postures. Everyone understood that complaining and casual chat were merely appetizers. Tsunade had brought so many new people today. Clearly a major move was coming. Half a month ago, I also took on another disciple. Tsunade leaned back, her tone casual. A commoner by birth named Minato Namikaze. Everyone exchanged glances. A commoner. All those present were wives of elite shinobi clan heads. They had little concept of ordinary civilian children. But Senju Tsunade had taken in Uchiha and Uzumaki, and now she'd thrown a commoner kid into the mix. Tsunade ignored their puzzled looks and delivered her core objective. Right now I have Mikoto, Kushina, Minato, plus my little brother Nawaki. For kids, all with solid talent. Tsunade swept her gaze across every mother's face. I've decided to start a weekend training camp in the mountains behind the village. 2 days every weekend, putting them through extreme physical conditioning and tactical combat training. Akimichi Laura blinked. Tsunade, you. Why are you telling us about your Senju clan's private training? Tsunade's lips curled into a deep, meaningful smile. Training just these for isn't lively enough. I'm extending a privilege to all you sisters today. If you have children of suitable age with decent aptitude, send them to the mountain. The breathing in the room quickened. Tsunade raised 3 fingers, driving home the value of the training camp straight into their hearts. Once your kids join, I'll treat them exactly the same as Mikoto and Kushina. Medical first aid, peak physical conditioning, fine chakra control. I'll teach it all personally, holding nothing back. Additionally, my 2 teammates Jiraiya and Orochimaru will take turns coming to the mountain every week as assistant instructors for combat training and jutsu analysis. A collective gasp filled the room. The empty teacup in Yamanaka Isora's hand nearly cracked. 3 jonin acting as collective babysitters and trainers. Which clan in all of Konoha could offer such instructor resources? Even for their elite clan's core heirs were lucky to get assigned a single jonin mentor, and there was no guarantee that jonin would teach with full dedication. Akimichi Laura slapped her thigh, making the cushion bounce. Choza spends all day eating and sleeping at home. I'll drag him to the mountain tomorrow. Tsunade, train him to the bone. No need to spare the Akimichi family's feelings. Our Nara Shikaku must join. Nara Ria's gentle composure cracked, her voice utterly resolute. Medicinal herbs logistics. Whatever the training camp needs, the Nara clan will cover half. Inoichi can go too. And Hayashi and Hizashi. My Kiba. Then, I also have a child who just turned 6. Can he come and watch? Aburame Ichika asked nervously, her palms sweating as she seized the opportunity to speak up. Watching these normally composed and dignified ladies scramble like market shoppers fighting over fresh produce, desperately pushing their eldest sons and daughters forward. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, her fingers slowly tracing the rim of her tea bowl. A burning heat churned within her. The moment she accepted Minato Namikaze and Kushina half a month ago, her thinking had completely shattered convention. Why take on disciples one by one? The mutual aid group secured the financial and network support of the core shinobi clans of Konoha. But logistics would always remain logistics. Shikaku and Noichi chose Akiba, the next generation heirs of each clan, the top young masters and ladies of every major family, all brought into her training camp, in the name of being their master, forging the most brutal yet profound training memories of their childhood. 5 years from now, 10 years from now, every clan head holding power in the main halls and clan council tables of Konoha would be her students, beaten and raised by her from childhood. When that time comes, what say would Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Danzo have in this village? Even the very air of Konoha would breathe according to Senju Tsunade's rules. Enough bidding. Tsunade slammed her palm heavily on the long table, silencing all the clamorous arguing. She leaned forward, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the entire table. Write up the roster and deliver the kids to the mountain pass this Saturday morning. But fair warning, once you're in my training camp, broken bones and torn muscles are routine. However, as long as there's still breath in them, I can heal them up and keep training them. Akimichi Laura immediately produced a blank scroll and pressed a brush into Tsunade's palm. I'll sign. If Choza dares to complain once, you don't need to lift a finger. I'll break his legs myself at home. The other ladies were equally fired up. One by one, they eagerly entrusted their children into Tsunade's hands. The next morning at the Konoha Medical Center, Jiraiya leaned against the hospital bed, his face clouded with gloom. A few days ago, he had encountered some troublesome opponents during a mission and sustained a few injuries. Being hospitalized was unbearably dull. He was just contemplating whether to find an excuse to slip out and visit the hot springs for some research to spark his writing inspiration. Creak. The door to the ward was pushed open. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of long, slender legs wrapped in white stockings belonging to a nurse. Jiraiya's eyes went wide instantly. A deep blue nurse's uniform with a skirt hem that was just the right length. This was the legendary angel in white. He swallowed hard, his gaze slowly traveling up those perfectly straight curves. A slender waist. An incredibly exaggerated arc that seemed ready to burst the uniform's buttons at any moment. Jiraiya swallowed hard again, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. His eyes bulged like saucers. When did Konoha Hospital introduce such a uniform? His breathing grew rapid, his heart pounding wildly. A lecherous grin spread uncontrollably across his face. Excitedly, he continued to look upward. Then his gaze met a pair of eyes that seemed to smile yet not. Jiraiya froze completely. A stunningly beautiful face came into view. Blonde hair and twin tails, a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, staring down at him with a look of superiority. The air solidified. A sudden heat rushed to Jiraiya's nose. Oofed. 2 streams of bright red blood spurted skyward, splattering directly onto the pristine white sheets. T.S. Tsunade. Jiraiya's speech was stammering, frantically grabbing tissues to stem the flow from his nose. But his eyes seemed glued to Tsunade, fixed firmly on those alluring curves. He couldn't look away no matter how hard he tried. Tsunade didn't say a word. She pulled over a chair and sat down gracefully beside his bed. She crossed her legs. The hem of her skirt slid up half an inch. Jiraiya's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Like what you see, eh? Tsunade's voice was lazy, carrying a rare hint of seductiveness. The impossibly short skirt hem then crept up another notch. Jiraiya's gaze remained glued to that sliver of exposed thigh. He nodded frantically. Then, realizing something, he shook his head just as wildly, clutching the blanket and scrambling back toward the headboard. WW, what are you doing? I'm telling you I'm wounded. Don't you dare mess with me. When something seems too good to be true, it usually is. Tsunade showing up dressed like this to see him was more absurd than a toad flying in the sky. Tsunade didn't make a move. She extended her index finger, twirling a stray strand of hair by her ear, and let out a sigh. Jiraiya, I've run into a bit of trouble. That tone. It was aggrieved, pitiful, even carrying a hint of coquettishness. Jiraiya's brain crashed instantly. Tsunade. Begging. Who could possibly resist that? The hot blood rushed straight to his head. Forgetting his nosebleed, he puffed out his chest with unrestrained bravado. What trouble? If anyone dares to bully you, Jiraiya will be the first to deal with them. I recently set up a special training class in the mountains behind the village. Tsunade leaned in closer, her pleasant fragrance wafting directly into Jiraiya's nostrils. I need a skilled instructor. Looking across all of Konoha besides you, I can't think of anyone else qualified for such an important role. Jiraiya was utterly charmed by these flattering words, practically floating on air. That's all. Leave it to me. At least twice a month, okay? Tsunade blinked her eyes. Twice. I'll do it 10 times. Jiraiya's grin stretched from ear to ear, his mind filled with the image of Tsunade in this gentle, tender state. It's a deal, then, no backing out. Tsunade stood up, straightened her skirt, and turned toward the door. With a thud, the door closed. The ward fell silent again. Jiraiya's foolish smile lingered on his face for a full minute before suddenly freezing. Wait. A special training class in the mountains. An instructor? That's just being a free babysitter. I have missions to run, and I need to go to the hot springs for research. He bolted up from the bed, not even bothering with shoes, and dashed to the door, yanking it open. Tsunade, I take back what I said. The corridor was empty save for a few real nurses carrying trays of medicine who looked at him as if he were a madman. Jiraiya stared at the empty corridor, wanting nothing more than to slap himself. He'd been played. Konoha Underground Laboratory. Green liquid churned inside the culture vessels as Orochimaru rapidly noted something down under a microscope. The iron door slid open. Orochimaru didn't turn around, his golden slit-like pupils narrowing. If you're here to check on the progress of the 2.0 version of the Hashirama reagent, I can only say you're too early. His voice was hoarse, laced with wariness. The resistance tests have only just begun. This woman was too impatient. Hadn't the 1.3 version just stabilized a few days ago? She treated scientific rigor like a joke. Tsunade walked over to the lab bench and casually pulled up a metal stool to sit on. No rush. She waved her hand. Orochimaru had just started to relax slightly. Just get it done within 6 months. Orochimaru's hand holding the record pen stopped abruptly, the tip leaving a heavy dark line across the paper. 6 months. Jumping from version 1.3 to 2.0. What a joke. Every one of these forbidden researches required years of clinical data. Impossible. Orochimaru turned around, his face pale. The variables in cell recombination are uncontrollable. A generational leap in 6 months. You might as well just kill me. Is that so? Tsunade leaned back in her chair and pouted. Then a year. Orochimaru's wariness immediately spiked. Her concession was too quick. There was definitely a catch. I'll give you that extra half year. Tsunade fixed her gaze on him. But you'll have to agree to one condition. There it was. Orochimaru sneered inwardly. Come to my special training class in the mountains at least 3 times a week as an instructor. Orochimaru refused without a moment's hesitation. Don't waste my time with that boring kind of childish game. I can't even finish compiling my experimental data. Him playing babysitter to a bunch of brats. Was he insane? Tsunade shed her lazy demeanor. She stood up straight, her gaze suddenly becoming intensely oppressive, no longer offering a discussion. Orochimaru, this is about my future candidacy for Hokage. You cannot refuse. Orochimaru's expression, which had been about to turn hostile, froze completely. Hokage. Those 2 words carried immense weight. Information raced through his mind. Tsunade's recent moves in the circles of wealthy clan, wise the training class. So that's how it is. That training class definitely wasn't filled with ordinary civilian students. They were all the future heirs of the major clans. By getting her hands on the very foundations of Konoha from a young age, she could imprint them with the Senju Tsunade brand. Such deep scheming. Such grand ambition. Orochimaru licked his dry lips, his gaze towards Tsunade having completely transformed. No longer seeing her as a violent brute who forced her will with strength, but as a true political strategist. Since that's the case, Orochimaru weighed the pros and cons in his mind. If Tsunade rose to power, his forbidden experiments would gain the tacit approval and protection of the village's higher-ups along with endless resources. This was an investment with guaranteed returns. He placed his record pen back into the pocket of his white lab coat. Fine, I accept. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade. Except for times when I'm out on missions, I'll be there punctually for the first 3 weeks of every month. Excellent. Tsunade snapped her fingers in high spirits. Having secured these 2 top-tier Konoha combatants as free labor, the foundation of the training class was now fully set. She turned and strode towards the door with a carefree gait. Orochimaru watched that retreating figure silently for a long time. That woman. I can't see through her anymore. Complete it within a year. It's challenging, but I like it. Haha. A wide grin spread across Orochimaru's face before he turned back around, diving once more into his work. A few days later, at the training grounds behind the village. Before the break of dawn, a cold wind carrying the unique dampness of the hills swept across the clearing in the woods. A line of children stood, shivering, their necks tucked and teeth chattering. Half from the cold, half from fear. Before them stood 3 figures. The legendary Sannin. Tsunade stepped forward, arms crossed over her chest. She looked down upon these future elites of the Leaf with an air of superiority. First day of the special training class. Tsunade's voice was not loud, but it was eerily clear in the dead silent clearing. First, let's get acquainted. In the order you're standing, state your name and your goal. Nawaki was the first to jump out. Senju Nawaki. My goal is to become Hokage. Too vague. Next. Tsunade cut him off mercilessly. Nawaki shut his mouth with a look of grievance. Minato Namikaze stepped forward, his back ramrod straight. My name is Minato Namikaze. My goal is to become stronger and protect those I hold dear. Tsunade gave a slight nod. Uchiha Makoto bit her lip, looking nervous. Uchiha Makoto. I want to prove that girls can become excellent ninja too. Uzumaki Kushina. The red-haired girl spoke up, not forgetting to shoot Makoto a sideways glance. I'm going to be the #1 kunoichi in the Leaf. It was the turn of the 3 in the middle. Crunch. The sound of crisp chewing. Akimichi Choza was stuffing potato chips into his mouth. Tsunade shot him a sharp glare. Choza's hand trembled and chip crumbs scattered on the ground. He quickly hid the snack bag behind his back and stood up straight. Aya Kimichi Choza. My goal is to eat all the cuisines in the ninja world. Yamanaka Inoichi covered his face in despair, forcing a dry laugh. Yamanaka Inoichi, I hope to get along well with everyone. Nara Shikaku sighed, hands in his pockets. Before leaving home, his mother had said they were going for a picnic in the hills. Looking at the three formidable figures across from him, ones who could scare even Shirsue's kid to tears, he immediately realized he'd been sold out by his own mother. Sold out completely down to the bone. Nara Shikaku. Goal. Don't die here. Jiraiya couldn't help but snicker. Next, Hyuga Hayashi. I will restore the Hyuga clan's glory. The eldest son of the Hyuga house raised his chin. Hyuga Hizashi. The boy beside him, who looked identical, spoke in a much lower tone. To support my elder brother. Tsunade's gaze lingered on the brothers for a second, but she said nothing. The last two little ones. One of them, a girl of 5 or 6 with face paint, waved her tiny fist. Inazukitsum. I'm going to be the fiercest ninja in the village. The other, a cool-looking boy wearing sunglasses, stated, Aburame Shibi. Just need to raise my bugs well. 11 people. The future of the Leaf's great clans was all here. Of course there was one more. Might Due. My greatest wish is to burn with the flames of youth. From the very back of the line, Might Due, clad in a green bodysuit, stepped forward. He gave everyone a thumbs up. At this somewhat unhinged individual, many rolled their eyes. Tsunade, however, smiled. Might Due trained in the hills every day without fail. Since she had chosen this location, it was only natural she would recruit him. Not to mention his potential, which only she knew of. Having taken his 8 gates technique, she couldn't in good conscience not offer some form of compensation. This special training class was one of those compensations. Tsunade withdrew her gaze. Her eyes swept over the 12 individuals. Senju Uchiha, Hyuga Ino Shikicho, Aburame, Inazuka, Minato Namikaze, Uzumaki Kushina, and then Might Due. Her heart pounded violently in her chest. Having these people in her grasp meant holding the lifeblood of Konoha's future for decades to come. Once this group grew up, what would the old men in the Hokage's office amount to? The rules of the leaf. Her rules were the rules of the leaf. Now that introductions are done, Tsunade stepped forward, unleashing an overwhelming pressure like a tidal wave. Now it's our turn. I am the head instructor, Senju Tsunade. She cracked her knuckles, the crisp sound cutting sharply through the cold wind. Taijutsu, sealing arts, medical ninjutsu, I handle it all. I have only one rule. As long as you have a breath left in you, I can drag you back from the brink of death. So here, injuries are the norm, and broken bones are just the appetizer. All of you better be prepared to have your arms and legs broken. A few of the kids swallowed hard. Choza sneakily tossed the half-empty bag of chips he had into the bushes. Next, meet your 2 assistant instructors. Tsunade stepped back half a pace. Jiraiya had originally just come to make an appearance. But he wasn't blind. He scanned the ridiculously impressive lineup. The Hyuga twins, the Uchiha girl, the potential Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the young masters of the various noble clans. He realized Tsunade wasn't fooling around. Maybe she had other motives. But right now she was genuinely, truly training the next generation of the Leaf. Jiraiya dropped his carefree attitude. He stepped forward, crossing his arms, his gaze becoming sharper than ever before. I am Jiraiya. He scanned the kids. I specialize in fire release, earth release, and my unique hair technique. How much of my arsenal you can uncover depends on your own abilities. Jiraiya stepped back. Orochimaru let out a hoarse laugh. He slithered forward like a venomous snake. His icy gaze swept across each of their necks. Orochimaru. No unnecessary title. I will only teach you 2 things. How to kill, and how to survive amidst a pile of corpses. I have some proficiency in all 5 elemental natures. If you are smart enough, I might even teach you what the true truth of ninjutsu is. Suffocating. Utterly suffocating. 3 jonin, the most terrifying young powerhouses in the village. Just standing there, the bloodlust and chakra emanating from them. Bore down on the children, making it hard to breathe. Hyuga Hayashi stared intently at the ground, cold sweat beading on his forehead. So this was what they called elite. Compared to these 3, the elders of his own Hyuga clan were like flowers raised in a greenhouse. Tsunade watched these kids who looked about to be scared out of their wits, and a playful smirk curled at the corner of her mouth. One more push was needed. The final push to shatter their limits of understanding. What you've heard so far is just our individual specialties. But aside from that, we also possess one shared ability. Tsunade's voice suddenly rose sharply. She exchanged a glance with Orochimaru and Jiraiya. They instantly understood her intent. To establish dominance. It had to be done in the most direct way possible. All 3 crouched down simultaneously. Their fingers moved in a blur, motions perfectly synchronized. So fast that these gifted kids couldn't even follow the hand seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Finally, all 3 slammed their palms, charged with violent chakra, onto the hard, dry ground of the hills. Tsunade's fierce shout tore through the cold wind. Summoning jutsu. Boom. A deafening roar exploded across the hills. The ground shook violently, and a violent gust of wind mixed with gravel blasted outward. Nawaki and Minato, standing in the front row, were pushed back 2 steps by the sheer force of the air pressure. A thick plume of white smoke shot up into the sky, like a volcanic eruption obscuring the first light of dawn. The fierce wind blew the edges of the smoke away. 3 colossal, terrifying, distorted shadows as immense as mountains. They blotted out the last patch of sky above the children's heads. As the dust cleared, the morning light was completely blocked out. Massive, inconceivably massive. A mountain of blue and white striped slugs piled up like a small hill. A toad with a crimson body and a giant pipe clenched in its mouth. And a massive brown serpent flicking its scarlet tongue. 3 violent, overwhelming chakra signatures bore down like a tangible force. The 12 young figures below stood frozen in place. Their breath halted. Cold sweat dripped down their chins. But no one screamed, and no one turned to run. Facing these nightmarish monsters capable of crushing an entire street with ease, they could only grit their teeth. Eyes wide, they forced themselves not to collapse. Tsunade stood before the 3 colossal beasts, arms crossed, her gaze sweeping over the pale-faced children. A glint of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. As expected of the future golden generation of Konoha, their resilience is far beyond that of ordinary genin. Tsunade nodded slightly. Her purpose in summoning the beasts was simple. Mere physical torment and high-pressure training would only breed cold-blooded weapons, or even grudges and resentment. What she wanted was an unwaveringly loyal team. The stick had been wielded. Now it was time to shove a sweet, cloying candy into their mouths. The first candy summoning beasts. Take a good look. Tsunade clapped her hands, her voice echoing beneath the shadow of the giants. These are our summoning beasts. Jiraiya's Toad's masters of fire release, water release, and Toad shortsword combat, perfect for frontal assaults. Orochimaru's serpents skilled in stealth assassination, poison, and wind release. My slugs possess the strongest medical capabilities in the shinobi world and can split to avoid damage. Of course, these are just the ones that suit us. The summoning beasts of the 3 sacred lands are far more varied. Tsunade paused, her gaze fixed on the dozen pairs of eyes below that were gradually lighting up. In this special training class, the rules are simple. Whoever performs well, whoever progresses fastest, whoever has the most compatible chakra nature. A seductive smile curled at the corner of Tsunade's lips. I'll toss the summoning contract scroll right in their face. The moment the words fell, the silent clearing erupted. Even the most composed heirs of prominent clans couldn't suppress their racing hearts. Summoning beasts weren't unfamiliar to them. Each clan had its own means. But what level were these 3? Their mountain-like forms could crush a stronghold with a single slam. These were strategic-level ultimate weapons. And they came from the 3 sacred lands, no less. Hayashi Hyuga clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. Kushina Uzumaki was flushed with excitement, her eyes locked onto the giant slug. Even Choza Akimichi, who was still savoring the taste of potato chips, couldn't help but swallow hard. He looked at the toad as if it were a mountain of gold. Directly granting top-tier summoning beasts. No lengthy clan assessments, no tedious loyalty tests from the elders. Just perform well. What a steal. Jiraiya and Orochimaru stood aside, watching the kids get all riled up by Tsunade's few words, their eyes twitching in unison. Using their summoning beasts to curry favor. This woman truly ran a profit with no capital. All right, settle down. Tsunade snapped her fingers. Boom, boom, boom. 3 massive clouds of white smoke burst out, and the colossal beasts instantly dispelled back to their realm. Morning light once again bathed the clearing, but it could no longer calm the fervent heartbeats of these children. Now training officially begins. Tsunade wasted no time, immediately assigning tasks. Shikaka, Choza, and Noichi run 20 laps around the mountain with weighted packs. No lunch if you don't finish. Mikoto, Hayashi, Hizashi head to the waterfall for water walking practice. The rest of you focus on physical conditioning and fine chakra control. The kids howled with unprecedented enthusiasm and turned to dash off. Wait. Tsunade called out to 2 of them. Minato, Nawaki, you 2 stay. Minato, Namikaze, and Nawaki Senju stopped, turned, and ran back to stand before Tsunade. Your training is different. Tsunade casually waved her hand. Go to the tallest tree over there and continue practicing the flying thunder god technique. The air instantly stilled. The young lords and ladies who had just taken a few steps abruptly halted. All 12 spun around as if they had heard some impossible illusion. FL. Flying thunder god. Isn't that the S-rank space-time forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage? Konoha's ultimate secret. Here in this forest, it's being used as a routine training exercise. Tsunade. Jiraiya was the first to panic. He stepped forward, his brow deeply furrowed. Are you insane? The flying thunder god is no joke. It's a forbidden jutsu where one wrong move in the space-time vortex and you're dead without a trace. You're having these 2 kids practice it. Orochimaru, though silent, also narrowed his golden slit-like pupils, staring intently at Tsunade. Having 2 6-7-year-olds practice the flying thunder god was simply absurd. Facing Jiraiya's outcry and the incredulous gazes around her, Tsunade didn't even spare a glance. She just kept her hands in her pockets and tilted her chin toward Minato and Nawaki. Come on, show these 2 inexperienced vice instructors what you've got. Minato and Nawaki exchanged a glance. The two kids didn't hesitate. Minato reached into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out a kunai inscribed with a special formula. His arm tensed and then unleashed. Whoosh, whoosh. The kunai streaked as a black line precisely embedding into a massive tree trunk 50 meters away. Nawaki followed suit, flinging a kunai that landed just above Minato's. The next second, the two 6-year-olds in full view of everyone formed the same hand seal. Snake. Shing. Shing. Not even a trace of an afterimage was left in the air. The two kids who had been standing there a moment ago vanished into thin air when the onlookers' eyes caught up with them. Minato and Nawaki were already crouching steadily on the tree trunk 50 meters away. Under their feet, each was standing on a kunai inscribed with the formula. Deathly silence reigned over the clearing. Only the rustling of leaves in the cold morning breeze broke the stillness. Jiraiya's mouth hung open, his jaw nearly dropping to his feet, staring at the two kids on the trunk. Just fling a kunai, form a seal, and they're there. They were actually using the Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru also lost his composure. He unconsciously licked his dry lips, a terrifying light blazing in his eyes. It was the purest craving for the unknown, for miracles. But the ones truly driven to frenzy were the 10 onlooking kids below. Might Dai's eyes were wide, his whole body trembling. Mikoto Uchiha clutched her hands tightly to her chest. Even Shikaku Nara, who usually had half-lidded eyes and a face that screamed, "What a drag!" now looked like a young wolf catching the scent of blood. He stared intently at Minato and Nawaki on the tree trunk, his gaze scorching. A forbidden jutsu. The legendary forbidden jutsu. Having grown up in noble clans who didn't know the value of such a strategic level technique, who hadn't fantasized about one day getting their hands on the secrets of the sealed scroll. But now this legendary thing was being displayed right before them, vividly and without reservation. And mastered by their peers. Jealousy. No. It was ultimate aspiration. Tsunade took in everyone's reactions, her smile spreading fully. The first candy was the summoning beasts. This was the second, and the most lethal one. Breaking conventions, defying rules. With absolute power and resources shattering these kids' cognitive limits. See that? Tsunade's voice rang out in the morning breeze, laced with arrogance and dominance. Here there's nothing you can't learn. Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, the 5 elemental natures, even the forbidden jutsu from the sealed scroll. She paused, her eyes sharp as blades. As long as you perform well enough, as long as you survive my training, I, Tsunade, will give you whatever I damn well please. No one dared to contradict her. The look in these kids' eyes had completely changed. It was the fervor of those willing to be crushed to dust for power. Tsunade made a grand gesture. Now all of you get the hell to training. Yes. The earth-shaking roar sent birds scattering from the forest. The 10 kids, along with Might Dai, bolted toward their respective targets like wild animals unleashed. Not a single one needed any urging. Watching those backs straining to squeeze out every ounce of their stamina, Tsunade's eyes showed approval. At that moment, a voice, cold yet tinged with suppressed fervor, suddenly spoke from unervingly close range. Orochimaru had silently sidled up beside her without her noticing. Hey Tsunade, I'd like to discuss something with you. Hey Tsunade, I want to discuss something with you. Orochimaru spoke in a lowered voice. Tsunade didn't even turn her head. She watched the kids in the distance, exhausted like dogs, and the corners of her mouth curled up imperceptibly. The fish had taken the bait, demonstrating the flying Raijin technique to intimidate these young masters and ladies from prominent clans was merely a means to an end. Her true objective, or at least what she needed to firmly grasp in the short term, was something else entirely. It was Orochimaru. Her relationship with Orochimaru was indeed one of cooperation. But that wasn't nearly enough. What she wanted was for Orochimaru to be utterly indebted to her. In this world, besides experiments, what else could drive Orochimaru to lose all reason? The truth of ninjutsu. And Konoha's greatest repository of truth lay within the Forbidden Scroll. Orochimaru's deep-seated craving for forbidden techniques had been thoroughly ignited the moment he witnessed those 2 6-year-old brats executing the flying Raijin technique. Absolutely captivated, Tsunade tilted her head, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. What is it? Orochimaru's gaze flickered, then he tilted his head towards the depths of the forest. The implication was clear. Speak in private. Tsunade had just taken half a step forward. A tall figure abruptly barged in between them. Jiraiya, hands on his hips, shoved his broad face right between the two, his eyes darting back and forth with suspicion. What are you two up to behind my back? Jiraiya's voice boomed through the forest, his neck stiff with indignation. What secret is it that I'm not allowed to hear? I'm the assistant instructor. I have to know. A vein pulsed on Orochimaru's forehead. He gave his idiot teammate a disdainful look and warned coldly, curb your curiosity, Jiraiya. This has nothing to do with you. Bullshit. Whenever you two get together, nothing good comes of it. Jiraiya glared intently at Orochimaru. Tsunade's ears were ringing from the noise, and she casually shoved Jiraiya's obstructive arm aside. Let him listen. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru. Go ahead, say it. Orochimaru was silent for 2 seconds. He licked his dry lips, and in those golden slit pupils the suppressed fervor could no longer be concealed. I want to see the Forbidden Scroll. The air suddenly turned dead silent. The expression on Jiraiya's face instantly froze, his eyes bulging like brass bells. He stood there as if struck by lightning, rigid to the spot. He stumbled back a huge step, his trembling finger pointed at Orochimaru, and his voice cracked as he yelled, "Orochimaru, what the hell are you saying? That's the Forbidden Scroll, the absolute top secret of Konoha. Are you trying to start a rebellion?" Jiraiya's hair stood on end, his chakra surging instinctively. Sneaking a peek at forbidden jutsu was a capital offense. Orochimaru paid no attention to the hopping mad Jiraiya. His gaze remained locked on his Tsunade's face, waiting for the answer that would decide his fate. Fine. Tsunade didn't hesitate, even for a moment. I agree. Boom. Jiraiya's mind completely exploded. He spun around, grabbing his wild white hair with both hands, and roared in utter despair. Agree to what? Tsunade, have you lost your mind? Why are you joining his madness? That scroll is filled with S-rank, forbidden jutsu. If the old man finds out, he'll skin all three of us alive. Tsunade irritably dug a finger in her ear. What are you yelling about? She shot Jiraiya a sideways glare. What's so special about the forbidden scroll, eh? 80% of the techniques in there were developed by my granduncle Tobarama Senju. Is it a crime for me to go check out the legacy my own grandfather left behind? Jiraiya's mouth fell open. All his lectures about rules and traditions got stuck right in his throat, choked off by that single statement. He thought it over carefully. How that kind of makes sense. For anyone else, touching it would be a capital offense. But if this woman went to see it, it would just be like rummaging through her own family's drawer. Orochimaru watched Tsunade's utterly nonchalant demeanor, and his Adam's apple bobbed violently. He admitted it. He was drawn to Tsunade, and it was an attraction he couldn't refuse. He had expected this to be a difficult negotiation, but he never imagined Tsunade's audacity would reach such heights. She agreed outright. In that case, Orochimaru lowered his voice, a hint of desperate ruthlessness seeping through his tone. Then Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. When do we make our move? Where is the barrier located? What time is the Umbu shift change? What escape route should we take? Orochimaru's mind was already rapidly formulating a plan to infiltrate the Hokage building. Tsunade furrowed her brow. Make our move. She looked at Orochimaru as if he were an idiot. Make what move? Orochimaru was stunned. For the first time, confusion flickered across his pale face. Aren't we going to steal the forbidden scroll? Tsunade rolled her eyes, her face a mask of utter speechlessness. Who told you I was going to steal it? That place is guarded by hundreds of Umbu with over a dozen layers of barriers. You try stealing it and see what happens. Orochimaru was completely baffled. His golden slit pupils were filled with incredulous shock. If we're not stealing it, how do we see it? Just go ask the old man for it directly. Tsunade's tone was plain and natural. A cold breeze swept by, and Orochimaru stood frozen on the spot. Go ask the third Hokage for it. Ask for the forbidden scroll. He thought he must have gone insane from doing too many experiments, otherwise how could he be hearing something so absurd? This thing which the entire village treated as its lifeline could simply be walked in and asked for. Tsunade pursed her lips. It's not like I've never asked before. Once today's training is over, you're coming with me to the Hokage building. With that, she turned her head to look at the still-dazed Jiraiya. Hey, Tsunade lifted her chin. Are you coming or not? Jiraiya snapped back to reality, pointing at his own nose, his voice trembling. Me? I think I'll pass. Jiraiya swallowed hard, waving his hands frantically. If the old man finds out I'm involved in this, he'll definitely beat me into a pulp with his Rui Jingu bang. Suit yourself. Tsunade didn't try to persuade him. She shrugged and turned to leave. Jiraiya stood there. Watching Tsunade and Orochimaru walk side by side towards the edge of the clearing, he felt like countless ants were crawling all over his heart. Stealing it. He wouldn't dare, even if his life depended on it. But if it was just asking, going to the Hokage building openly to request it, it wouldn't be that big of a deal to just take a look, right? It's not like the old man would kill them all just for taking a look, would he? The string of principle in Jiraiya's mind snapped with a mental pop. Wait up. Jiraiya suddenly raised his hand and charged forward with long strides. I'm coming too. Jiraiya yelled at the top of his lungs. Evening, Hokage building. Top floor office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat with knitted brows, reviewing supply reports from the front lines. A sudden clamor of heavy, chaotic footsteps sounded from outside the door. Before he could even ask what was going on, bam! The thick wooden door of the office was kicked open, slamming violently against the wall with a resounding crack. Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand twitched, and the writing brush dragged a long black line across the document. He looked up. There in his office doorway stood his three disciples, their faces fierce and menacing. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart gave a violent lurch. Oh no! His disciples were staging a collective coup d'etat. A collective coup. Watching the three disciples storm in with a menacing air, cold sweat instantly broke out on Sarutobi Hiruzen's back. Before his mind's alert system could fully activate, Tsunade, who was in the lead, casually pulled out a chair and plopped down. Old man, we want to see the forbidden scroll. Whoosh! Sarutobi Hiruzen's tensed shoulders instantly slackened. So it was just about the forbidden scroll. Scared me to death. Thought you three were going to join forces and tear down the Hokage building. Wait. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly snapped to attention, his heart leaping to his throat. He narrowed his eyes, glaring at Tsunade, who was lounging with her legs crossed. Tsunade, do you have any idea what nonsense you're spouting? Seeing the forbidden scroll. Tsunade didn't even lift her eyelids, her tone dripping with entitlement. What's the fuss? It's not like we haven't seen it before. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless, a vein throbbing on his forehead. He looked at the silent Orochimaru behind, and Jiraiya, whose face screamed, I'm just here for the show. That's Konoha's highest classified secret. It's not a public library. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk. Do you even understand the purpose of the forbidden scroll? It contains forbidden techniques that could destroy the village at any moment. I understand. Tsunade picked at her ear, then flicked her nail. So what? So I can't show it to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's beard bristled with anger. But then he sighed, his tone turning earnest. It's not that I don't want to give it to you. If I open this door today, would it be fair to the other ninjas in the village? Fair to those junior ninjas fighting on the front lines for just a C-rank technique? Tsunade gave a cold laugh and uncrossed her legs. Old man, spare me the fairness talk. The ninja world is in turmoil, war could break out any moment, and you're preaching fairness. She planted her hands on the desk, leaning forward with an oppressive presence. What good is that dusty scroll in the basement? It's just collecting dust. Can it breed? Rather than letting it mold, take it out and boost our strength. She turned, gesturing to Orochimaru and Jiraiya behind her. Besides, how many people have they killed on the front lines? How much intel have they brought back? Given their contributions, is it too much to ask for a peek at the forbidden scroll? Her words were sharp and logical, perfectly woven. Orochimaru's dark golden slit pupils contracted slightly, his gaze locked on Tsunade's back. This woman was using a righteous excuse to openly plunder forbidden techniques. Absolutely perfect. Sarutobi Hiruzen was left speechless, his chest heaving violently. Finally, he forced out two words. Too much. His tone was absolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Tsunade was caught off guard by the blunt refusal. She looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in surprise. This old man had grown a spine today. Even such grand arguments couldn't sway him. Fine. No to the hard way. A smirk curled at the corner of Tsunade's mouth, her arrogance instantly vanishing. She walked around the massive desk and stood right beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Expertly, she grabbed his arm. Sarutobi Hiruzen stiffened. He could scold her when she raged, but her cajoling made his heart waver. Old man, Tsunade lowered her voice to a whisper, only he could hear her tone featherlight. Is my grandfather's remains still intact? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face visibly changed. The Hokage who had been so righteous moments ago now had a vein throbbing at his temple. Tsunade leaned in closer. Old man, just let us see it this time. She shook his arm, her voice soft, but each word a dagger. I'll let bygones be bygones about my grandfather. Pretend nothing happened. Deal. Leverage. Complete leverage. The matter of Hashirama Senju's body being exhumed had always weighed on Sarutobi Hiruzen's conscience. And though Tsunade seemed to be pleading, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no doubt that if he refused, she would go straight to Mito Uzumaki. That would be a disaster. This brat. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was one of helplessness. The Hokage's office fell into silence. Jiraiya was fidgeting anxiously behind, unable to hear what Tsunade was whispering. He could only see his teacher's face turning white and then green. After a long moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a heavy sigh, as if he had aged 5 years in an instant. He withdrew his arm and rubbed his temples tiredly. One technique each. Sarutobi Hiruzen ground the words through clenched teeth. Tsunade spun around and flashed a triumphant grin at the two behind her. Done. Crash. The last thread of Orochimaru's rational composure snapped. His perpetually pale, expressionless face erupted into undisguised fervor and sheer excitement. No need to infiltrate. No need to break seals. No risk of defection. Just standing there openly obtaining the right to view forbidden techniques. Orochimaru stared at the woman who stood by the desk, laughing boldly. This was true power and influence. And beside him, Jiraiya's mouth was agape, his eyes wide as saucers. No way. Just a hug and a few whispered words, and the old man agreed. That was the forbidden scroll, Konoha's most guarded secret. After a brief shock, ecstasy like a tsunami flooded Jiraiya. He barely suppressed the urge to roar with laughter. This trip was a goldmine. He'd just tagged along out of curiosity, and now he was getting a free S-rank forbidden technique. Jiraiya's gaze towards Tsunade shifted completely. This was no hot-tempered teammate. This was a goddess of fortune. Following Tsunade meant eating well. Watching his two worthless disciples trembling with excitement, Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted in annoyance. He stood up, grabbed his Hokage hat from the rack, and placed it on his head. Follow me. Half an hour later, in the secret chamber at the very bottom of the Hokage tower, the air was thick with the scent of aged paper and preservation incense. The surrounding walls were densely covered with seals inscribed with soundproofing and defensive barrier jutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before a long, wide table. On its surface, the heavy and ancient scroll of seals was slowly unfurled. Multiple shuriken shadow clone technique utilizing tangible chakra to create infinite proliferation of shuriken. 5-layered Rashomon gate technique summons 5 indestructible gates of hell in absolute defense. Mutually multiplying explosive tags combines a single explosive tag with summoning jutsu to achieve infinite continuous detonations. Sarutobi Hiruzen rapidly recited the names and core effects of the forbidden techniques on the scroll one after another. Alright, these are all the forbidden techniques contained within the scroll of seals. He closed the scroll. Of course, there are also secret techniques recorded by several other major clans. Those are clan secrets and cannot be disclosed to you. For the rest you may choose. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted the surface of the scroll. The chamber fell so silent that one could hear every breath. Orochimaru held his breath. The sound of Jiraiya swallowing nervously was clearly audible in the underground room. They had only ever heard that the scroll of seals contained power capable of destroying heaven and earth. But when the principles and destructive capacities of these techniques were laid out solidly before them, the impact on the limits of their understanding still made their scalps tingle. Infinite continuous explosion of paper bombs, summoning the gates of hell to tank damage. Any single one of these could easily turn the tide of a small-scale battle on the front lines. Even Orochimaru, who was accustomed to life and death, felt his mouth go dry at this moment. Tsunade leaned against the cold wall watching her old man put on this act with a nonchalant air. The old man isn't being straight with us. She let out a quiet, cold tch. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand on the scroll gave a slight tremor. What about Edo Tensei? What about Dead Demon Consuming Seal? What about Izanagi? These top-tier forbidden arts that can manipulate souls, alter reality, and defy the natural laws of birth, aging, sickness, and death had almost all been plucked out by this old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly turned his head. A gaze of immense pressure filled with stern warning locked onto Tsunade. It conveyed a single clear message. Don't cause trouble. These arts that toy with life and death, even if they rot in the ground, must absolutely never be leaked. And certainly not from your mouth. Tsunade met Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, pouting her lips indifferently. Then she gave a barely perceptible nod. She wasn't stupid. Orochimaru, that freak, was already researching matter reconstruction. If he were to get his hands on Edo Tensei now, that bastard would definitely dig up all of Konoha's ancestral graves that very night. Seeing Tsunade nod, the tension in Sarutobi Hiruzen's back finally relaxed. He let out a long, silent sigh of relief. At least the girl had some sense. You may only choose one. Sarutobi Hiruzen averted his gaze, looking towards Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Make your decisions. I choose the 8-headed serpent technique. Orochimaru spoke up first. His hoarse voice was laced with barely contained feverish fanaticism. The 8-headed serpent technique. An S-rank jutsu requiring an immense amount of chakra to sustain. Upon activation, the user transforms into a massive white serpent with 8 heads and 8 tails, possessing terrifying physical destructive power, far surpassing that of ordinary summoned beasts. But its most lethal aspect is its supplementary effect. Assimilation regeneration. The user merges with the 8-headed serpent as long as chakra remains. Even if a head is cleanly severed or the body is pierced through by jutsu, it can reform its flesh within a few breaths. This is no mere destructive technique. This is the ultimate key to touching the forbidden zone of life and attaining immortality. Orochimaru stared intently at the scroll, a sickly flush spreading across his pale face. His golden slit pupils reflected pure avarice. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded silently, not surprised at all. This disciple of his had never had any resistance to jutsu that pushed the limits of the physical body. The pressure shifted to Jiraiya. He clutched his mane of white hair, his face scrunching up in deep thought. His mind was racing, simulating possibilities at a frantic pace. Flying Thunder God. No way. Minato and Nawaki, those two brats, could pull it off by just throwing a kunai. But if he tried it himself, he'd probably step in and get his lower half shredded into mincemeat by spatial distortion. 5-layered Rashomon gate. The defense is strong, but standing around taking hits isn't my style. Mutually multiplying explosive tags. Not interested. What to choose? Jiraiya gritted his molars. Well, maybe that one that's good for taking a beating and sharing intel, the multiple. I choose the multiple shadow clone technique. A crisp female voice suddenly rang out beside him. Jiraiya's words were choked back in his throat. He whipped his head around and saw Tsunade pointing at the scroll. She had chosen the multiple shadow clone technique. She chose the same one as me. The string in Jiraiya's mind labeled fate was suddenly struck with a frantic vibration. The conflict on his broad face vanished in an instant, replaced by an uncontrollable blush and a goofy grin. Truly, this is the woman I, Jiraiya, have set my sights on. Even making a blind choice among all these forbidden techniques, she's perfectly in sync with my thinking. What is this? This is a compatibility that transcends the soul. Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, his wide grin splitting his face, and eagerly took a half step forward. Hee, old man, then I'll also choose the multiple. He chose the Dragon Flame release song. Tsunade grabbed the back of Jiraiya's collar and yanked him backwards, sending him stumbling. Jiraiya's goofy grin froze on his face. The word shadow in his throat was forcibly lodged there. The expression on his face instantly turned strange. Bang! Tsunade rapped a sharp knock on Jiraiya's white-haired head. The dull thud echoed in the secret chamber. Jiraiya clutched his head, wincing in pain, his face full of grievance. Are you an idiot? Tsunade shot him a glare. I've already learned the multiple shadow clone technique. I can just teach you outside. Why waste a slot picking the same thing? The air fell silent for a second. Jiraiya's hand froze on his head, his eyes slowly widening. That's possible. He whirled around, his gaze locking onto Sarutobi Hiruzen across the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This girl right in front of the Hokage was scheming to exploit the Hokage's office. Did she really treat the Forbidden Scroll like her own personal marketplace? He gave a heavy snort, turning his back on these three rascals. He simply pretended to be blind and deaf. This attitude was tacit approval. After all, she was the sole surviving heir of the Senju clan. As long as she didn't touch those extreme forbidden techniques that defied life and death, he couldn't be bothered to argue. And even if he disagreed Tsunade would just teach it outside, could he stop her? He might as well be generous. It actually works. Seeing Sarutobi's attitude, Jiraiya broke into a wide grin, chuckling. Beside him, a glint of light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He subtly edged half a step closer to Jiraiya and poked him in the side. His pale face wore an expression of utmost sincerity. Jiraiya, Orochimaru lowered his hoarse voice. I suggest you pick five-fold Rashomon. Jiraiya shot him a suspicious sidelong glance. Five-fold Rashomon is the ultimate defensive technique, perfectly suited to your reckless fighting style. Orochimaru analyzed with a straight face. It can greatly increase your survival rate. Jiraiya curled his lips. Though he usually looked like a fool, that didn't mean he was actually stupid. Nonsense. I think you're the one who wants to learn it. That's right, I do. Orochimaru nodded frankly without a hint of concealment. He immediately dangled a lure. You can teach it to me, and in exchange I'll teach you the eight-headed serpent technique. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils were earnest. He even began planning a bright future for Jiraiya. He whispered seductively. Think about it. 8 heads, 8 fields of vision, 360 degrees, no blind spots. From now on, when you peep at the women's bathhouse, you'll never miss a single detail. Efficiency will increase 8-fold. The temperature in the chamber seemed to drop 8 degrees. An image involuntarily surfaced in Jiraiya's mind. A snake covered in white toad warts, with 8 heads of white-haired men drooling wildly as it hung over the wall of the Konoha women's bath. Jiraiya shuddered violently, goosebumps rising in waves. Get lost. If he practiced that, no pretty girl would ever let him near her again. Go play with your snakes yourself, you pervert. Jiraiya shoved Orochimaru away and shouted at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had his back turned. Old man, I'll go with Tsunade's pick, Dragon Flame Song. A flicker of obvious disappointment passed through Orochimaru's eyes. He shook his head with a sigh. What a pity. He thought he could use the temptation of 8 views to hook this fool. Watching Orochimaru's defeat, the corner of Tsunade's mouth lifted almost imperceptibly. Her choice for Jiraiya was hardly a whim. At this moment, Jiraiya was still a million miles away from developing the Rasengan. His own techniques were powerful enough, but they had long casting times. He lacked a truly high-speed, instant-cast, high-burst finishing move. Dragon Flame Song was different. It was a technique that spat out 4 dragon-shaped flames in one breath, sealing off all escape routes, above, below, left, and right. Its power might not be extraordinary, but it excelled in speed and penetration, making it extremely effective at breaking through defenses. It perfectly compensated for Jiraiya's current shortcomings. Most crucially, once he eventually unlocked Sage Mode, the technique's destructive power would multiply exponentially with the boost of Sage Chakra. By then, on the battlefield of Uzumaki Country, it would be the ultimate firepower suppression platform. That's right, taking them to Uzumaki Country. This was the plan Tsunade had rehearsed countless times in her mind since the very first day she decided to save the Uzumaki Country. The genocide war of the Uzumaki Country was no minor skirmish. It was a joint extermination targeting the Uzumaki clan's immense vitality and sealing techniques. The participating ninja villages, the deployed forces, the covert machinations, all interwoven into a terrifying meat grinder. It was an absolute war of annihilation. She was strong, and she would grow even stronger. But taking on multiple great nations single-handedly, don't joke. Once dragged into an endless war of attrition, the moment her chakra ran out would be the moment she died alongside Uzumaki Country. Only a fool would choose such a suicidal solo path. She had 2 prodigies by her side, future pinnacles of the ninja world. Not using them would be idiotic. She had to bind Orochimaru and Jiraiya firmly to her ship. They had to become monsters capable of stirring chaos on that level of battlefield. They were strong now, but far from enough. Apply heavy measures. Push them to their limits. Getting them to dabble in forbidden techniques early was the first step. Tsunade turned her head. Orochimaru was staring fixedly at the eight-headed serpent technique on the scroll, his pale fingers tracing the jutsu formula bit by bit. The barely restrained fervor in his eyes was almost tangible. This was the look of a true research fanatic upon discovering a treasure. In the original timeline, Orochimaru had only fully mastered and deployed the eight-headed serpent technique much later, now obtaining this key to immortality so many years early. What bizarre theories would this madman's mind conjure up? Matter reconstruction, cellular regeneration, integrating Hashirama's cells, or maybe directly creating some absurd serpent variant. Tsunade looked forward to it. She didn't mind at all. Releasing this monster early would mean he could tear through countless enemy throats on the Uzumaki battlefield. As for Orochimaru eventually slipping out of control, well, he'd have to face her iron fist first. Their choices were made. Sarutobi Hiruzen tossed each of them a hand-copied small scroll. Then he slammed the massive forbidden scroll shut. The heavy clank of chains echoed in the basement. The copied contents had to be memorized. The originals were not to leave the building and must be destroyed tonight. Orochimaru held the scroll, his fingers nervously caressing its edge. Time passed minute by minute. Slowly he turned his head, his golden slit pupils fixed on Jiraiya, who was still studying the hand signs. Jiraiya. Orochimaru's voice was taut with excitement. What? Jiraiya, absorbed in studying Dragon Flame Song, looked up impatiently. Orochimaru extended a pale finger, tapping his own carotid artery. Once my eight-headed serpent technique is operational, I'll need to test the nerve regeneration speed after a physical decapitation. Orochimaru made the invitation with utmost seriousness. Could you cut off my head? 7 days slipped by in an instant. At the Konoha's rear mountain, cold winds swept up withered leaves, spinning them in a dance at the center of the clearing. 11 small heads plus Might Die in his green bodysuit huddled at the edge, not daring to breathe a word. At the center of the field, Orochimaru and Jiraiya stood facing each other. Today was the moment to test their forbidden techniques. Tsunade served as the referee. Tsunade stood between them, casually thrusting a branch into the ground. The rules are simple. Tsunade lifted her gaze, sweeping her eyes over the two. Life and death are of no concern. As long as you don't leave this rear mountain, do whatever you wish. Orochimaru and Jiraiya's mouths twitched, but neither said a word, though they knew neither would truly kill the other. Going all out was a certainty. The match begins when the branch falls. As the words left her lips, Tsunade pushed off the ground, vanishing in an instant, reappearing atop a tree crown on the battlefield's edge. Click. The branch stuck in the ground was toppled by the wind. Jiraiya clapped his hands together, his white hair bursting out like a startled hedgehog's spines. Ninja Art Needle Jizo. His soft white hair instantly hardened into countless steel needles, enveloping his body while shooting toward Orochimaru. A cold smirk tugged at Orochimaru's pale face. Jiraiya, your probing is far too dull. He didn't even form a hand seal. A strange hissing cry erupted from his throat. Boom. The ground beneath Orochimaru's feet instantly collapsed. Violent chakra like a tangible hurricane exploded outward in a ring. The nearest barrier trembled violently, emitting creaking sounds of strain. What kind of chakra is that? Minato stared fixedly at the center of the field, his azure pupils contracting sharply. The viscosity of that chakra felt as if it were writhing in the air like a living thing. The next second, before everyone's horrified eyes, Orochimaru's body began an unimaginable, monstrous transformation. Pale skin tore apart inch by inch. Not ordinary blood. Instead, rolling white scales squeezed out from within, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones shattering and reforming. 8 enormous pale-scaled serpent heads roared, smashing through the surrounding rock layers and soaring into the sky. 8-headed serpent technique. The wind howled, sand and stones blotted out the sky. A mountain-sized 8-headed serpent coiled completely over the rear mountain. Its 8 barbed tails lashed out, casually leveling the entire forest behind it in an instant. Immense. Terrifying. A suffocating pressure. The special training class kids were completely stupefied. Hayashi Hyuga's legs went weak, his Byakugan activating uncontrollably, veins bulging around his eyes. A monster. This is no ninja at all. This level of chakra materialization, they had only seen it in clan records about tailed beasts. Mikoto Uchiha's face was pale, her lips bitten hard to keep herself from collapsing. Was this the true strength of the vice instructor? The 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi lowered simultaneously, staring down at Jiraiya, who was like an ant on the ground. In their dark golden vertical pupils gleamed of bone-chilling greed. One of the heads suddenly opened its massive maw. A foul wind rushed forward. The giant mouth descended like a falling meteor, crashing fiercely toward Jiraiya. Boom. The earth trembled, soil flew up. The defense of Needle Jizo held for only half a second under the terrifying physical crushing of the Yamada no Orochi before shattering. Jiraiya flew backward, skimming the ground, snapping a dozen large trees before finally stopping. Cough, cough. Jiraiya spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, feeling as if every bone in his body was about to fall apart. That damn freak. 7 days. Only 7 days. He actually mastered the 8-headed serpent technique. Physical attacks are useless. The other 7 heads of the Yamada no Orochi had already sealed off all his escape routes from every direction. He couldn't hold back anymore. Fire released Dragon Flame's song technique. Jiraiya took a deep breath, his chest heaving, and blasted out 4 blazing fire dragons. The fire dragons roared, sealing off all the Yamada no Orochi's blind spots, and exploded. The raging flames burned 2 of the serpent heads to charcoal. Before the special training class kids could cheer, Orochimaru's hoarse laughter echoed from the sea of fire. The sickening sound of flesh tearing echoed. The skin of the 2 charred serpent heads split open. 2 brand new slime-covered white serpent heads forced their way out of the charcoal. Assimilated infinite regeneration. You damn freak. Jiraiya cursed loudly, landing without a moment's pause, then turned and ran. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 serpent tails lashed the ground like steel whips. Jiraiya could only leap and dodge, scurrying like a headless fly in the rubble. He had no room to counterattack. Outside the battlefield. Is this Jiraiya-sama's strength? Not impressive at all. Nawaki frowned as he watched. Kushina Uzumaki was also disappointed, pouting. He's no match for Orochimaru-sama at all, just running away. Minato Namikaze stared intently at the battlefield, analyzing rapidly. The gap is too big. With that regeneration speed, ordinary jutsu can't kill him. Orochimaru-sama's chakra reserves are like a monster. The other children nodded in agreement. No one had faith in Jiraiya. This was entirely a one-sided massacre. From above, Tsunade watched Jiraiya disheveled and forced into a corner, narrowing her eyes. Others couldn't see the trick, but she saw it clearly. From the moment he fell into a disadvantage, Jiraiya hadn't tried to counterattack. He was buying time. While fleeing, he secretly used his own blood to draw 2 bloodlines under his eyes. His hands remained firmly clasped together, never separating. Those bloodlines were the medium for the summoning technique. He was brewing to summon a powerful summoning beast. As for who it was, it went without saying. Several minutes later, at the center of the battlefield, Jiraiya suddenly stopped on a large boulder. He stopped running. The 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi opened their mouths simultaneously, venom dripping from fangs corroding the ground. Giving up already? Orochimaru's voice was full of mockery. Jiraiya suddenly looked up. A hint of playfulness appeared in his eyes. Giving up, eh? Sorry, but the word give up isn't in my dictionary. Jiraiya's body slowly straightened, his gaze fixed on the Yamada no Orochi before him. Orochimaru, you've always wanted to see my sage art succeed, haven't you? Today I'll show you. The 16 eyes of the Yamada no Orochi all contracted at once. The next second, Jiraiya's clasped hands suddenly parted. He slammed them directly onto the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. A thick white smoke appeared. As the smoke dissipated, 2 small toads in cloaks appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders. Jiraiya's face had even developed toad features. Sage Jiraiya. Sage mode. The 8-headed serpent stared fixedly at Jiraiya, who had entered sage mode. Its eyes were filled with vigilance and caution. At the same time, an energy completely different from ordinary chakra. With Jiraiya as the center, it erupted and swept across the entire arena. What is this thing? On the outer treetops, Minato's composed face completely changed. His blue eyes were filled with shock. Earlier, Orochimaru's chakra had been suffocatingly viscous, but now Jiraiya's presence felt as if the air, the trees, and even the ground of the entire mountain were all bowing to him. Is this the same Jiraiya-sama, who only runs away? Nawaki swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Hyuga Hayashi activated his Byakugan to the limit, the veins on his temples nearly bursting from overexertion. In his meridians? That's not just chakra. That's a completely unknown energy. It's bottomless. From a distant vantage point, Tsunade watched Jiraiya's bizarre appearance below, a wild gleam surging in her eyes. Here it comes. Sage mode. Her eyes burned with undisguised fervor and greed. This was no mere quantitative change in ordinary ninjutsu. This was a leap in the level of life itself. Sage mode was something she too sought. One day I will master sage mode. Feeling the heat within, little Jiraiya, you called us out just to deal with a snake. Fukasaku squatted on his left shoulder, his aged voice tinged with dissatisfaction. This one is no ordinary snake. Jiraiya lifted his head, his originally ordinary eyes had now become horizontal toad pupils. He stared directly at the mountain like 8-headed serpent. A grin spread across his face, revealing stark white teeth. Orochimaru, the second half begins now. The 16 dark golden vertical pupils of the 8-headed serpent constricted simultaneously. Orochimaru's consciousness, hidden deep within the colossal serpent, sensed an extremely intense crisis. That energy was unlike anything he had ever seen in any scroll of Konoha. Bluffing. Orochimaru's hoarse roar erupted from all 8 heads at once. 3 massive snake heads opened their gaping maws. Carrying a stench of blood, they sealed Jiraiya's space from above, middle, and below, and slammed down fiercely. A massive shadow completely engulfed Jiraiya. Jiraiya neither dodged nor evaded. Sage Art Needle Jizo. His white hair instantly surged, transforming into countless streaks of silver-white light. No pause for hand seals. No sluggishness in chakra flow. Infused with sage chakra, the white strands surpassed steel in hardness and exceeded the speed of sound. With a series of tearing sounds, muffled like a blade cutting through tofu, the three massive snake heads, not even having time to cry out, were cleanly severed horizontally at the neck. The cuts were as smooth as mirrors, and torrents of foul blood gushed out like a waterfall. The colossal heads crashed to the ground, crushing countless rocks. The entire arena fell into dead silence. Minato's fingers gripping the tree trunk tightened, gouging out thick wood shavings. Instant kill. That was the eight-headed serpent that had taken no damage no matter how they attacked. With just his hair, he severed three heads in an instant. Is this the true world of adults? Orochimaru was utterly enraged. Impossible. How could the defense of the eight-headed technique fail to block even a few strands of hair? At the severed neck's flesh buds writhed wildly, the power of assimilation and regeneration pushed to its extreme. Three new snake heads were about to burst through the skin, still trying to regrow. The toad markings on Jiraiya's face appeared exceptionally ferocious. He clapped his hands together sharply. The sage chakra in his lungs compressed violently, like a volcano about to erupt. Sage art dragon flame singing technique. Boom. 4 fire dragons, 10 times larger than before and covered in dazzling white light, roared as they tore through the air. They gave Orochimaru no time to react. The extreme heat directly warped the surrounding air, slamming into the massive body of the eight-headed serpent. There was no explosion, only pure extreme combustion. Hiss! The eight-headed serpent let out a pitiful, desperate screech. The infinitely regenerating white scales, the moment they touched the white fire dragons, were instantly carbonized. The wildly writhing flesh buds were vaporized by the terrifying heat before they could even grow. The regeneration rate was utterly crushed by the destruction rate. The colossal serpent body rolled violently in the sea of fire, its 8 tails thrashing the mountain into rubble. Deep within the flames, Orochimaru frantically pushed his chakra. Not enough. Completely unable to block. The temperature and destructive power of this flame defied the logic of ordinary ninjutsu. The alien energy mixed into the chakra was eroding the foundation of the eight-headed technique. Arg! Boom! A massive fireball burning with white flames utterly consumed the remnants of the eight-headed serpent. Amid the ear-splitting explosion, a charred pitch-black figure was forcibly ripped from the sea of fire. It crashed heavily into a distant pile of rubble. Orochimaru. He had been forcibly knocked out of the invincible state of the eight-headed serpent by Jiraiya. The young ninjas on the outskirts had forgotten to breathe. Uchiha Makoto's lips were slightly parted, her mind a blank. That monster that had seemed so hopeless moments ago. Was it burned away? Was this the vice instructor's true power? That idiot old man who was always grinning and getting beaten black and blue by Instructor Tsunade. He too was a monster who could destroy heaven and earth with a flick of his hand. In the heap of charred rubble, Orochimaru's clothes were nearly all burned away. Large patches of his pale skin had peeled off, revealing the bloody tissue underneath. He coughed violently, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His dark golden vertical pupils held no fear, only endless shock and confusion. He stared at his trembling hands. The eight-headed technique had been destroyed head-on. What power was that? So this is sage art. In the center of the clearing, poof, the 2 small toads on Jiraiya's shoulders vanished in puffs of white smoke. The toad markings on his face quickly faded. With a thud, Jiraiya collapsed flat on his back, gasping heavily. His muscles ached as if torn, and his chakra was completely drained. He was exhausted to the point of collapse. Tsunade leaped down from the treetop. Her boots crunched on the charred rubble with a clear click. She walked over to Jiraiya, who was lying face up, eyes rolling. Then she glanced sideways at the half-dead Orochimaru in the distance. A satisfied smile curled at the corners of her lips. This whetstone had been sharpened quite well, with Jiraiya capable of entering sage mode, and the immortal monster Orochimaru wielding the eight-headed technique. In the meat grinder battlefield of the land of whirlpools, I'll walk like a queen. Tsunade. Just then Jiraiya forced open his swollen eyes and spoke weakly. Tsunade looked down. Jiraiya bared his teeth and grinned weakly. Your man. Was he cool? Tsunade rolled her eyes. Even sprawled on the ground, half-dead, Jiraiya couldn't resist cracking jokes. Can't be bothered with this idiot. But that one disdainful glance fell upon the exhausted Jiraiya like the very essence of allure. He stared at Tsunade, grinning foolishly through his swollen lips. Tsunade crouched down, her palm glowing with green chakra as she made a cursory examination. Chakra was thoroughly depleted and muscles had moderate tears. It looked bad, but in truth was nothing serious. His life force was stubborn. Confirming he wouldn't die, Tsunade rose decisively without sparing him another glance. She walked straight toward the distant scorched crater. Orochimaru lay among the rubble. His clothes had long since turned to ash, his pale skin largely carbonized and peeling. Within the bloody, mangled wounds, residual traces of the 8 branches technique writhed sluggishly, attempting to mend the horrifyingly broken body. He was gravely wounded. That fool Jiraiya certainly doesn't hold back. Tsunade shook her head inwardly, but Orochimaru's attention wasn't on his injuries at all. His dark, golden vertical pupils were hollow yet churned with emotions incomprehensible to ordinary people. Confusion, longing, greed, frenzy. These emotions intertwined, making him oblivious to the searing pain in his body. Only two words echoed in his mind. Sage art. But what Orochimaru cared about wasn't the world-shattering fire release empowered by sage art. It was that leap beyond the existing chakra system, a transcendence of conventional life itself. That was the path to higher evolution. Green chakra surged unexpectedly. Tsunade crouched beside him, her gentle mystical palm technique precisely covering his ravaged chest. The cool life force forcibly suppressed the worsening of his wounds. Orochimaru turned his head slightly. His unfocused gaze slowly sharpened, resting on the radiant face before him. His eyes were hazy. Before his hoarse voice could make a sound, Tsunade's calm words struck his ears without warning. If you were to integrate my grandfather's cells into the 8 branches technique, you might not be inferior to Jiraiya. The air froze solid in that instant. Orochimaru snapped his head up, his golden pupils contracting to pinpricks. What? A hoarse cracked cry tore from his throat. He even forgot the protest of his broken body muscles tensing violently as he stared into Tsunade's eyes. What did he just hear? Hashirama Senju's cells? Integrate them into the 8 branches technique. Was this woman insane? What nonsense was she spouting? There was no trace of anger on Tsunade's face, not even a flicker in her medical chakra. No need to look at me like that. Tsunade waved a hand casually, her tone as if stating a trivial matter. You're my comrade, someone I value. My grandfather is dead. If his cells can make you stronger, I don't mind. Orochimaru was utterly speechless. His throat was parched as if he'd swallowed blades. In the moment he was mercilessly crushed in the sea of fire, a dangerously extreme thought had indeed flashed through his mind. The 8 branches technique's regeneration was too slow. To withstand that kind of unreasonable sage art destructive power, only one kind of constitution could do it. The god of shinobi, integrating Hashirama's cells into the 8 branches technique. But he had suppressed that mad idea deep in his heart, not daring to reveal the slightest hint. That was an absolute taboo of Konoha. Tsunade could do it because Hashirama was her grandfather, and even more so because she herself possessed Hashirama's cells. He, Orochimaru, had no such privilege. Engaging in shady underground experiments was one thing, but brazenly seeking her grandfather's remains right in front of her. With that woman's monstrous strength, she would definitely punch his skull straight into the earth's core. But now, this woman had said it herself. She had even proactively handed him an easy path. No wonder Orochimaru was shocked. Tsunade, I. Orochimaru opened his mouth, his mind completely blank. Tsunade cut him off directly. No need to explain. She looked straight into Orochimaru's eyes, her gaze holding a genuine, unfeigned acceptance. I understand you just as you understand me. Some things just go ahead and do them. I support you. Orochimaru froze. You understand me, just as I understand you. I understand. I don't understand a damn thing about you. I can't figure out what's going on in that head of yours at all. Orochimaru screamed internally, but he couldn't deny it. In that cold, selfish heart that trusted only experimental data, the moment those words landed, it trembled violently 3 times over. The extreme wariness he held toward the world shattered completely in that instant. You woman. Orochimaru's throat bobbed, and he couldn't utter another word. The green light in Tsunade's palm slowly receded. There the burns were severe, but not critical. A period of rest would see him recovered. She stood up and turned away briskly, heading toward the group of special training students in the distance who had been staring in disbelief. Orochimaru lay slumped at the bottom of the crater, his gaze incredibly complex as he watched her figure recede. And Tsunade, with her back to Orochimaru, had already let a smug grin spread unchecked across her face. After this combination attack, even Orochimaru's cold heart should be thawed. Tsunade's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Orochimaru, still dazed. Her words just now were only half true. Even if she strictly warned him today not to touch Hashirama cells, would he listen obediently? Impossible. This madman would definitely research it even more intensely behind her back. Since the outcome was known, she might as well do the opposite. Rather than waiting for the inevitable fallout later with awkward confrontations and fractured trust, it was better to just break the barrier right now. Be open and honest. I support you. Support everything. Just as you will resolutely support me in the future. Shatter a deeply guarded person's defenses with sincerity. It was definitely the cheapest and most effective move. Tsunade was in a good mood. She strode toward the group of dumbfounded youngsters at the battlefield's edge. Tsunade strode back to the open space in the periphery. A group of children stood frozen in place, breaths ragged. They were still fully immersed in the aftermath of that inhuman battle. Awestruck, Tsunade scanned them from above. Minato was the first to snap out of it, his blue eyes blazing with unprecedented fervor. The others straightened their backs, abruptly staring fixedly at the golden-haired woman before them. Think their power is out of reach? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, a meaningful smile curling on her lips. Don't just gawk at those 2 idiots. Do you really think I'm just a brawler? When it comes to ultimate techniques, I'm not lacking. Those words instantly ignited the already excited youngsters. Sis, you have ultimate techniques too. Nawaki rushed forward 2 steps impatiently. Tsunade did not answer. Suddenly a dense and orderly rhythm of footsteps emerged from the depths of the forest on the right. Everyone instinctively turned to look. A woman identical to Tsunade, hands in pockets, stepped out from the shadow of the forest canopy. What a clone technique. Nawaki pouted. Hayashi Hyuga frowned, his Byakugan still active. No, there's tangible chakra pathways. This is a shadow clone. It's indeed an advanced technique, evenly dividing chakra. His words caught in his throat as the veins around his Byakugan throbbed from sheer shock. Following the first clone, a second, then a third Tsunade emerged from the forest. Then 5, 10, 20. Row after row of golden-haired figures marched out with synchronized steps. Within seconds, the wide clearing was densely packed with Tsunades, encircling the special training squad's children. Dead silence. Nawaki's mouth hung open, his jaw nearly dislocated. Minato took a deep breath, the hair on his arms standing on end. Hayashi Hyuga rubbed his eyes, frantically wondering if his Byakugan was suffering from a severe hallucination. Could a shadow clone produce such numbers? This required an appalling amount of chakra to sustain. Impossible. Multiple shadow clone technique. The original Tsunade pointed casually at the dozens of herself around her, looking at the dumbfounded children. As the name implies, if you have enough chakra, I could even split into hundreds to spar with you. The children were ecstatic. Dozens of instructors meant more than enough for one-on-one guidance. Just then the distant bushes shook violently, and 2 more Tsunade clones emerged. But this time each carried a ninja in a striped mask and gray vest. Thud, thud. 2 root operatives were thrown like dead dogs onto the gravel ground, letting out a muffled groan. Tsunade's expression darkened as she strode over to them. The dozens of clones simultaneously turned their heads, icy gazes fixed on the 2 on the ground. The pressure instantly escalated to its peak. Stared down by dozens of Tsunades, the 2 root operatives felt their scalps tingle. Cold sweat instantly soaked through their vests. A misunderstanding. Lady Tsunade, this is definitely a misunderstanding. One of them reacted quickly, ignoring the pain. He flipped over and knelt on one knee, his voice trembling. We were only ordered to patrol the nearby area. Sensing a terrifying energy fluctuation, here we feared an enemy invasion and came to investigate. Tsunade crossed her arms, looking down at them. Patrol. Investigate. She let out a cold laugh, quiet, but piercingly clear in the dead silence. I submitted a formal report to the Hokage building a few days ago. The entire rear mountain area has been designated as my exclusive training ground. Are you root operatives blind or deaf, unable to receive the communique from above? The 2 operatives buried their heads deep against their chests, not daring to respond. They had indeed received the message. Lord Danzo originally had no intention of stirring trouble, but the terrifying combat fluctuation from earlier was so intense that half of Konoha could sense it. Danzo had issued a direct order. They must approach and gather intelligence. Yet the moment they infiltrated the periphery of the rear mountain before they could see anything clearly, they were pinned down by Tsunade's clones descending from above. The monstrous strength nearly crushed their ribs on the spot. I don't have time for your nonsense. Tsunade bent slightly, her gaze as cold as ice. Go back and tell Danzo to keep his hands to himself. This area is now under my authority. She paused, her voice suddenly turning frigid. If he can't control himself again, I'll personally visit your root base for a cup of tea. And while I'm at it, I'll have a good chat with him about my grandfather. At the final words, the 2 root operatives shuddered violently. Yes, understood. As if granted a pardon, they scrambled to their feet and vanished into the forest with a body flicker technique, fleeing as if their lives depended on it. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Tsunade straightened up, looking in the direction they fled, and gave a cold snort. Jiraiya and Orochimaru had used only top-tier forbidden techniques, not shared with outsiders today. If she hadn't deployed shadow clones around the perimeter as a warning, that old fox Danzo would have completely uncovered their trump cards. That old dog was always insidious. If he got a hold of any leverage, it would cause endless trouble. Confirming that the pest had been dealt with, Tsunade turned to look at the special training squad children. By now, Minato, Nawaki, and the others were flushed with excitement from the successive spectacles. First the earth-shattering clash of forbidden techniques, then the multiple shadow clone technique. Now they had watched their instructor berate Umbu operatives like mere subordinates. This fierce, domineering, and protective style was like the most potent stimulant for these children. Without needing Tsunade to say a word, they all howled, eagerly demanding double the training. Tsunade waved her hand, leaving a few shadow clones to take the children for extreme physical endurance drills. She herself walked to a clean boulder and sat down. Watching the children wailing under the training of her clones, Tsunade rubbed her aching temples. Still not enough. The momentum of the special training squad was good, but the teaching staff was severely lopsided. Moreover, Jiraiya had exhausted his sage mode chakra with muscle tears throughout his body. He wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least 10 days. Orochimaru, that science freak, was even less reliable, besides being scorched and torn by the fire release. His mind was probably now consumed by the 8 branches technique and Hashirama cells, forgetting even his own identity. The burden of these dozens of children fell entirely on her. She herself had plenty of tasks. Although the Een seal was complete, she still hadn't fully mastered many sealing techniques. The adaptation of the 8 gates to physical strain also required extensive focus training. She simply couldn't spare the time to watch over these children all day. While she could rely on multiple shadow clones, long-term teaching through clones would accumulate fatigue feedback, and she couldn't sustain it. She had to find someone to share the burden. Preferably someone with solid fundamentals, willing to work hard, and without a single complaint about teaching the younger generation. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Her gaze drifted past the training ground. In her mind, 2 faces slowly surfaced. Several days later, the backyard of the mountain flower shop. This tea party had doubled in scale compared to a month ago. Long tables were arranged in 2 rows piled high, with exquisite pastries and refreshments. In addition to the familiar faces of the Zhulu Dai Chuanzhong and Rishang clans, several new wives from various clans had been invited. Among them was a woman with silver hair and a gentle, elegant demeanor. Shimujinzi. Lady Gansho, my boy has been eating 2 extra bowls of rice at home lately. Xiaodao Lola grabbed a handful of melon seeds, her face trembling with laughter. Absolutely. Chuanzhong Baiha's loud voice immediately chimed in. Before training, my daughter was like pulling teeth. Now she runs to the back mountain before dawn. Yesterday she showed off to me, saying how powerful the physical techniques taught by instructor Gangsho were. She even dreams of extra training. Nalyong Lia took a light sip of tea and smiled in agreement. The children's transformation is entirely thanks to your dedication. The wives nodded in unison, their eyes filled with fervent admiration and trust for Gangsho. It had only been a few days. The once pampered young masters at home had all undergone a rebirth. They exuded a fierce determination to push themselves to the limit. Who didn't want their child to excel? Xianshou Gangsho's golden reputation, combined with her unreserved special training, had completely captivated these wives from the core circles of Konoha. Facing the flattery, Gangsho, seated at the head, held her teacup and waved her hand casually. They're all fine talents. Just some casual training. Then, her tone shifted and her smile faded slightly. She sighed. But this training class still has its shortcomings. Everyone fell silent. Shanzhong Jinkong asked curiously. Shortcomings? The children seem to be training well. With Lord Zilai and Lord Deshuan around, what could be missing? I handle physical techniques, and those 2 can cover ninjutsu. Gangsho rotated the teacup in her hand, a troubled look in her eyes. But when it comes to kids who specialize in swordsmanship blade techniques, or kunai, throwing, we're at a loss. She paused deliberately, her tone filled with regret. We can't exactly have them learn from Zilai how to attack with his hair, can we? A burst of laughter rippled through the crowd. But after the laughter, several wives nodded in agreement. The ninja clans of Konoha had many schools, and quite a few families excelled in weapons and swordsmanship. If we could find a top expert in that field, the training class would be perfect. Unfortunately, it's difficult. Gangsho set her teacup down on the table with a crisp, deliberate clink. The speaker had intent, and the listeners took notice. Everyone present was sharp-minded. Who couldn't tell that Gangsho was recruiting? Several wives exchanged glances. None of their clans could fill this role. A top-tier swordsmanship expert was a scarce resource across all of Konoha. Chimu Jinzi, sitting at the edge, tightened her grip on her teacup slightly. Her lowered eyes rapidly weighed countless considerations. The Chimu clan. When it came to weapons and swordsmanship, who in the entire Konoha dared to claim superiority over the Chimu? But the Chimu clan had too few members. Few members meant marginalization in a village like Konoha, where clan power mattered. Her husband Chimu Shimao had indeed made a name for himself, earning the title White Fang of Konoha. He was a promising jonin, but that was all. He had no voice among the high ranks. At present, Chimu Shuamao did not yet have half a Hokage's sleeve. He didn't even have a proper clan foundation. He had to fight alone on the front lines, risking his life with every mission to earn war merits. If Shuamao could seize this opportunity. Jinzi raised her head and looked at Gangsho, surrounded like a star by the moon. Those children were the future heirs of the major ninja clans of Konoha. If Shuamao became their teacher, this goodwill, this network of connections, would be worth more than any amount of war merits. Without further hesitation, Chimu Jinzi set down her teacup, stood up, and bowed slightly. Lady Gangsho. The lively tea party fell silent. Gangsho turned to look at the silver-haired wife, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of her mouth. The fish had taken the bait. By casting a lure and using these women's gossip and pillow talk, she could secure Konoha's sharpest blade. Wasn't this far more satisfying than going to beg for help herself? Lady Jinzi, is something the matter? Gangsho's tone remained casual. You just mentioned a need for a teacher skilled in swordsmanship. Jinzi took a deep breath, her voice gentle but resolute. My husband has some modest insights into the sword. If Lady Gangsho doesn't mind, perhaps he could give it a try. At these words, several wives nearby had a sudden realization. Chimu Shuamao. In terms of swordsmanship, who was more suitable than the White Fang of Konoha? Gangsho's look of surprise was perfectly timed. She slammed the table and stood up. Chimu Shuomao, that's a formidable opponent. Gangso strode over to Jinzi and grabbed her hand. Lady Jinzi, if the White Fang is willing to come, it will be the blessing of those little brats in the training class. Then please, when you go back, help me ask him. Jinzi grasped Gansho's hand and returned her smile, perfectly composed. It is my duty to contribute to the next generation of Konoha. The two exchanged a knowing smile. On the surface, they were finding a teacher for the children, but beneath the surface flowed a tacit political alliance. Night fell. The Chimu residence. The dishes on the dining table had been cleared away. Chimu Shuomao, dressed in loose home clothes, held a piece of cotton cloth. He was carefully wiping the cold, sharp, short blade, White Fang. After listening to his wife's account of the day's tea party events, he stopped his movements and his brows gradually furrowed. The room fell into a brief silence. You don't want to agree, eh? Jinzi brought over a pot of hot tea, poured him a cup, and asked softly. Shuomao sheathed the White Fang blade and shook his head. Teaching the younger generation and passing on the Chimu swordsmanship is a good thing. He picked up the teacup, blew on the steam, his expression grave. But do you understand the implications behind this matter? That is not an ordinary training class. Shuomao lowered his voice. It contains the young masters of the core wealthy clans like Zhulu Dai Rixiong and Xuanzhou. Qinsho Gangsho. Gathering them together is like staking out a territory, co-opting the future foundation of Konoha. This move is too conspicuous. Someone among the high ranks is definitely watching closely. He didn't mention the name outright, but both knew who he was referring to. Jitsuin Tuanzang. Our Chimu clan has a weak foundation. Rashly getting involved in this storm of power struggles at the top could crush us to pieces with a single misstep. Jinzi walked behind him, placed her hands on his broad shoulders, and gently massaged them. That is precisely why I agreed on your behalf. Shuomao paused and turned to look at her. Shuomao, the Chimu clan has too few people in Konoha. Jinzi's voice was soft, but each word struck home. You alone take on S-rank missions, risking your life to support this family. Others respect you, fear you, because your blade is swift. But what if you can no longer wield that blade, eh? Shuomao fell silent. Politics was not something that could be mastered with a fast sword. All these years, aside from war merits, he had no one in the village to speak for him. This was indeed a fatal weakness. Lady Gangsho is indeed playing chess. But if you become the teacher of those young masters from the ninja clans... Jinzi leaned down, her lips close to her husband's ear. In the future, the entire wealthy clans of Konoha will owe you a debt of gratitude. We will have an unshakable foundation in Konoha. Shuomao closed his eyes, weighing the gains and losses in his mind. His wife was right. To truly stand firm in Konoha, one could not avoid dabbling in the political machinations of the high ranks. Qinsho Gangsho was at the peak of her power, and she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage. This was a bandwagon worth joining. But those watchers among the high ranks... Shuomao remained hesitant. Jinzi let out a soft laugh. So what if they watch? She walked around to face him, staring into his eyes. Such a big commotion will inevitably draw attention. But precisely because of that, Lady Gangsho will make everything open and even bigger. Right now, the eyes of the entire village are on the back mountain. Who would dare to cause trouble in the training grounds of the young masters? Do they really think the Zhulu Dai and Rixiong clans are made of clay, eh? Shuomao's mind suddenly cleared. Yes, Gangsho had bound all the wealthy clans together. Whoever touches the training class touches the lifeline of the Konoha ninja clans. Even Tuanzang would have to weigh the combined fury of those families. I understand. Shuomao fully relaxed, his grave expression replaced by sharp resolve. Tomorrow I will report to Gangsho. Seeing her husband convinced, Jinzi smiled with satisfaction and turned to clear the table. Just then Shuomao suddenly reached out, wrapped his arm around his wife's waist, and pulled her into his embrace. Jinzi let out a startled cry. She collided with a solid chest. Shuomao lowered his head, looking at his wife's reddened ears, his gaze growing heated. Wife. His voice was hoarse, carrying a restrained urgency. What you said earlier reminded me. The Chimu clan is indeed too sparse in numbers. Jinzi was startled, not yet understanding. What does this have to do with the back mountain training? For the long-term development of the clan in Konoha. Shuomao interrupted her with a serious tone, but his arms tightened around her waist. We need to work even harder. With that, Shuomao bent down and lifted the startled Jinzi horizontally in his arms. He strode toward the bedroom. The door was kicked open and then tightly shut. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice, illuminating the White Fang blade carelessly left on the table. The white silk ribbon on the hilt swayed gently in the night breeze, very rhythmically. A few days later, on the weekend, at the rear mountain, the morning mist had yet to dissipate. Dozens of young brats stood neatly in formation, their backs straight as spears. Ever since witnessing the cataclysmic clash between Orochimaru and Jiraiya days ago, the aristocratic pride ingrained in these young masters had been utterly shattered. In its place burned a fervent zeal that sent shivers down the spine. If one didn't go mad, how could one ever become such a monster? The steady sound of footsteps echoed through the mist. Tsunade strode forward. Two figures followed behind her. Not Orochimaru, whose skin had been seared open by fire release, nor Jiraiya lying drained and twitching on a sickbed. All eyes converged instantly. Tsunade halted, her gaze sweeping over these famished wolf cubs. She hadn't been idle these past days. The teaching staff for the special training class had finally been fully assembled. Let me introduce your two new instructors. Tsunade stepped aside, lifting her chin. She gestured to the man on the left, silver-haired with sharply defined features, yet an air of gentleness. Tsukumo Hatake. The moment those four words left her lips, a brief stir rippled through the formation below. Hayashi Hyuga's eyelids twitched violently. Mikoto Uchiha unconsciously tightened her grip on the short blade at her waist. The White Fang of Konoha. In this era where ninjutsu reigned supreme, a formidable figure who had carved out a fearsome reputation with naught but a blade. When the elders of various clans discussed this name in private, their tones carried undisguised apprehension. Tsunade was quite pleased with the reaction of these young ones. An elite jonin. Our White Fang of Konoha. Proficient in lightning release. Tsunade spared no praise, her lips curling into a highly provocative smirk. And the greatest master of swordsmanship in our village. From now on, the sword arts and lightning release of the special training class will be entirely overseen by assistant instructor White Fang. If any of you are one-sided in your training, seek his guidance. Minato's blue eyes sparkled with brilliance. In the shinobi world, countless ninja wielded swords. Even the most ordinary genin could mimic a few moves of the Three Sons dance. But due to the multitude of styles, those who truly mastered the blade to its zenith, capable of cleaving through ninjutsu itself, were as rare as phoenix feathers. Swordsmanship held an exalted status in the shinobi world. To receive personal guidance from Konoha's sharpest blade, such a resource was unattainable even for the Hokage's own son. Hearing Tsunade's exaggerated praise, Tsukumo Hatake's face betrayed a rare flicker of discomfort. Yet he voiced no denial. Before leaving home, his wife Mako had adjusted his ninja tool pouch and whispered words of advice into his ear. He had not forgotten a single word. Before these future leaders of the great clans, modesty was a sign of weakness. He had to brandish overwhelming power to thrust the Hatake name deep into Konoha's core power circle. Tsukumo stepped half a pace forward. After a brief self-introduction, the gentleness in his eyes vanished in an instant. In its place came a suffocating sharpness. With a flick of his wrist, he reversed his grip on the short blade at his back. He drew the sword. No metallic clang filled the air, only the hair-raising crackle of electric current. Zazup! Dazzling blue lightning enshrouded Tsukumo's entire body in an instant. Before Nawaki in the front row could even complete a blink, the silver-haired man had vanished into thin air. Only a crackling afterimage of thunder remained, slowly twisting and dissolving. Minato's pupils contracted to pinpricks. Where is he? He frantically darted his eyes, trying to track the trajectory, but it was utterly futile. Too fast, so fast that not even an afterimage could be formed. Shing! An extremely faint sound of the blade returning to its sheath echoed in their ears. Everyone whirled around. Tsukumo Hatake had already returned to his original spot. Even his stance and the angle of his draw were exactly the same as seconds before. In the distance, a century-old pine tree requiring 3 men to encircle suddenly emitted a cracking sound. Then, the massive trunk didn't collapse, but with a boom, it crumbled like building blocks into a small mountain. Hundreds of perfectly square wooden blocks, their cuts smooth as mirrors, lay scattered neatly across the grass. Dead silence fell over the scene. Minato swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing with difficulty. This was the White Fang. No hand seals, no massive chakra leakage. Only pure extreme speed and monstrous precision. On the battlefield, if one were to face such a person, one wouldn't even know how they died. Tsunade watched the stunned brats below and nodded with satisfaction. That woman Mako was indeed efficient. This blade she'd borrowed was proving quite handy. As the young ones barely snapped out of their extreme shock, their gazes involuntarily drifted to the side. Another person stood there. Compared to the dazzling White Fang, this man was utterly unremarkable. In his 20s, dressed in a plain yellow training uniform. His face would never stand out in a crowd. Most crucially, he exuded an extremely awkward demeanor. His hands were nervously twisted together, his back slightly hunched. Under the scrutiny of dozens of eyes that had just witnessed divine swordplay, he appeared somewhat nervous. Even his posture was stiff. The children's expectations, just raised to the sky by the White Fang, suddenly hung in midair. Tsunade turned around, grinning broadly. She sauntered over to the nervous young man. Under his tense gaze, she slapped him on the back, shoving him forward a step. The young man stumbled, nearly crushing the stones beneath his feet. Chun! Tsunade raised her hand, pointing to the awkward, bewildered young man before her. An absolute master of Konoha-style taijutsu. From now on, all taijutsu training for the special class will be instructed by teacher Chun. The young man's face visibly flushed red. Facing dozens of eyes filled with skepticism and scrutiny, he nervously scratched the short hair at the back of his head. Stammering, he managed to squeeze out a smile, more painful than a grimace. Hello everyone, my name is Chun. Chun? Chun what? Nawaki rubbed his chin, scrutinizing the young man before him, who was brimming with unease. Sis, did you drag this one out of some vegetable market to be a laborer? Suppressed snickers rippled through the crowd. White Fang's blade earlier had been so dazzling it had raised everyone's expectations sky high. Now suddenly a yellow-clad youth who didn't look particularly bright was shoved into their midst, a jarring contrast. Mikoto Uchiha nudged Minato's arm. Minato was equally bewildered. Just about every notable expert in Konoha he had seen in the ANBU scrolls. This one, he had absolutely no recollection of. White Fang, standing to the side, swept his gaze over Chun, his brow furrowing slightly. This guy didn't even seem to qualify as a specially appointed jonin in taijutsu. Did Tsunade-sama pick the wrong person? Tsunade coldly observed these brats. Labor. Bang. A long-distance flick precisely struck Nawaki's forehead. The little terror let out a yelp, clutching his head and crouching straight to the ground. The noise instantly vanished. Tsunade crossed her arms, her gaze slicing through the formation like a blade. Pack up your pampered attitudes. I said he's a taijutsu grandmaster. She paused, then dropped a bombshell. Not just you. Starting today, I, your instructor, will also be his student in matters of taijutsu technique. Silence. Dead, profound silence. Forget the kids being stunned. Even White Fang stood frozen. Tsunade wants to take a master. Hayashi Hyuga couldn't help but activate his Byakugan, repeatedly scanning Shin's chakra pathways. Nothing out of the ordinary about him. What on earth is Tsunade-sama thinking? Her monstrous strength can shatter half a mountain with one punch, and now she wants to learn taijutsu from some nobody. They had no idea the calculations clicking away in Tsunade's mind. She had already mastered the 8 gates. Combined with the modifications from Hashirama's cells, her physical body had reached an absurd level. But her problem lay in the mechanics of her strikes. Her fighting style had always been brute force, overwhelming power through sheer chakra and raw physical strength. It was sufficient against ordinary opponents. But against those top-tier monsters with impeccable technique, she would definitely suffer. And when it came to technique, this unassuming teacher Chun was without a doubt Konoha's uncrowned king. Even Might Guy, the blue beast of Konoha destined for future glory, would have to respectfully call him senior in terms of pure striking technique. This was an undiscovered treasure. Bombarded by dozens of incredulous stares, Chun stood rigid as a wooden post. Especially Tsunade's declaration, I too will call him master, struck him like a thunderbolt to the crown of his head. The princess of the Senju clan, granddaughter of the first Hokage, the most formidable woman in Konoha right now. She had elevated his standing before all the young heirs of noble houses. Chin's eyes reddened. His nose stung. Since graduating from the ninja academy, he had devoted himself to taijutsu. But in the mainstream circles of shinobi, taijutsu was considered lowly and base. Over all these years he had endured endless contempt with not a single person willing to engage with him. Now Tsunade of the Senju, the highest echelons of Konoha, not only understood him, but was willing to honor him as her teacher in front of everyone. A warrior dies for the one who appreciates him. Chin took a sharp breath, his once hunched back straightening inch by inch. In his eyes, which had been filled with fear and timidity moments before a fire ignited. Tsunade-sama. His voice was hoarse, but no longer stammering. He stepped forward. In that single step, his entire demeanor transformed completely. White Fang, who had just dismissed Chun as a failure, suddenly snapped his head around his right hand, instinctively moving to the hilt of the sword on his back. This aura. There's no need for fancy props. Shin glanced around, then walked toward the pile of massive timber blocks that White Fang had just carved into hundreds of pieces with lightning release. Casually, he picked up a heavy block half his height and set it upright before him. No elaborate hand seals, no sign of chakra surging from his body. Shin took a deep breath. His yellow training garments rustled without any wind. His right leg slid back slightly, and his waist twisted with explosive force. In the briefest instant, his entire body became a bow drawn to its absolute limit. Bang! A profoundly muffled detonation. Shin's fist slammed into the exact center of the timber. The scene froze for a second. Minato and the others strained their eyes to see. The block remained perfectly intact. It didn't even tremble. Is that all? Nawaki, still cradling his head, began to rise, ready to jeer. Crack! A faint cracking sound emanated from within the block. Then a dense eruption of grating, teeth-clenching friction sounds. That century-old pine log, so thick it took 2 people to wrap their arms around it, and as hard as iron, abruptly disintegrated into a cloud of fine, dense powder that drifted away on the wind. The internal structure had been completely pulverized. Not only that, but the fist shockwave passing through the block carved a terrifying half-meter-deep trench into the grass 10 meters behind it. Dead silence. Hayashi Hyuga's Byakugan stared fixedly at the falling wood dust. The veins at the corners of his eyes throbbed violently. No chakra leakage whatsoever. Pure muscular compression and skeletal conduction. This level of control, concentrating all force to detonate internally at a single point, was more than 10 times harder than merely smashing the wood. Had that struck a human body, the internal organs would have been reduced to pulp in an instant. White Fang slowly released his grip on the sword hilt, a flicker of profound shock passing through the depths of his eyes. No wonder Tsunade-sama said she wanted to learn from him. This method of power generation was nearly one with the Tao itself. In an extremely close-quarters exchange, he wouldn't even have the chance to draw his blade. And Konoha had been hiding a taijutsu monster like this. Shin retracted his fist, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. Turning around, he rubbed his hands together with a hint of embarrassment, looking at the dumbfounded young ones. Well, this is the rudimentary form of the leaf dragon god. If you want to learn it, I can start from the basics. No one spoke. Minato was the first to break from the ranks, standing before Chun and bowing a full 90 degrees. Teacher Chun, please we ask for your guidance. Immediately after Hayashi, Hyuga, Mikoto, Uchiha, dozens of scions from noble clans, swarmed around him, their eyes gleaming with an eager green light. Having witnessed such lethal skill, who would dare sneer at him as a mere farming old-timer? Tsunade stood at the rear, hands in her pockets, a wild grin spreading across her face. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsukumo, Hatake, Chin the leaf dragon god, and herself to boot, the cream of Konoha's future monsters, was now fully assembled right here in this hidden mountain recess. 6 months later, the remote training ground behind the village. Golden sunlight slanted across the field. There was no chaotic brawl as usual, only a dozen or so young heirs from prominent clans holding their breath as they stared at the center of the arena. Two blurred silhouettes crossed paths in a frenzy of motion. With a sharp clang, two specially crafted three-pronged kunai collided in midair, sending sparks flying. The next instant, both vanished from where they stood. Dozens of kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god seal rained down, embedding themselves in every corner of the arena. Minato Namake's figure flickered into existence behind a wooden post. Before he could even steady himself, Nawaki had already materialized directly above him, slamming down a vicious whip kick. Minato remained unflustered, forming a single hand seal and instantly swapping places with a kunai 5 meters away. A thunderous crash echoed as Nawaki's kick splintered the wooden post into a shower of debris. Their speed was dizzying to behold. No ninjutsu clashes, only pure spatial leaps and brutal close-quarters combat. The young heirs watched, their scalps tingling. 6 months. Just 6 months. Under Tsunade's ruthless tutelage, these two monsters had mastered the second Hokage's legendary space-time technique and turned it into a devastating art form. Forget their peers. Even Chunin from the various clans would likely be taken down in one swift wave against such elusive tactics. At the edge of the field, Tsunade leaned against a large tree with her arms crossed, looking satisfied with the outcome. Her own progress over these 6 months had been equally terrifying. The village's taijutsu had been thoroughly absorbed and perfectly fused into her monstrous strength. The complex sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan had also been devoured and internalized within that half-year span. Now this body, infused with Hashirama cells and backed by the chakra reserves of the Yin seal, was nothing less than a heavily armored bulldozer wrapped in human skin. Alright, that's enough for today. Minato, stay behind. Tsunade straightened up and clapped her hands. The blurred figures in the field instantly came to a halt. Minato and Nawaki stopped simultaneously, their foreheads glistening with fine sweat as they breathed heavily and turned to look at Tsunade. The young heirs, as if granted amnesty, let out sighs of relief and began gathering their weapons. The training class disbanded quickly. Before long, the training ground was empty. Tsunade glanced at the 3 disciples who remained. She beckoned to the red-haired girl. Kushina, come here. The young girl was crouched low, carefully pulling out the kunai embedded in the ground one by one for Minato. Hearing the call, she immediately scurried over. Tilting her head up, her violet eyes held a hint of confusion. Master. Tsunade reached out and ruffled the soft, fiery red hair, feeling the warmth beneath her fingertips. You've been in the Leaf Village for over half a year now. Ever thought about going home for a visit? Kushina froze. Her large eyes flew wide open, staring at Tsunade in disbelief. Home. The word struck her hard, like a small hammer. How could she not wanna? Every night, she dreamed of the salty sea breeze of Uzushio and her mother's face. But Kushina's eyes dimmed quickly. She lowered her head, her fingers twisting together anxiously. No, I don't. She muttered under her breath. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? Before my mother left, she told me. Kushina's voice grew quieter, trembling noticeably. To listen to you and Lady Mito. I can't cause you any trouble. Uzushio is too far away. The girl bit her lower lip, hard, fighting back the tears welling in her eyes. She knew full well how far it was from the Leaf Village to Uzushio. A round trip, even at full speed for a jonin, would take 7 to 8 days. To make her master go through all that trouble just for a child's homesickness, that would be far too inconsiderate. Tsunade watched her restrained expression, and a smile curled at the corner of her mouth. She bent down, bringing her eyes level with Kushina's. On foot, it's certainly far. She reached out and gently wiped away a tear that had escaped from Kushina's eye. But what if we fly there? Kushina blinked blankly, her mind slow to catch up. Minato, Nawaki. Tsunade straightened and turned to the other two. Yes. Both straightened their backs instantly. Time to see what you've learned. You both get 3 days off. Tomorrow morning, we're taking a trip to Uzushio. To Uzushio. Nawaki's eyes lit up fiercely. Half Uzumaki blood ran through his veins, yet he had never once set foot on that land. For a boy who'd been cooped up in the village, the temptation was overwhelming. Amazing. Finally getting to leave the village. Nawaki jumped up excitedly. But Minato Namikaze standing nearby was oddly quiet. He stole a glance at Kushina, her red hair, her teary eyes, her hand over her mouth, staring at Tsunade in utter disbelief. Going to Kushina's home, Minato's mind went into overdrive. That would mean meeting her mother. The composed facade he had maintained for years began to crack. His ears flushed an uncontrollable red. Over the past 6 months, his relationship with Kushina had grown complicated. What? You don't want to go? Tsunade shot him a glance. And no, I'd love to. Minato snapped to attention and answered loudly, not a second late. I absolutely want to go. Tsunade nodded. She looked at her 3 disciples, the plan already set in her mind. The homecoming trip was merely a pretext. Along the way to Uzushio, she would have these 2 boys inscribe their flying thunder god markings. Those coordinates were the key to controlling future events, the final critical piece of the puzzle. And they would practice diligently along the way, ensuring no mistakes. Master. Kushina finally snapped out of her daze and threw her arms around Tsunade's legs. Tears streamed down like a broken dam, soaking Tsunade's pant leg. Thank you, Master. Wah. The girl sobbed uncontrollably, all her pent-up grievances and forced composure crumbling in an instant. Tsunade laughed heartily, scooping the girl up and pinching her soft cheeks. How embarrassing. Go pack your things. That night, at the Senju residence in the main hall, a faint calming incense filled the air. Mito Uzumaki sat on the tatami holding a string of prayer beads. Going to Uzushio, Mito looked at Tsunade seated across from her, her tone even. Yes, taking Nawaki to pay respects to his roots, taking Kushina home to visit family in. Tsunade took a sip of tea, giving Minato some hands-on experience. No further explanation was needed. Mito's weathered eyes lingered on her granddaughter for a long moment. This granddaughter of hers had changed so much in just 6 months. She had brought the village's noble clans to heel, and the Senju clan's influence had risen immeasurably. The child had grown up and her grip had hardened. The Senju family was fortunate. Go on then. Travel safely. Understood. The next morning, daybreak, at the village gates. The morning mist had yet to fully dissipate. Minato Namikaze stood in clean casual attire with a bulging gear pouch slung over his back. Inside, dozens of specially crafted 3-pronged kunai lay neatly arranged. He had been standing there for nearly 20 minutes, his gaze fixed on the street ahead. At the end of the street, 3 figures slowly approached. Tsunade led the way, her left hand holding Nawaki, who carried a massive pack and was glancing around with barely contained excitement. Her right hand held Kushina's, who wore a new outfit and whose eyes sparkled with uncontainable brightness. Minato watched the trio draw closer and unconsciously straightened his posture. The 4 gathered. Tsunade flashed a grin. Let's move out. Destination Uzushio. In the forest outside Konohagakure, 4 figures swiftly darted across the canopy. Stop! Tsunade raised a hand, and they all landed steadily on a sturdy branch. Tsunade glanced at the map, then pointed to a hidden crevice below. Minato, go carve the mark. Remember to seal the outer layer with earth. Yes. Minato leaped down. This was the 30th coordinate point since leaving the village. 3 days of intermittent travel. The Flying Thunder God's formula was carved by Minato and Nawaki in turns, hidden in tree hollows, buried in mountain crevices, even sunk into riverbeds. From the heart of the Land of Fire, they drove it relentlessly toward the eastern coastline, building an unbreakable spatial highway. Once war broke out, she could airlift elite troops directly. Master. Kushina, held by the scruff of her neck by Tsunade, her red hair flying wildly, stared ahead with wide eyes. Almost there. Tsunade swung her wrist, hoisting Kushina onto her shoulder. With a burst of chakra from her feet, the immense recoil snapped the tree trunk, and the 4 shot out of the forest like cannonballs. The briny wind of the strait hit them. They stood on the cliff edge below the turbulent sea, the outline of the opposite island clearly visible. Finally here. Nawaki yelled, dancing with excitement. This is the Uzumaki clan's land. Kushina's fingers clenched Tsunade's collar tightly. The girl was trembling all over. Having left home for half a year, she thought she'd never return. Now she could truly smell the sea breeze of her homeland. Tears welled in her eyes. Tsunade turned her head to look at the small face on her shoulder. If she couldn't even steady the heart of a future Jinchuriki, what kind of Hokage would she be? To spoil to the end. Let's go. The 4 figures walked on water, heading straight for the coast of Whirlpool Country. They stepped into the territory of Uzushio village. 2 Uzumaki shinobi carrying sealing scrolls emerged from the bushes. Kunai held crosswise before their chests, blocking the way. Halt. This is Whirl. One of them stopped mid-sentence, his words catching in his throat. His gaze passed over Tsunade and landed on the red-haired girl. Kushina. The guard looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Half a year ago, the entire village had seen her off to Konoha to take Lady Mito's place. How could she be back? Had Konoha abandoned her? The other guard was staring intently at Tsunade. Blonde hair, a diamond mark on her forehead, an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. Tsunade. Intelligence about this new Konoha powerhouse had already circulated on the desks of village leaders. Hot-tempered, monstrous strength. What are you gaping at? Tsunade casually pulled out a travel permit and slapped it onto the guard's face. Lead the way. Take me to Yui. Her light tone made the two guards suffocate. The guard didn't even dare wipe the paper imprint off his face, hurriedly bowing. Yes, Lady Tsunade. They turned and ran faster than rabbits. On the way into the village, more and more villagers lined the streets, all with red hair. Nawaki touched his own brown hair, looking around. The villagers' gazes were fixed on the four of them. Whispers converged into a wave. That's Lady Yui's daughter. Isn't that the princess of the Senju clan? Why did she bring Kushina back? Ignoring the noise, Tsunade strode along the stone-paved road. At the center of Uzushio, before the clan head's residence, the gate was crashed open. Uzumaki Yui stumbled out. She hadn't even put on her shoes, her white tabi socks, stepping directly into the muddy water, her deep blue clan robe somewhat disheveled. Hours earlier, she had been arguing with the elders in the meeting room. The moment she heard the report, her mind went blank. The princess of Konoha had personally brought her daughter back. There was only one possibility. Kushina had caused a huge disaster in Konoha, maybe even angered Lady Mito, causing the Jinchuriki transfer to fail. Whirlpool Country would have to face the wrath of Konoha's high command. Fear poured over her like icy water from head to toe. Yui stood on the steps, staring fixedly at Kushina. Her lips trembled violently. Her eyes instantly reddened, large tears splashing onto her robe. Kushina. Yui's voice was completely hoarse. The little girl sprinted, crashing into Yui's arms, clutching her waist tightly. Mom. A heart-wrenching cry. Yui hugged her daughter tightly, kneeling on the ground, crying without any composure. Mother and daughter embraced. The surrounding guards turned their heads away. Minato and Nawaki stood quietly behind Tsunade. Minato watched Kushina cry like a waterfall, his fingers curling slightly. A full 3 minutes passed. Yui forcibly suppressed her emotions, wiped her face, released her daughter, and stood up. Lady Tsunade. Her voice was distorted by extreme panic with a clear, sobbing tone. It's all Kushina's fault. No matter what she did wrong, the Uzumaki clan is willing to bear any cost. Please, for Lady Mito's sake. The surrounding Uzumaki clan members, seeing this, knelt down with a thud. The atmosphere instantly became suffocating. Minato frowned slightly, unconsciously stepping forward. Looking at Kushina on the ground, his fingers moved, but he forcibly held back. This was not the occasion for him to intervene. Nawaki scratched his head, looking blankly at all these relatives. Tsunade looked down at Yui kneeling at her feet. Those thin shoulders trembled like a sieve. Tsunade stepped forward, her toes directly against Yui's knee. Enough with the imagination. Yui's body stiffened. Tsunade bent down, grabbed her shoulders, and like pulling a radish lifted her straight off the ground. Irresistible, immense force left Yui's feet dangling for a moment. She didn't do anything wrong. Lady Mito likes her very much, and I'm very satisfied with this disciple. Yui was stunned. Her pupils trembled violently. No mistake. Then why? Tsunade released her hand and pointed at Kushina, still sitting on the ground. I brought my apprentice out for training, and let her visit home while we're at it. Her gaze swept over the Uzumaki clan members kneeling all around. Any objections? Visiting home. Those two words hit Yui's ears, stunning her for a long time. The granddaughter of the first Hokage had traveled hundreds of kilometers just for a little girl's homesickness. The tears she had been holding back burst forth. Yui staggered over and pulled Kushina from the ground into a fierce embrace, holding her extremely tight. I'm sorry. Kushina's grievances instantly dissolved. She wrapped her arms around her mother's neck and wailed loudly. The mother and daughter's cries echoed in the quiet street. The Uzumaki clan members, who had been holding their breath, exchanged glances. Then they got up from the ground, showing relieved smiles. Minato quietly let out a sigh. His tense shoulders relaxed, and the corners of his mouth curved into a tiny smile. Tsunade stood there, arms crossed, watching the mother and daughter embrace on the ground. Yui finally stopped crying, wiped the tears from her face, and pulled Kushina to her feet. Enough. Crying like that, what kind of image is that? Tsunade patted her shoulder. Brought my apprentice to see the family, and we'll stay here for a few days. Yui looked at the young face before her. There was only the natural domineering authority. Yes, please come in. Yui hastily wiped away her tears, turned, and barked at the guards. Prepare the highest level guest rooms immediately. The banquet should be arranged according to state guest standards. Inside the residence, the underfloor heating was blazing. Kushina clung tightly to Yui's sleeve, refusing to leave her side. Yui brewed tea herself. She placed the first cup before Tsunade with both hands. This time about the village. Yui lowered her voice, testing. The old man doesn't know. Grandma Mito gave the nod. Tsunade picked up the teacup and blew on the steam. Yui's heart shook violently. Bypassing the third Hokage, directly obtaining Uzumaki Mito's tacit approval. In the transfer of power between Senju and Konoha, Tsunade had already begun to steer forcefully. The mask hall, perched on a cliff at the edge of Uzushio village. Sunlight never graced this place. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, a wave of stale sawdust mixed with the salty tang of the sea breeze rushed forward. Tsunade stepped across the threshold. The light within was dim, and the walls were densely covered with pale masks. Each was unique in form. Some bore jagged fangs, others had sunken eye sockets with lips curled into eerie smiles. A single glance was enough to send chills down one's spine. Yui stood at the entrance, choosing not to follow. Her hands instinctively clasped over her abdomen, her gaze deliberately averting the masks on the walls. Tsunade-sama, what is enshrined here are the forbidden arts passed down through the Uzumaki clan generations. Yui's voice sounded muffled within the empty hall. Each mask corresponds to an extremely powerful sealing technique. Their might is immense, but the cost. She paused, her tone laced with profound dread. Either offering one's life or sacrificing one's soul. These techniques were strictly forbidden to practice within the clan. Even a glance was prohibited. Tsunade halted before one wall. Her gaze locked onto the grotesque mask at the center, adorned with horns and a short blade clenched between its teeth. The Shinigami mask. The medium for the dead demon consuming seal. Using one's own soul as a sacrifice, it summons the death god to drag both the caster and the enemy's soul into an endless abyss, never to be reborn. This was not a ninjutsu meant for human use. It was a strategic deterrent weapon designed to take down the enemy alongside oneself. If the Uzumaki clan were ever pushed to the brink, they could easily call forth a few elders devoid of any fear of death. With these masks, they could forcibly drag even the 5 Kage into the abyss. No wonder other villages feared the land of whirlpools. With their immense chakra reserves, formidable sealing arts, and an arsenal of mutual destruction trump cards lining every wall, who wouldn't be wary? An innocent man holding a jade is a crime in itself. Tsunade averted her gaze and turned toward the entrance. The next day, the coastline of the land of whirlpools. The sea breeze remained fierce. Nawaki gazed at the boundless forest, then looked at his empty hands. Sis, are we just heading back like this? Not buying some souvenirs? Souvenirs? Tsunade scoffed. What, you want to lug a bunch of bags for hundreds of kilometers? Nawaki shrank back. Minato finished checking his ninja tool pouch and turned to Tsunade, awaiting orders. Tsunade snapped her fingers. Minato, Nawaki, each of you take a leg of the journey. Use the flying thunder god. What a... Nawaki jumped straight into the air. Sis, it's hundreds of kilometers from here to Konoha. Using flying thunder god continuously. My chakra will be drained dry. Then squeeze out what's left. Tsunade dismissed his protest without mercy. The space coordinates are all set. Why crawl on foot when there's a ready-made highway? This is part of your special training. If you don't measure up, double the taijutsu practice when we get back. Nawaki's face fell instantly. Minato took a deep breath, his hands moving at lightning speed to form seals. Nawaki, I'll take the first leg. You be ready to take over. The moment he spoke, Minato grabbed Nawaki with one hand and Tsunade with the other, while Tsunade held Kushina. Alohum. The 4 figures vanished from the coastline. The next 3 hours were pure hell for Nawaki and Minato. Each spatial leap savagely drained their chakra. The markers set along the way became their lifelines. Short-distance teleportation with Flying Thunder God was a different beast entirely from this kind of ultra-long-distance relay. Every time they reappeared, barely catching a breath, the next seal had to be completed. Until the late afternoon, the rear mountains of Konoha, with a faint distortion in the air, for figures crashed heavily onto the grass. Thud, thud, 2 dull sounds. Nawaki lay sprawled on his back, eyes rolled white, frothing at the mouth. His limbs twitched uncontrollably. Minato was in slightly better shape, but he knelt on one knee, hands pressed into the turf, his clothes soaked through with cold sweat. His face was as pale as paper, lacking even the strength to speak. His chakra was completely depleted. Not a single ounce of energy remained to stand. Tsunade landed steadily. Not a flushed cheek, not a heavy breath. Not even a single strand of hair out of place. She looked down at her 2 disciples, collapsed like mud on the ground, a satisfied curve forming on her lips. Well done. Tsunade, who rarely praised anyone, unexpectedly offered a word of approval. Though it was aided by the markers set in advance along the route, they had managed to endure and complete a cross-country teleportation. These 2 brats' limits had been pushed even higher. Once they fully matured, there would be no place in the ninja world Tsunade couldn't reach. Kushina stood beside Tsunade. She glanced at Nawaki, collapsed on the ground, then at Minato, drenched in sweat. She knew just how taxing Flying Thunder God was on chakra. And she knew what a burden this hundreds of kilometers journey was for 2 people who had only practiced Flying Thunder God for 6 months. Yet they had done it. From now on, if she wanted to see her mother, it would no longer be a grueling 7 or 8 day trek requiring dozens of escorts. Just a few hours. She could be home in just a few hours. Kushina sniffled hard. She ran over to Minato, pulled a clean handkerchief from her pocket, and offered it to him. Minato. Thank you. Minato looked up. In his line of sight, that fiery red hair gleamed brilliantly under the sun. The girl's violet eyes were filled with gratitude. Minato strained to curve the corners of his mouth, reaching out to take the handkerchief, his fingertips brushing against the back of Kushina's hand. It's nothing. I need to practice more. Hey. What about me? Nawaki, lying beside them with his eyes rolled back, somehow found the strength to flip over and point at himself. I contributed too. I practically spat out my guts. Kushina turned her head and stuck her tongue out at Nawaki. The wind from the rear mountains rustled through the treetops. Minato crouched weakly on the ground, silently tightening his grip on the faintly scented handkerchief. A faint smile crossed Tsunade's face. 3 hours was far from enough. What she wanted was to complete the crossing in minutes. These two boys still had a long way to go. Half a year later, at the edge of the training ground on the back mountain of Muyi, Gang Shou leaned against a tree trunk watching Shui Min and Sheng Shu engage in high-speed leap training amidst the forest. Suddenly the bamboo tube hanging at her waist trembled violently. Ha! A crisp sound rang out as the tube burst apart. Inside, the sensing larva, which had been nurtured with a special secret technique and bound exclusively to the chakra within Xian Wujie, oozed purplish-black blood from its entire body. It convulsed violently twice, then died on the spot. Gang Shou's originally languid gaze instantly turned grim. It had finally come. The clan extermination war of Wujigua. The actions of these two hidden villages were faster than she had anticipated. Stop! Gang Shou straightened up, her voice low, but carrying a chill that tightened one's heart. On the branches ahead, Shui Min and Sheng Shu immediately ceased their movements and landed steadily on the ground. De Shi Wan Zi Lai Yi Shuan Mao Chun. Gang Shou uttered 4 names, her voice wrapped in chakra, precisely piercing into several concealed training grounds on the back mountain. Shua, 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 shua. For sounds of air being torn apart exploded almost simultaneously. De Shi Wan rose from the earth, his golden vertical pupils gleaming with a cold, sinister light. Zi Lai Yi somersaulted down from the top of a waterfall, his body still steaming with heat. Chi Mu Shuan Mao, with a short blade on his back, appeared silently on a tree trunk, to the right, a flash of lightning chakra flickering around him. Chin, stepping heavily, had his fists tightly wrapped in white bandages, exuding a pure sense of physical pressure. No words were exchanged. All of them sensed the aggressive killing intent emanating from Gang Shou. What's happened? Zi Lai Yi shed his usual jocular demeanor, his face turning serious. Wujigua is under siege. Gang Shou tersely uttered 6 words. De Shiwan licked the corner of his mouth, letting out a hoarse chuckle, quite swift. The major hidden villages have long coveted the sealing techniques of the Xianhua clan. They are ready to exterminate the clan and seize the inheritance. Chi Mu Shu Mao reached for his sword hilt, and the Hokage-sama. By the time those old men finish their meeting, even the ashes of Wujigua will have been scattered. Gang Shou cut off Shuan Mao directly, then turned to look at Shui Min and Sheng Shu. You two have run this high-speed route smoothly enough for the past half-year, haven't you? Shui Min straightened his back, his gaze resolute, ready to depart at any time. All coordinate marks are active. Sheng Shu patted his chest. Sis, my chakra can now sustain 6 consecutive long-distance jumps. Good. Gang Shou placed her hand on Shui Min's shoulder, her gaze sweeping over the 4 formidable fighters beside her. De Shi Wan Zi Lai Yi Shuan Mao Chun. Come with me to Wujigua to kill. No survivors, plunder all supplies. Let's move. The moment the words fell, Shui Min and Sheng Shu clasped their hands together. Wong. An extremely piercing spatial roar tore through the air. 7 figures blurred instantly on the back mountain of Mu Yi, transforming into a twisted blue light that vanished without a trace. Eastern border of Wujigua coastline. 2nd jump. Above the sea, the coordinate reef. 3rd jump. In just 3 minutes. What would have required an elite force to sprint for 3 days across the border was compressed to the extreme on this highway, firmly nailed down by the flying thunder god. When the 4th spatial distortion spread, a violent shockwave and a thick pungent stench of blood slammed into everyone's faces. Outskirts of the main city of Wujigua. As far as the eye could see, war raged. The entire city had been torn into countless ruins, towering flames mixed with surging waves dyeing the sky an eerie dark red. The earth shook and mountains swayed. Within the central barrier, Xian Wujie, her hair disheveled, her clan robes already soaked in blood. The 8 golden chakra chains extending from her back had snapped 6, and the remaining 2 were riddled with dense cracks. Behind her, she shielded dozens of terrified orphan children of the Xianhua clan. Give up your feudal resistance. A cold, grim voice came from midair. In the sky, countless black iron sand gathered like storm clouds, coalescing into hundreds of black spears hovering densely in the air. The 3rd wind shadow arms crossed stood on a black cloud formed by magnetic release iron sand, looking down from above at the defeated remnants below. Hand over all the forbidden technique scrolls of the Xianhua clan and the remaining pure-blooded children. I can grant you a dignified death. On the ground, towering waves rolled. An old man with a sinister face holding a long staff slowly advanced atop a wave several zhang high. The 3rd water shadow. The assassination units of the mist village like ghosts scattered around, sealing the barrier airtight. Wind shadow, why waste words with the dead? The 3rd water shadow coldly raised his long staff, pointing it at Jiraiya, who was tottering in the center of the barrier. Konoha can barely protect itself. that coward Unify region wouldn't dare to cross the sea. The sealing techniques of Wajigwa will be split between us. The elite forces of the two major hidden villages let out bloodthirsty howls. Jiraiya's mouth overflowed with a gush of blood, her eyes filled with utter despair. Even if I die, I won't let you have any scroll. Jiraiya roared hoarsely, ready to bite her tongue and trigger the destruction seal embedded in her heart. The third wind shadow's eyes flashed with impatience as he pressed his right hand downward. Magnetic release, iron sand binding assault. The massive black iron sand cones in the sky, with sharp whistling sounds, rained down like a storm toward the barrier below. This strike was enough to crush the entire broken barrier and everyone inside into a bloody pulp. Just as the iron sand was about to strike the top of the barrier, the air twisted abruptly. No sign of hand seals, no aura of ninjutsu. 7 figures materialized out of nowhere, crashing down in front of the barrier. Boom. The moment Gang Sho landed, the muscles in her right arm swelled and her waist twisted sharply. She threw a punch upward, directly meeting the tens of thousands of iron sand cones. No flashy chakra light, only pure extreme monstrous strength. The air in front of her fist was directly compressed into a white explosive vacuum. The terrifying fist wind, like a heavy invisible wall, forcibly pushed against the black iron sand, surging upward in reverse. The countless iron sand cones, the moment they touched the fist wind, shattered inch by inch, as if hitting a steel mountain, exploding into a cloud of black dust. The backlash rushed back, forcing the third wind shadow in midair to retreat over 10 meters, his iron sand cloud shaking violently. The entire battlefield fell into dead silence. The assassination units of mist instantly halted. The wave under the third water shadow's feet suddenly stalled, his originally cold gaze narrowing sharply. Broken stones flew wildly. Gang Sho slowly withdrew her fist, her boots crunching against the scorched black rocks beneath. Behind her, Dashiwan licked his cold kunai, his dark golden snake eyes locking onto the third water shadow not far away. Zilai formed hand seals, his white hair flowing without wind. Chi Mu Shua Mao gripped the short blade behind him, and blinding blue lightning crackled violently along the sheath. Teacher Chen silently tightened the white bandages on his hands, his joints emitting a hair-raising snap. Shui Min and Shang Shu stood on either side, their hands gripping flying thunder god kunai. In midair, the third wind shadow stabilized himself, his face dark as if about to drip water. Konoha's people. He looked down at the golden figure amidst the ruins, his eyes filled with disbelief and ferocity. Gang Sho of the Senju, the white fang of Konoha, and Dashiwan and Zilai. The third water shadow stepped onto a rock, his water vapor exploding around him, staring intently at the 5 abruptly appearing formidable auras. Has Unify region gone mad, sending all of Konoha's core combat power here? Gang Sho did not answer. She slowly raised her head, the diamond-shaped mark of the In seal on her forehead glowing faintly. Her eyes swept past the third wind shadow in the sky and then fixed on the third water shadow atop the wave. A savage grin curled her lips. 2 Kage from major hidden villages personally coming down to play the bandit. Gang Sho flexed her wrist, and her knuckles cracked like a string of firecrackers. Since you're here, leave your lives behind.